Hello and welcome to the PlayAway Season 1 Modern Invitational. I think this is going to be a spicy one this month.
Yeah, today we have some really cool decks appearing in front of us. In fact, actually, a lot of the more experienced modern players might be really excited to see that multiple players have brought traditional Jund, as well as 4 tribal decks, which is definitely out of the ordinary, but should be super, super exciting to watch. Especially for this particular matchup, we actually have elves versus goblins, which are both decks that seem to have fallen off recently. Goblins obviously spiked with the printing of your really cool well, not really Lord, your Conspicuous Snoop, which allows for the Kiki Jiki combo. But aside from that, elves obviously fell off with the printing of your Plague Engineers. The Plague Engineers definitely shut down that deck for a while, but uh, clearly it's back, and it's actually been putting up some numbers in multiple places. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at this really cool matchup and see how it plays. Keep in mind, these are the players that have made top 8 over this last season. So these are the best of the best, the cream of the crop we have here at PlayAway, and we'll be seeing them battle it out for the title of modern champion here at PlayAway.
Yeah,
Uh,
also really interesting on the Goblin side, they are playing the Pyre of Heroes. So I mean, we might be seeing a birthing pod style of deck this time.
which is definitely something that a lot of people have been really excited about because it's effectively a birthing pod, and I believe that's a mulligan from, I think that's the Goblins player on the left, right? Can we confirm, or is that the Elves player? I'm actually not sure, but sure we'll see the moment anybody plays anything. But yeah, it's
I
the
want to
Pyre of
believe the
Heroes.
Goblin.
Oh, go ahead.
I want to believe the Goblin player is playing with the red sleeves. So
That's also fair, but I also feel like with the Atog playmat, that it might be a little more Goblin. But honestly, we're gonna find out. So, but yeah, the Pyre of Heroes printing is definitely a card that a lot of people are excited about. Okay, the player on the right is definitely the Goblins player. And so we have the Goblins player named Lumbler, and the Elves player is our own Princess Marky, and also that promo Llanowar Elves is absolutely gorgeous.
yeah, definitely.
That was the Dominaria Open House one, I believe, or it was one of those back when they did those really cool open house promos. So at the end step of the Elf player, we see Elf go Gitleaf Palace and Llanowar Elves, and then we see fetch that end step for a Blood Crypt. So no turn one play, but that's also to be expected considering there's only one drop in the entire deck outside of Ether Vial. Okay.
Cavern. So no more counter spells.
Out of the Elves deck. That's not most people typically think that the Cavern of Souls is mostly there to protect against counterspells, which it is to some extent, but it's much more there, especially in the more colorful lists, to deal with the color fixing.
Yeah,
And
it's
then we
like
have
an
a Realm
unclaimed
Walker.
territory. Oh yeah, it's interesting. Also, it's also just like an unclaimed territory, but just better.
Yeah, definitely. So the Realm Walker, we both players have like a top of the deck manipulator action thing here, which is cool. And
Oh,
wait,
that's a concession. I think the combo was
concession?
there.
Oh, was there just a Kiki Jiki on top of their deck?
No, because he could fetch for the Kiki Jiki, and then after that, put it on top, infinite, and then copy
Oh,
the
so he showed
Harbinger,
the
and
yeah,
then
okay, so he showed the Harbinger.
yeah. So for
Okay.
anyone wondering how the combo works, is you only need a conspicuous Snoop that is not summoning sick, and then you just need to play the Harbinger. And as soon as you play the Harbinger, you put Kiki Jiki on top, copy the conspicuous Snoop to itself infinite number of times, or you can't technically copy it infinite number of times, but an obscene number of times. Then you copy the Harbinger one more time, grabbing the Sling Gang Lieutenant, I think was it, and then you just sacrifice all of the copies of the conspicuous Snoop and just basically burn out your opponent.
And it's a really cool combo because essentially it's a 2-card combo. All you need is a non-summoning stick Conspicuous Snoop, and then the moment you play a Boggart Harbinger, you effectively won if they don't have play to it. So that was a very, very quick game, quicker than I thought it would take, actually. So as far as
Yeah.
sideboards go, what are you looking for here?
Uh, Also, one thing I have to say about these two-card combo decks is, first of all, we are also looking at a Pyre of Heroes, so you could also like this guy can tutor up much quicker, and also the Bogart Harbinger can also look at the look up for the Snoop as well. So it's actually a list that can easily make its like find its combo quite quick consistently, I'd say.
Absolutely, especially with the Pyre of Heroes, because you have cards that you don't mind sacrificing, things like your Goblin Ringleaders. You really don't mind sacrificing Goblin Ringleaders to your pieces of like your Pyre of Heroes, especially because Pyre of Heroes not only puts it onto the top, but it puts it on the battlefield. So if you have a conspicuous Snoop or whatever, you can just start comboing off from the actual battlefield, which is really cool. But more often than not, you're more likely just going to be wanting to put your slinging lieutenants or your Boggart Harbinger is more likely where you're going to want to be. So you want to sacrifice your Mog War Marshal, which is good, your munitions experts. But as far as out of sideboards here, I'm definitely noticing. I feel like the edge goes to goblins here because they have four or three Chalice of the Void in the sideboard, which is definitely really really cool because it's one of those cards where you're like you don't really think it's gonna we would see playing goblins, but then when you look at the list, there's actually a remarkable lack of one drops. In fact, in the
Mm,
entire main deck, we have four Ether Vial and one Skirk Prospector as the entire one drop list. If you look at elves and one drops, you have four Heritage Druid, four Elvish Mystic, four Llanowar, four Nettle Sentinel. So realistically, unfortunately, Goblins is on the draw here, so it won't be as much of a deal to hit it on turn one. But turn two can still effectively shut off goblins pretty solidly, or shut off elves pretty solidly. Whereas the goblins has Plague Engineer, which is really good, but it's also in that situation of like, yes, it shuts down a lot of the goblins, but at the same time, it also really doesn't, considering there's not a lot of one or one. There are a lot of one toughness goblins, but the difference is it's not detrimental, especially considering that the combo revolves around a 2 power, 2 toughness goblin and another 2 power, 2 toughness goblin. So realistically, you're not going to shut down the combo itself because Conspicuous
technically,
Snoop does not die.
I gotta correct you on that. Technically, you can get the Bogart Harbinger because it's a 2-1. So if you wanted to, you could technically shut down the combo by it because then you couldn't copy the Bogart Harbinger a second time, like copy it once to then put the Sling Gang on top. So definitely, it is a possibility to decide the Plague Engineer in. I did look in. I think we are most likely going to see 3 Dismember and the Reclamation Sages coming in because you just have to have an answer for the combo because you don't want to just get killed so quickly again.
Hmm. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely Reclamation Sage I think is definitely coming in because not only does it hit things like Chalice if Lumbler decides to bring it in, but it also hits your Ether Vials and Pyre of Heroes, which obviously are extremely important in this deck. Pyre of Heroes, I feel like was exactly the card this deck needed to just push it to the next level. Whereas it wasn't exactly. It is now. It's. I don't know if it's exactly tier one, but it's one of those decks that is definitely a meta breaker. I feel like if you're gonna go for a style of meta breaker deck, I feel like Goblins is a really good shot here, especially with cards like Chalice of the Void. Because especially, let's say you do play a Skirk Prospector into Chalice of the Void, that's fine. You have Cavern of Souls. Cavern of Souls means that you can play your Skirk Prospector into a Chalice on one, and it'll still resolve because it can't be countered. The only problem is it does hit things like Thoughtseize or Unearth, but Thoughtseize and Unearth I don't really think you bring in against elves. So it's definitely really cool to see how you can sort of get around the potential downsides, especially like you play your Ether Vial on one if you have it in your hand, and then turn two you play Chalice. So it's because as far as I know, this deck actually doesn't have an ability to generate 2 mana on turn one anyway. So yeah, it's really cool, and I'm really excited to see how it gets handled here, and I'm really excited to see how the players decide what they are and aren't going to bring in. So
Yeah, I can definitely see that. But here's my question: Is it like is there like some merit to actually start taking out some of your one drops so you're not as depend like hard hit? Because the deck does play 2 Cavern of Souls, so like you have a like somewhat of an answer, and is like there's if there is there like actual some like merit if you're on the play to like put in Thoughtseize, or is it like better on the draw because then you can try to like take it out before their turn too? Because like that your opponent can't like like in Legacy where it's like okay, Ancient Tomb, tap the Ancient Tomb, Chalice on one, you're screwed. This deck at least has one like turn one at least to try and Thoughtseize it out of the hand. Like is it better like on the draw or maybe on the play? Because you just if the Chalice shuts you down so hard, you just gotta like somehow take it out.
Yeah, so I think that this is one of those situations where, as far as elves go, they just have to, because I feel like elves is in a situation where you run 16 one drops. So it's gonna be exceptionally difficult to cut enough one drops where chalice won't matter. So I feel like it's kind of futile to try to cut the one drops enough where it actually makes a difference. Although we just saw both players go. Well, we saw. Yeah, it looks like we just saw both players go land past 2 turns in a row. That's
Oh,
interesting.
this might
Both
be the
players.
control mirror match. We haven't seen it yet, but they're just playing Drago right now. This is
Well,
this is
that's not
kind of
really, I
scary.
feel like, what they want to be doing because there's not really a reason for that. It's not one of those matches where either player really has major controlling things. Like, sure, there are some things that take control, but for the most part, not really. Especially elves. Like, so elves just went Heritage Druid on turn 3 or 4, which is definitely weird. It's, I have no idea what's going on here. I'm curious to see what opening hands these players kept because there's no conspicuous snoop that's probably going to dump a Pashulik Mons on the battlefield, which is also a really cool card. But the Elvish Mystic or the Elvish Archdruid on what turn 3 or 4?
It was
That's
turn 3. It
yeah, they're
was
just a
turn 3.
bugger
Oh,
cards.
that's another combo. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
wow, just like
that was
that.
another. Yep. Like I said, I think there was definitely some like a reason to sideboard in the dismember, and he must have not had a dismember in hand. That's
Yeah, I'm just wondering what kind of hands that Marky kept here because that's oh, so he set it in Necromentia, which is a good side, and I forgot about that. So he did set
oh
the
yeah,
dismember. That's
that's
a good
actually a good
call.
one.
Plague Engineer. Okay.
I def if I was like I definitely yeah, like I said, the dismember is something I take put in. But now here's the question: when do you dismember? Do you dismember with the like with the trigger on the stack when it comes to like the tutor on the stack, or do you like let him tutor it up and then afterwards like before
In
you
my
can.
honest opinion, the moment you see the Snoop, you dismember it because the thing is, even if you're not comboing with the Snoop, it still has value.
Yeah,
It
okay.
still is playing stuff off the top and giving you long term value. It's not just a combo piece. So I think the moment you see the Snoop, you dismember it. But that's just me.
It's like a really messed up Lord's card.
Yeah, except while it doesn't actually buff your stuff, it actually more just gives you more long term value. Because while it while it lets you play goblins from the top of your deck, it also just lets you activate and well, obviously you want to do that with your Kiki Chiki and Slinging Lieutenant line. There's other lines you can take, things like Pashulik Mons you can pay for mana. It's just one of those things where it doesn't really seem, and even Skirk Prospector, you can literally just put Skirk Prospector on the top if for some reason you can't get away with your other things. If you just put Skirk Prospector on the top, that can also just straight up sack a bunch of goblins to generate value. It's just one of those cards that I think needs to be removed on site. So so there we go. Round one, we have goblins taking down elves. We have Lumbler taking down Princess Marky, which definitely is a matchup that I thought goblins would take it, but I did not think it would go this handily. It was definitely a matchup that I thought would have a significant more amount of play to it. So
Yeah. Do you think that with Uro being gone, like there were some control players that just basically stumbled on like the last, like on the last way to the finish line?
so yes, but I also feel like there's different styles of control decks. A lot of control decks didn't even play Uro. Like there were like the Stone Blade decks that some played Uro, some didn't. There were the Blue Eye Control existed for a while. I feel like well, Uro, yes, was extremely powerful for control builds. It was also just homogenizing the format as a whole and building whole other archetypes around it, where it wasn't as much of a strictly control card because it saw play in mid range. It saw play in everything that wasn't straight hard aggro. So, well, yes, I think it did make some control decks stumble, especially the Uro Omnath decks, which were just 4 color best cards ever printed in modern soup. I feel like while that may not be a strictly control deck, it also probably fits in the control deck role better than some other ones. But yeah, Uro did hurt a lot of the decks, but at the same time, I don't also think it actively sabotaged a lot of decks. I still think it was the correct banning. So
Yeah, I also find it quite interesting that in the last match, there was no creatures that actually did 90-degree angles there. It's quite interesting. No attacks ever were made during the match.
Yeah, technically there would have been if well, actually, no, they didn't have to be because yeah, that is actually really cool. No creatures attacked, which is actually really
No,
funny
no,
because if you look at it, a lot of these decks, while yes, they run a lot of creatures, they don't typically win by attacking. They both win by pseudo combos. So while the elf player typically, pumps a bunch of stuff and can win by attacking with things like Azuri, it also just usually wins by cocoing into Shaman of the Pact. Because Shaman of the Pact just, when there's a bunch of goblins, pings your opponent for 8, pings them for 10. And so while you might attack and get them down a little bit, you do get a big chunk of damage by putting Shaman of the Pacts on the battlefield. And goblins obviously also just combos without attacking, but can also win with attacking.
mm,
So we're sort of seeing a new breed of creature decks where we have the traditional excuse me, we have the traditional creature aggro of your spirits and your humans, which just win by attacking. You also have your other really interesting, cool creature combo decks with your goblins and your to a lesser extent, but to your goblins especially. So that's
yeah,
really
definitely.
cool.
Yeah, it was actually quite interesting. I gotta be honest, and because I was looking at some of like the creature lists where I'm like, yeah, I definitely assumed that they would be attacking, and then it's like, no, I'm just comboing off here. I was like, what?
Yeah, it's definitely there's a lot of really cool niche decks, especially like we're even seeing slivers pop up a little bit, which is a deck that I definitely didn't think would pop up very much, but it's actually slivers is starting to see play a significant amount, or at least more than seen in a very long time.
Is it
So
5 color slivers or is it just
yeah, it's 5 color slivers. It doesn't run the first sliver, but it runs things. It's just like 5 color sliver aggro, which is really cool, and I'm happy to see that too.
is it so I assume they're gonna run the Sliver Hive, the Unclaimed Territory, and the what's it called? The Ancient Ziggurat and also
Carnivals?
the Cavern of Souls, yeah. Because I mean,
Oh,
at that point you basically have like a 5 color consistent mana base.
yeah, and it typically just runs the 5 color creature mana base, which is funny because while we don't typically have there's sort of a go-to 5 color mana base when it comes to creatures, but there really isn't when it comes to non-creatures, because a lot of the 5 color lands are things like Cavern of Souls and Ancient Ziggurat and Unclaimed Territory, where yeah, they can tap for 5 colors, but they can only tap for 5 colors in certain situations. And while you have your 5 color lands, like your mana confluences and your City of Brasses, those deal a lot of damage to you over time. So it's definitely really interesting to see how they get handled.
Yeah, even Spire of Industry I think also deals 1 damage.
It does, yeah, and you also have to have an artifact for that to even do anything. Let's see. So it looks like we're catching up in the middle of this one. We have our resident humans player on the left, Unga, and I'm actually not sure who.
I mean, Eldrazi Tribal would be funny, but no, it's not gonna be that.
Yeah, no. Okay, there we go. So it looks like it's gonna be. Is this the Jund player or is this the
Oh, no, no,
Ponza?
this no, 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 I feel like if, it's gotta be red the red green Ponza player.
Okay, yeah, okay. So we have the. Let's see. Let me pull this up. I believe what
Can't
we're
be
looking
Naya
at
because
is
Naya
our.
would have been Metro.
Is it not Naya? It's
It's not Naya.
okay. So it's okay. So it's Dawes sauce then is what we're at, I believe.
Must be DOS sauce then, yep.
Okay. So we saw a turn one Stomper Ground into Bolt, which obviously Bolt the bird, except it's not a bird. It's a it's a
Bolt the
it's
Druid.
hierarch. But yeah. So we see Cavern of Souls over there, and obviously that's a really solid thing to be able to cast your humans. I mean, that's needless to say, especially when it provides all 5 colors for all humans. Especially with the human stacks, is there's as far as I know a grand total of one non-human it typically runs. Although this list is also running Skyclave apparitions. This list is all over the place. Actually, it's running a one of Phantasmal Image, a two of Settlement Mariner, a one of General Kudrow, a one of Militia Bugler, and a 1 of Skyclave apparition. That's interesting.
I mean, sometimes you just gotta play the one-ofs. I feel like this guy was just inspired by Gabe.
Never see Kite Sail Freebooter coming down, but unfortunately, as we know, you cannot take non-creature spells with Freebooter, and the problem is with these adventure creatures is those that Bone Crusher Giant is a not is a creature spell unless it's on the stack as an adventure. So we know that the poor Freebooter is gonna get stomped probably because unfortunately you cannot take the removal spell because it's a creature first and foremost unless it's on the stack. So it's definitely something that is a really cool interaction with that because while you actually cannot take the stomp because it's a creature, so you actually can't take the removal spell, so the freebooter is going to get taken away, which of course is sort of okay because it does take away one of your removal spells, but also can't sell freebooter is a card that you would like to see. Sorry, excuse me. It is a card that you would like to see stay because it's a flyer, and typically the red green Ponza lists survive off being able to gunk up the ground. Although there is a Glorybringer and an Elder Gargaroth in this, so
Also, I have to say the Kitesail Freebooter, yeah, I was assuming that the Blood Moon's coming down sometime in the future. But yeah, also the Kitesail Freebooter allows you to have perfect information when it comes to the game. So I feel like it's just an overall really good card.
that is also true. And so now we now see Blood Moon hit the field. So oh, there's a Dismember though.
Oof, that's 4 life
That
worth paying.
yeah, that is 4 life worth paying definitely. However, I'm so sorry. The 4 life worth paying definitely. However, but now we're in the situation of the table seem to have turned. There is a great card in this matchup, the Ariok Champion. It's a 4 of on the sideboard, and that's going to be a big detriment to this player because now there's a thing that gains Anga life and also just has protection from the red spells. So pretty much every removal spell or what have you in the entire red green Ponza deck is a red spell. It is a removal spell. You have your Flame Slashes, your Abrades, your everything about that just completely just gets nullified by that Ariok champion.
Yeah, but you can't. There's one thing that you can't forget: the Bone Crusher Giant Stomp ability. If
Yeah, it
it's
does
blocking,
actually protect, but the problem is it doesn't actually. I don't believe you can stomp the Ariok champion. I
no,
believe
no,
what
no,
you
no. What
have
you gotta do is you gotta attack. You gotta make him block, and then once the block is declared, then you gotta stomp so the protection doesn't prevent the damage.
but the problem is that Anga knows there's a stomp in Dawsos's hand, so you can't exactly fool them. It's more so you have to force them into doing it.
I'm not saying it's a good play. I'm just saying there's an out here.
There is an out technically, yes, that is true. So
I feel like this has to be a race for like get the glory bringer down as fast as possible and just 90-degree angles all day.
yeah, definitely that Ariok champion is gonna do a lot of work, and interestingly enough, Dawsos seems to have not played anything. So is this holding up something, or is this just well, there's another Ariok champion though, which
Oh god, this ouch.
and we do not see any Kozilek's returns in the sideboard of the red green deck, which is
Oh
interesting
shoot.
because oh, that's a lot of damage too. That's a Thalia's lieutenant, which is just going to buff every single one of those. Things are quickly turning south for Dot Sauce.
Also, that's 2 life.
That is also 2 life. Actually, no, it's 3 because the first Ariok champion triggered this. The second one triggered the first one, and then the Thalia's lieutenant triggered the 2 of them. So that's a total of 3 life gained this turn. So there's a stomp targeting the Thalia's lieutenant. Okay.
Well, before it's, at this point, this is just a champion of the parish that has done a lot of work. So I feel like it's, before it gets out of hand, you might as well just stomp it.
Yeah, I mean, especially it'll be out of stop range. I'm so sorry. It's a 2/2, which is right now where you want it to be, so you can still take it out with Stomp, but the problem is once it outgrows that, you can't take it out with Stomp, so if you're gonna take it out, you have to take it out now.
No, you
So
didn't have
there's
to
a
take it out
Flame
now
Slash.
because, the Thalia's Lieutenant, when it enters, it's just a 1/1. So there actually was
Right,
another
right,
shard to hold it
sorry,
up.
yeah, for some reason I
I feel
thought
like
it
he was just
it got a counter on it.
trying to be more efficient with his mana, because my assumption at this point is he was just trying to say, "Okay, hey, I'll stomp it this turn, next turn untap. If I draw a land, flame slash the one creature, the lieutenant, not lieutenant, the kite sail freebooter, and then play the bone crusher giant and try to just attack for lethal as much as possible. Like, just race my opponent."
Yeah, because especially in this situation, we're at the point where Anga is super far ahead as far as board state, and the problem is DOS Sauce really doesn't have a lot of actual return value. It's not one of those things you don't have a board wipe that can hit this because a lot of the red based decks run cards like Kozilek's Return to deal with the Ariok champions. That's kind of the common thing because while it's a red board wipe, it's technically colorless because it's devoid, so you can deal with these cards. But the problem is none of those exist in Dawes Sauce's sideboard or even main deck. You wouldn't run it main deck anyway, but it doesn't exist in the sideboard at all, which is a big problem because these Ariok champions are just going to keep getting bigger and keep dealing damage and keep gaining Anga life, which is going to be a big problem. Needless to say, it is a card that is obviously going to keep gaining value and keep putting the pressure on. And the problem is, not only can you not deal with it, but you also can't block it. Most of your creatures can't block it. Obviously, if you're things like your Gargaroths and your or your Gargaroths, which can, but outside of that, the only creatures in the entire main deck that I can see that can block it are the Singleton Gargaroth, Scavenging Ooze, which is a 2 of, an Arboroth, and there's one more Gargaroth in the sideboard. But aside from that, nothing else can block it either, which is obviously scary because those are just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and more dangerous.
Yeah. I definitely feel like, with the 2 Arioks now down, I doubt that there's actually even a chance for a DOS to come back because it's just brutal at this point. I mean,
What is that?
that's a Seasoned Pyromancer. Discards 1 card, draws 2, makes what was it, did he
Discards
discard
blood right now.
twice?
Well,
Yeah, he
he's
doesn't have
only
the
at
mana.
3 lands, so what
Yeah,
I'm thinking is he needs to hit a
been mana
Gargaroth
brutal.
like right now. The problem is none
No,
of
that
those creatures can block.
that doesn't work because you have to draw land this turn. And then you have to also either have either you have to draw 2 lands now, Gargaroth next turn, or you have to draw Gargaroth land and then another land in your next turn. And even
Yeah,
then,
or ideally, well, yeah, you need he only drew 2, so yeah, looks like that's it. There's the
like,
also
does
with the yeah,
Gargaroth gain life? Because I think you even need Gargaroth to gain life at this point.
it
Yeah,
does
you can
gain
gain
life.
3 life with it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it does gain life. It's Gargaroth is sort of the more expensive, more valuable questing beast in a way, even though it doesn't have haste, it has your vigilance, reach, trample with 3 different abilities depending on where you want to be. So,
Yeah, I feel like the Gargaroth, like, from a control player's perspective, because I play a lot of controlled, Gargaroth is a lot more scary. I mean, if it depends on how many planeswalkers you play, because if you play a lot of planeswalkers, you definitely say the questing beast is the scarier option. Otherwise, it's the Gargaroth because that creature is just like, oh yeah, you want to target this, draw a card. I want to attack, draw a card. Do this, draw a card. It's like stop drawing cards. That's not a green ability.
it looks like we saw our humans player take this one down against red green. So, definitely we're seeing some of the I would honestly say that the Blood Moon deck typically would be favored, but also
Yeah,
clearly not.
that's
But
what I was
also
expecting.
the difference is this red green player is not playing actual Blood Moons, they're playing Magus of the Moons, which means they're opening themselves up to removal on
Die.
the creature, whereas creature removal is usually much more common and played than your enchantment removal. So it's way easier to get rid of your Magus than it is of your actual moon, which is an interesting play here. I definitely I understand why because it is also just an attacker, the 3 mana 2/2 that can attack and block. But you're also opening up your Blood Moon to way more removal. You know, if Dawes had played Blood Moon instead of Magus of the Moon, that Dismember wouldn't have been able to take it down. it wouldn't have been able to. So then Anga would have been completely out of it as far as, well, I don't have access to colors anymore.
Yeah,
So that
also
is, go ahead.
yeah, also one thing I was going to say is when you play Blood Moon, the only out would be a Skyclave, but if I remember correctly, like the humans list doesn't play enough white sources. I, I'm not even sure if they play
It
either
has
them
Ether
up.
Vial, which is usually how it gets around, because
Oh,
if it
okay,
has an
okay.
Ether Vial, it can usually get around the Blood Moon. But and also Ether Vial can be played off mountains. But the problem is if you don't have an Ether Vial on like turn 1 or turn 2, by the time the Ether Vial is even, high enough in counters to be able to vial in your thing, you're already close to dead. Because the red green Ponzilla survives and thrives off of playing a Blood Moon as quickly as possible. Usually that involves turn 2. So it wants to play Forest Elf or Forest Sprawl into Blood Moon, because that just shuts down a lot of decks, as we've seen and come to know that Blood Moon is very good at that. So you would think that a 5 color deck that runs what, 1 or 2 basics total, it runs 1 island and 1 plains, would not be well suited against Blood Moon, but well, it's not suited against Blood Moon, it's suited against Magus of the Moon, but yeah, it's still definitely a weird thing to see. So it's really cool to kind of see it do that. So
Yeah. Also, I gotta say the one thing I do really enjoy about the humans list is like it's kind of hard for them to just flood out because the humans list just plays 50 out of the 20 lands it's playing. Five of them have the ability to just be sacrificed and draw a card. So I feel like the deck can easily also just be like, yep, by the way, just sack this, draw another card, keep the gas going, and just it's disruption, it's attack, it's disruption, and also it provides a really nice clock at the same time. It's making the disruption happen. So I feel like the deck is just overall a really nice, a really nice and sweet list.
definitely, especially, before Modern Horizons came out, there was only the Horizon Canopy that was in there. But because other ones were printed, they were able to go, okay, I'll run some Horizon Canopies, but also run some other colors because I use other ones. It was kind of lucky that your humans ran green and white somewhat heavily already, but now you can run your other non-green white lands too. So sorry. I am so tired. I'm so sorry. Um,
Yeah,
but so now it looks like we're looking at Macrossman versus Tacos, which is your Spirits versus Jund matchup. And what's really funny is
okay.
even though we have 2 full Jund players, this is the first time we're seeing Jund. So, and it's definitely interesting because Spirits seems to have brought in Rest in Peace, which it's
Yeah.
definitely an interesting choice. It just go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, the Rest in Peace is a really good choice in my opinion because it just shuts down the Tarmogoyf, and I think the Spirit player just if they can shut down the Tarmogoyf and be like, hey, you know what, do whatever you want, the 2/1s and the 2/3s are just not really a threat because I can just Lords and have bigger spirits than like the Tarmogoyf is the only big creature in your deck, and if you can just make sure that it is the only like that is not even a big creature, you can just absolutely just ride it to victory. You know what I'm saying?
But it also shuts down your Ren and 6 upticks, and you can uptick it, but there's no reason to because you're not targeting a land, so it just becomes effectively a 3 of Lava Dart. It shuts down your scavenging use to the point where it's only ever going to be a 2/2. You also can't gain the life. Not that it's always relevant, but it is relevant sometimes where you can't gain the life. Things like Hooligan's Command, you can't pick up a creature from your graveyard, so realistically, you can only destroy an artifact, deal 2 damage, or just have your opponent discard a card. So obviously, those are still good, but it's one of those things where it's definitely interesting that it's not doing that. There's also the Baron Moor line in your with your Ren and 6, where one of the things that the Gen decks would like to do, especially late game when both players are kind of top decking, is you would cycle your Baron more and then uptick your Ren and 6 to pick it up and cycle it again. So you're effectively drawing 2 cards a turn with your Ren and 6, which obviously that's also off the table. So now you just have a tap land that cycles, which is still okay, but it's definitely really interesting. And I think that's a rattle change that just hit the battlefield in response to what I think was a bolt targeting the spell queller.
It's a bolt, and I think the bolt took one of the Inquisition there, and he was trying to make. Oh, okay, so we just mistimed it. Okay, so the thing is, the rattle chains was cast, and in response to the rattle chains, doing anything fishy, he was like, "I'm gonna bolt the spell queller." So this could open up I think the Inquisition that's just on that's on the field there. So this could be very scary at this point.
Yeah, that Inquisition will definitely have perfect information and take out because I don't think there's anything more than 3 mana in the entire deck. So, oh, well, there's a path. So it's just lands in the Spirits player's hand now. So that's definitely interesting because now, well, yes, there's a 1/1 beater that can deal with your potential spells. The problem is you just have a 1/1 now. So you need to start getting some lords quickly. You need to start getting some protection because although there is a Moorland Haunt, which is relevant, but it's also not with Rest in Peace. The Moorland Haunt doesn't do anything with Rest in Peace because you need to exile stuff from the graveyard.
Yeah.
So yeah,
So
this exile creature card put a 1/1 white spirit, but it doesn't do that. So that's definitely one of the problems with that.
I wonder how many cards the Jund player is holding in his hand because oh, is that the one with the hexproof and +1/+1 or am I seeing that wrong? That camera glare is just amazing.
Yeah, it is a little difficult to see, but that's honestly the best we're gonna probably get at this point. So yeah,
I feel like because he tapped 3 and it looks like a multicolored card, this might be like I said, the one with hexproof and it's a lord. So if that is, if that is, yeah, so because that now means he attacked for 3 this turn. Next turn he can attack for I think 4. So putting on the pressure.
yeah, which is entirely relevant, especially this is obviously it's not as much of a race as some other aggro matchups, but because we have Jund, which is that Bloodbraid Elf on the battlefield right now? It is, right?
Yeah, I think it cascaded into a Inquisition if I didn't see that incorrectly a couple turns.
Oh,
Oh,
there's a Lily though.
hmm,
So Lily's gonna Edict
yeah,
and sacrificing this- the the
yeah. That because when you top deck another spirit, you can at least lord it up.
yeah, that is true. The Moss Wanderer is definitely a card that I feel like is better early game to deal with your Thoughtseize effects, but so there you go, sacking the land to try to draw a card, and I have no idea what that is.
It's a camera. It's lighting. I don't know
Yeah,
what else it is. So I feel like this either is what's it? Not
probably a lure,
yeah.
if
I
I had to
forgot what the one's
guess.
called again. Because this is that two mana blue lore that gives the +1/+1.
Supreme Phantom.
Supreme
So we
Phantom.
have
Yeah,
Supreme Phantom, we have Drog Skull Captain. Looks like those are the main lords this deck uses, which yeah, those are the main ones.
yeah.
So it's yeah, probably Supreme Phantom because we saw one land tap and 2 mana tap. So yeah, that's probably what it is, the Supreme Phantom. So
Let's quickly check out what the list is running.
yeah.
I mean, I think it's quite easy to see that it is the Drog Skull Captain because it's a multicolored card. I think they don't run too many multicolored cards other than Spell
No, no,
Queller.
I'm more so referring to the one that we can't see because of glare that's untapped.
That's called
So
bad luck.
yeah, it looks like it's pretty obviously a Supreme Phantom at this point, was what we can probably hope to think that it is, especially because the Drog's still attacked, so we can assume they're gonna try to push through the damage of 3, probably. So
I mean, there's no reason not to attack. So I feel like attacking is like it's not a hint in any way, shape, or form.
yeah, especially if that Drog School captain is buffing the Supreme Phantom, that means the Supreme Phantom has 4 toughness, which means it can actually cleanly block the it can block the Bloodbraid Elf because the Bloodbraid Elf is a 3/2, and it'll be a 2/4, meaning that it can cleanly block and kill the Bloodbraid Elf. And there's another Bloodbraid Elf, though. Let's see what it cascades into.
Lightning bolt.
Into a Lily. So Lily hits the field.
It's gonna be
And
another
if I had to
Edict.
guess, I would say it's gonna try to Edict again. But there's a Fatal Push. Yeah, so now he's gonna have to sack, and then he can Fatal Push the other one. Yeah.
No. Well, you have to have
Yeah,
revolt
so he
up
tried to
to actually
yeah, he
be able
tried
to
to
get the
Fatal Push,
proc.
but he can't because it's text-proof.
Did he have revolt up? Because you
Yeah,
can
did he
only
have
do that when.
Revolt? Oh, right, yeah, because the Liliana ETP'd and took out the other one, so the other one left the battlefield, that's right, okay. And is that that looks like a Selfless Spirit? Or a Remorseful Cleric? I think it's actually a Remorseful Cleric, which is honestly probably the worst one you can have while there's a Rest in Peace on the battlefield. That's kind of just a
Oh,
two yeah,
that's
there we go,
game.
there's another one, yeah. That's not really gonna do much when there's a Remorseful Cleric is probably one of the worst ones you could have gotten while there was a Rest in Peace on the battlefield, so
I mean, it can technically stop a Kolaghan's command. If it's no, no, you can't, right? No, it can't. I'm talking nothing good. Are they shuffling up for another game, or is it still, or are they over now? Ooh, we might have some game 3 action here, mates.
so game 3 means that so Tacos won that, which means that Macross Man will be on the play, which is actually super important, I feel, for Macross Man, because this situation where this is a Thoughtseize deck. This is a deck that's going to take your best card. So you being on the play and being able to get out ahead of that with whatever you need to resolve, whether that's a Mausoleum Wanderer or an Ether Vial. But I feel like this is the situation where you need to have either your Ether Vial or your Mausoleum Wanderer in play on turn 1, because you need that to resolve and start to do things, because otherwise you're going to kind of fall behind and you need to get out ahead, especially if it's an Ether Vial. Ether Vial is extremely important if you look at this matchup, because it gives your creature pseudo flash. It's not actually flash, but what happens is, let's say you have one card in hand, your opponent's like, cool, I thought so. You're like, cool, I'm just going to Ether Vial it instead. So it actually does have a significant long-term value. So, and it provides that outlet of dumping whatever you need onto the battlefield before your before your your opponent can take it out of your hand. So that is really cool, actually.
I feel like Aether Vial's a lot less good when your opponent has Liliana in the deck, because this just
Yeah.
forces you to play it at awkward times. Like Wanderer may be a good thing. I feel like Wanderer, because you can just sacrifice Wanderer and be like, no, 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 you don't get to look at my hand. But if you have double Supreme Phantom, I'd actually not sacrifice the Wanderer to a Thoughtseize, because it's just such a tempo swing if it is. A lot of people think that the control mirror matches go really long, but I can tell you, a turn 3 resolve to fairy is an easy win. It's all good. We're just watching some mulligan action. Yeah, this is my favorite thing about just modern or just a lot of the decks in general. It's like when it's not a monocolored deck, it's like, oh yeah, I'll be running almost no basics. I just love the cleansing strip mine cycle.
All right, it looks like we had Juke step away briefly. So, hi everyone. I'm streaming right now. You might know me as Bradzifer, and usually I cast the Pioneer perspective or the Pioneer Invitationals. So, I'm stepping in for Juke while we are also streaming simultaneously. Hi, Scratch. How are you?
I'm doing great. How you doing, mate?
You know, I'm having fun. So,
Hey, that's
yeah.
the best we can ask for.
Now, when it comes to this game three, I know you guys are talking about how big it is to be on the play for Spirits here. Now, do you think that gives them the edge here on this game three moving forward against Jund?
I really don't know. This, in my opinion, this really depends on the opening hand the Jund player has, because if the Jund player just has enough removal, I think this could easily just be like, oh yeah, no, I'm just gonna keep removing your creatures, and I'm not sure how high the threat density is, or like, because I don't play spirits, because sometimes it's like you just draw a bunch of lands in a row. Oh
Of
yeah, this
course.
is okay. You know what? I take back everything I say. Take everything back. This is this is the necessary start they need because at this point, now it's just the tempo swing because I've played against Spirit a couple of times, and Spirits easily can just at this point be like, okay, next turn play another Spirit, attack for 2, and yeah, this, in my opinion, this is a really, really important play. Are we seeing the Inquisition? From past experience, it's usually better to play into the Force Spike than actually let your opponent uh, continuously basically just um, tap you down 1 mana.
Yeah, of course. And we're seeing a bolt come in, hitting the Phantom
I hope he sacrificed
or the
the
Wanderer, I should say.
sacrificed the counter unless he pays 1. You know, sometimes you just gotta have fun playing the game.
Yeah, of course. Gotta make him have it.
Yeah, yeah.
And we see
Thalia. Ooh,
Thalia.
this is a
Ooh,
nice one.
that's a good one to come in.
I just like the Thalia, and it's like fourth turn Bloodbraid Elf on top is just Liliana, and it's like, nope, this doesn't do anything. So Brad, when it comes to the Pioneer, because you know there's no fetches there, would you think Pioneer, like when it came to like a power level, would they just benefit so greatly from a from fetches being in the format?
From which one being in the format?
From just fetches being in the format. Let's just say only
Oh,
the.
I don't want fetches in the format.
I'm just saying from like a mana-based perspective. Do you think there would be a lot more basics being played, or do you think it's? How do you think that would look?
Um, I think it would just make for the format to be modern light, and we don't want that. We want the format to be pioneer, to have like its own voice, its own flavor, and making it so that it's modern light doesn't really make for a good format.
I can see that point. I'm not advocating for it to be on them to be unbanned. I'm just, sometimes you just gotta ask yourself, what if?
When I ask myself what if when it comes to fetch lands and pioneer, it makes me want to cry. I don't know if I'd want to play Pioneer with fetchlands, because then you look at like four color Omnath would be so much better, Nivtile would be so much better, and these are
Oh yeah,
decks that I
definitely.
don't want to be super powerful in the format. We just saw them being powerful before we banned Teferi, and giving
And
them more tools. Yeah, of course, giving them more tools is
and
too much for that. For all the other, because the other decks, their mana base gets better as well. It's one of those things, you in theory you think you lift up the entire format and all the decks around it, but in reality, you just totally bring these other few decks above the rest of the field, because Rakdos Pyromancer, a two-color deck, gaining fetch lands is not the same impact as 4-color Omnath or 5-color Nivtolite gaining fetch lands, you know?
Yeah, I can definitely see that. The whole format plays a lot differently, and I feel like it's just the defining part about Pioneer and not having fetch lands.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I completely see that. But like I said, sometimes I just ask myself, what if? What if I didn't play Sphinx's Revelation? Then I always say playing Sphinx's Revelation.
Let's see. It looks like the Jund player has 2 cards in hand. I'm sorry. So Abrupt Decay coming in targeting the Selfless Spirit. The Spirits player actually has 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, Selfless Spirit. I mean, you want to like sacrifice? Oh, because you can't activate
Yeah, you got to kill
the
the Selfless Spirit first.
explosives. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't
Okay, so he's sacking to give everything else indestructible for the turn, just to force him to do
I
something
don't
against the speed. But
honestly
he's
get the
tapped out
point of
anyway.
leaving up the colorless land because at
Uh,
this point, like, you just bluff having something else. I mean, technically.
Man, that glare. I didn't quite hear what the player said it was when he ETB'd it. I'm
I think
trying
it's
to read it.
another. It feels
Is
like
that
this might
Selfless
be another
Spirit?
Selfless
It
Spirit.
does look like it, yeah.
Yeah, because of the dark left side. That's the only reason I can see it.
Let's take a look. Yeah, it looks
Yeah.
like it is a Selfless Spirit.
Yeah. Also, there's very important that the engineer explosive is out because as soon as the Jund player is able to make sure that the opponent doesn't have any selfless spirits, it's just, oh yeah, I'll just have a board wipe for basically all of your deck. I mean, there are some 1-drops, some 3-drops, but most of the deck does play around 2, so it's basically like playing against Boggles and having it up at 1.
Oh yeah, definitely powerful, but not when you have something that just like, hey, I survived board waves now. So you got to get rid of the Selfless Spirit again, unfortunately. And we see our Jund player really thinking it over, trying to figure out what he wants to do here with his open mana. And he's
Oh, that's
tapping
4 mana.
for
This must be a blood break. Oh,
Lily because of Thalia.
I forgot. She costs 1 more.
Yeah, that's not the worst thing ever, I guess.
True.
They could -2. Yeah, there's the edict.
Yeah, if you -2, you gotta. I feel like if they edict you, it's like, do you want to keep the selfless sphere to like keep the pressure up? I don't know.
I think you keep the
It's,
Thalia. Maybe the.
I think I'd actually sacrifice the Thalia, and here's my reason for it, because as soon as you now start playing more spirits,
uh,
the selfless spirit is like always remaining out there and be like, yeah, I'm here to screw up your day.
yeah, that
And
makes
if you
sense.
sacrifice if you sacrifice the spirit, like, I mean, the Thalia having first strike, in my opinion, almost does nothing in this. Like, it does something, like against Bloodbraid Elf, but
Mm. And he does sacrifice the
yeah.
Thalia.
Also, the flying is very hard for the Jund player to block, so
I do
I
agree with that.
okay, so
So he's actually going
technically,
in after Liliana. So Liliana is in the yard now.
okay, so technically we can start making spirit tokens with the I forgot what the land name was. Now, so this is actually quite important because this means he doesn't truly have to. It's kind of hard to say overextend, but at this point now he can easily just put the pressure on with the tokens and just let his opponent be like, I'll have to either sack it, like sack the explosives, which is very good for you, or
Mm.
Dreadboard. Also, the tokens are zero CMC, so it's actually quite funnily. It's gets around the engineered in another like really weird way.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta sacrifice it to give all creatures indestructible. There's no reason not to do it.
And what is the token on board right now?
The token is from it's a land where you can like exile a creature from your graveyard. You make a 1/1 flying spirit token.
Oh,
So
nice.
it's you remember Keswick Wolf Run?
Yes.
Okay, it's from the same cycle except for it's Azorius.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah, that's the land. I mean, I don't remember the rest of the cycle. I only remember that. This feels like unplayable.
Well, I mean, it's probably the same thing as the that Eldraine cycle. You had Mystic Sanctuary and then all the other ones.
Well, at least I feel like the black one had some kind of merit.
Yeah, but like it's not even back to your hand. I think isn't it back on top of the library?
I mean, Mystic Sanctuary puts it back on top of your library.
Yeah, but with fetch land, oh, yeah, that's right. Fetch lands makes it a little bit better, but it's essentially going to your hand. But maybe Cascade Shenanigans is pretty cool with putting on top of your library, I guess.
Yeah. I'm not sure if you really like if you're going that hardcore into Cascade, might as well just
Play a better
like I
Cascade
mean it's
deck.
banned now. Yeah, like build something more because I feel like if you're trying to go Mystic into that, it just feels like you're just going to set up too much. I mean,
Yeah.
yes, with fetch lands it's possible, but I mean in Pioneer, first of all, we don't have Cascade. Second of all, we don't
Oh, in
have
Pioneer,
the
there's
fetch.
no Pioneer's great for that because you have and there's no Thalia coming down because of Transmogrify, the Fires deck. Because the new Raven's Warning saga is played, and it's cool because when the Chapter 3 resolves, you essentially wish for a card in your sideboard and you put it on top of your library, and then you can transmogrify, and then just like you get like
Guaranteed.
the Cosmo Serpent, right, and put it on top of your library from your sideboard with the Raven.
Mm.
And you're like, okay, cool, Mogrify, we get this now. Like so, really cute in the deck now.
I was thinking about trying it out in blue-white control, but I was like, I have to tap out on turn 3 for this? Hell no.
Yeah, and if you're tapping out on turn 3 and it's not for 3 fairy, what's the point?
I definitely agree. Even divination is as sad as it is to say. It's like it's not my favorite card, but I really just enjoy just draw 2 cards.
Yeah. Look at all these little birdies he's got.
It's not birdies, it's spirits.
Yeah,
Gotta be in the spirit of things.
they're flyers, right? They're 1/1 flyers.
Yeah, they're flyers.
Okay, well they're dead
Uh,
birds. Let's go with that.
yeah. Hologram birds. Got some Star Wars action up here.
Now it's really weird, like watching Jun just sit there and like do nothing for the last like what 3 or 4 turns.
Maybe it's like something we're missing. He's like trying to set up Twiddle Storm, but he doesn't want to show it.
I mean, maybe.
No, I doubt it. I really don't know exactly what's going on.
He's just flooding out, I guess.
Range / control deck, and it's like, oh yeah, I'll just be flooding, and then you're like, nope.
That definitely feels bad.
When the
He just passed it right back. And
flooding.
look, he's doing nothing. That was make it more
I know the
spirits.
feeling of like having 5 lands in hand, and their opponent's like, how many cards do you have in hand? 5, and they're like, oh, it's 3 counter spells, and in reality, it's just 5 lands, and they just don't know the reality.
You're like, please play around these counter spells I don't have. Please play around them.
I'm bluffing something that's non-existent. Please play around it. Okay, so we might be seeing.
He's popping it.
It's just the cracks for 2 less damage. He's flooding. This is a sign. I mean, you can. It's not guaranteed that you can put your opponent on flooding, but if your opponent has to sacrifice the engineered explosive just so he can take less damage from a Thalia, I definitely would go to fetch at this point, unless like it reduces the clock by 1 turn. I wouldn't fetch, but I'm not exactly sure of the life total at this point. But definitely fetch to try to thin the deck.
The live totals right now looks like it's Tacos at 6, Macros is at 16.
Okay, at this point it doesn't matter. I think if you fetch or you no. Oh my God, there's a card.
Bye
I'm
bye.
not sure if I would have actually. Oh, it's a exile your
Yeah, it
graveyard.
was the cleric.
Are you playing around rattle chains next turn to like at the end of your turn rattle chains just so you like? I personally would have fetched there just to try to thin out the deck.
I don't know what they're looking for. Hey, running 6. Hey, boy.
Oh, red and 6. This could be huge. Minus, get one of the tokens. Because here's the thing: do you want to attack red and 6 now, or do you want to just like keep the aggro going and just attack the player?
It depends what's in his hand. Like if he drops a Supreme or a Supreme Phantom here, that's
lethal.
yeah.
I think I'd go for face either way. No, it's 6
You,
life.
you
Yeah, it's
he's
6
at 6, so you put him at 3. He kills
No,
another. What's it called? Kills another
Oh, you have a
token.
Thalia and a no, you have a okay, so you could actually do it because what the thing is like you attack for 3, he takes it down, you make another one at the end of turn, you
Yeah.
attack another time for 3, and then it's lethal.
Well, we heard a very large sigh coming from the Spirits player, so that tells me he did not top deck a Supreme Phantom.
Well, it doesn't matter because I feel like either way, because
Is
what's
that
that?
is that a Phantom?
Is that
He just did.
that's the bluff.
What?
You're slow rolling. I love the slow roll.
What a liar!
He didn't lie. Oh, is that what's that?
That's a
Kolaghan's
Kolaghan's
command?
command.
Like, what do you want to buy? There's nothing in your graveyard. Like,
Hold on.
discard
He's
that.
it's a 1/3 though, so he hits like a token and then nothing.
Yeah, you gotta hit a token. It's a 2. You gotta hit one of the 2/2 tokens for 2 damage. Then you make him discard a
He
card.
did. Yeah, I made him discard, so he discards
Yeah, that's the
a
only viable option. Like, what artifact you want to
rest in peace.
destroy?
Oh, he went for Ren, so Ren's dead.
Oh,
So it looks like he did one at Ren, two at a face.
you must have gone
And
like
there's the
2 at
land,
red.
there's the scoop.
Oh no! Just, like I said, as soon as you see your opponent having to like sacrifice it just to kill the Thalia,
Oh, I know.
I felt like he was just flooding.
Yeah, that was a rough
It's like
experience for Jund.
it's that moment when you're like, sure, I'll let that resolve. And your opponent's like, does he have a Force of Will in
Well,
his
I
hand?
mean, the biggest problem with stuff like that is like, you seemingly have answers, right? We saw some fatal pushes, we saw some abrupt decays, we saw like Thalia, or I'm sorry, not Thalia, but Liliana of the Veil come down with like multiple edicts. Like he was eating through spirits, but just eventually he just started flooding out, and then spirits just kept drawing more action. So like you can't win that way, unfortunately. And especially not having a threat of your own as being a Jund player.
Yeah. Also, yeah, like I said, and then like, do you sideboard out the Tarmogoyfs?
Seems a
I think
little.
I'd actually sideboard out the Tarmogoyfs, keep in the removal, because you gotta like take care. Then, but you don't have any like land destruction. See, this is the problem.
Oh yeah.
So problem number 1, you're not running Blood Sun. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, this just happens because even if he would have had, a treetop village, he could have attacked for 3 each turn. I feel like that could really just put the pressure on your opponent. Be like, hey, either you start blocking, or you chump block, or you double block, and at least I get something from you.
I
And if it's
believe.
3,
Sorry, I believe that was the last game too for this round. So I think we're about to be moving to the next round.
I'm hoping that was the last game too, because I mean, I want to see some more magic, man.
Yeah. Looks like other results. We saw some of the other two ones. 2-0 Lumber, 2-0 Anga, and or Anga, and then 2-0 Metro got it as well as.
Jeez Louise, they're just
So
going straight through it.
a lot of
2-0,
2-0s. I think this game we just watched, the Jund and Spirits, was the only game of this round that went to game 3.
Yep, that is. That's interesting.
So let me go take
So
a check and see what's going on.
no, I think Nameless has to just put it in and then be like, let's go. Oh, there we go. Invitational. It's updated. Let's see. Do we know what where's the update? Just trying to see. Under pairings? No.
If you look at bracket, it does. There's the link is in there for invitational bracket.
Oh, okay. So it's like oh, there we go. I didn't look. I didn't even know there was like a link. Just
Now you
kept
know.
looking at the other things. Okay. So who's on stream? Is that just the top table, I guess?
It's whatever table we want.
Okay, what do you want? Goblins, humans, spirits, Naya midrange, Jund. Oh, you want to have the Jund mirror match?
Oh my god, that actually sounds really fun to watch. Or we can see
Okay.
Panza versus elves. That sounds interesting.
Okay.
There's
Okay,
goblins
let's
versus humans, spirits versus Naya, Jund versus Jund. That sounds like a nightmare. And then Panza versus
man.
elves. Actually,
Okay,
chat.
let me
For those of you in chat right now listening and viewing this beautiful broadcast so far, what do you guys want to see? Do you guys see the Jund mirror? Want to see Panza and elves, spirits and Naya, or humans and goblins? So I'm seeing, let's see, one person says Naya. I got Panza versus elves. we got a hot second before we can hop into it because they're just about to get started in a second.
I mean, I think this might be the only time other than a Ponza mirror match that we are going to see. That's all. It's like,
Tacos, you can't say the Junmir if you're in the Junmir. Get out of here.
I mean, I'd actually do that if I was. I mean, I'd be the kind of guy that'd be like, hey, let's play let's watch the mirror just because I'm in it.
I got a few people going Ponza. What's the one person say Goblins? I think we're so far voting on Ponza elves. It looks like
Ponza elves. Isn't that what we saw game one? Oh no, that was elves
it
against
was elves humans, wasn't it?
goblins.
Oh no,
Elves
goblins.
goblins.
Goblins. That's right.
And then we saw Ponza humans. Okay, so is this like, do you guys want to just see Ponza versus some tribal? Is this Ponza X tribal?
Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. We'll take a look.
So should I get them to the table, the one made,
Um,
or do we just want to
have they
make them
already
like?
posted the table?
I feel like they might have just posted a table because I feel like just having one setup table is just not efficient.
Ponza's bad versus tribal. I mean, it might be. It probably is. Scratch, you probably know
Who
more
knows?
than I do.
Ponza versus tribal. The thing is, this really depends on like, how fast the start is, like on the tribal side. I think, because you can easily like have an elder, like if they just like pop out an elder Gargaroth like turn three, it's like, oh yeah, this is gonna be a nightmare for you because I'm just gonna either make three threes. Yeah, he's mostly just gonna be making three threes at that point. And just be like, okay, I'll just block whatever you're just throwing at me. Um, I'm not sure about the elves list getting blood moons kind of hard. I mean, yes, the black mana might just be hit, but like after a certain point, I feel like also just if you resolve a turn one land war elves or some like elvish mystic, you can easily still have your green mana. So I don't
Yeah.
know.
I'm still looking for links. I only have 2 tables to look at right now, and so far the only 2 tables I have visible to me would be the Naya Spirits game and the Humans Goblins game.
Naya spirits. That sounds like a fun deck.
Oh, Taco just put his in, so that's the Jund one. So the only I'm just missing the one table, which is elves and what's it called? All right, I just got word to stay at the table that we're in. Looks like we're having someone come to us.
Okay, hey, let's just let that happen. You know, why go somewhere when you can make them come to you?
You know, that is usually the best way to go about it. That's why Uber Eats is so fantastic.
Shameless plug.
I mean, I will say though, my one gripe about Uber Eats is like, why did it take a global pandemic for them to finally have the option of like no contact delivery and just leave it at your door? Like that's ridiculous to me. Like that should have always been a thing, always been an option. Why did it take literally the worst thing ever in the world to happen for them to be like, you know what? Yeah, let's just drop their stuff off at the door. Like, why can't you do that normally? Hopefully,
I mean,
this should
it's
stick
also
around.
great. It took a global pandemic for me to be able to play at 2 a.m. at 2 a.m. be able to play Magic in my pajamas.
I mean, I don't know what was stopping you from going to your LGS wearing pajamas.
I mean, at 2 a.m.
Oh, break in, I guess.
I might as well just like get the keys and just go in there and be like, hey, we're hosting a 2 a.m. tournament. No,
Hey, I mean,
I always
yeah, that would be
I
fun.
play Legacy, and Legacy is always on 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. It's like, oh yeah, I wake up at like 10 at that. Like I wake up at 10 every Saturday just because I play too
I've been
long.
told that I may have to let people in, but I don't have anything of like letting people in. Like, I'm not getting any
I can't let people
notifications.
in. I can let people into mine. One's coming. Oh, you're at
Uh,
the table you're at. Oh, that was a table created by someone else. You don't even have
yeah,
like
Macros
permission.
Man is the one that's doing it, so it's not gonna work. It's Macros Man's table, so
Should
I
we
can't
just
let
get them
anyone.
to?
Just
Should
make
I
their
just post my link
name us a
again?
real and just have them make their own table, and I'll join it.
Yep.
Sometimes
Which table are
things.
we joining again?
I believe we're doing elves and Ponza.
Yep. That it's gonna be interesting. let's just look at the sideboards because I really want to see how that might affect something. Okay, so I got this. I don't have the elves, the pawns of this. Gee. Let's get the deck lists.
Is the elves list running Pyre of Heroes like the goblins list was?
No, that was the goblin list.
Oh,
You might be getting your list confused with that.
I'm also thinking of Pioneer because Pioneer the elves list runs Pyre.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Alex runs it in his pioneer list.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. It's not fun to play against as a control player, but you know.
Well, I mean, I'm sure everyone else can say the same thing about playing against you.
Hey, I at least compromised and put in one Shark Typhoon as a win con.
Well, only one? That's like an amazing card. I would have like my controller says 3 of them in the main, and I have one on the side.
Nah, dude, each Shark Typhoon you put in is one less counterspell in the deck.
I only need like 6.
Okay, yeah, we have different amounts. I run 10 main board, and then if I can usually sideboard it about like 15 to 16.
All right, we got the table up. I am joining it right now.
By the way, I like quick games. Sarcasm. Yeah, we forgot to check the sideboarding.
All right, we're joining this one.
I think you definitely bring in the Reclamation Sages again. No, wait. Is that the one running with the Blood Moon? No Blood Moon. Like, no, you don't need Reclamation Sage at this point.
My favorite
What
thing
do you
about
bring
joining
in?
these lobbies is like when people are going like, why are there so many Brads joining the game?
There's just Brad is such a lovely person that you just gotta have as much as possible of him.
Oh, why thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, mate. I love how the elves list plays so many one drops that it comes to the point where it's like I'm just gonna start cutting lands because my Llanowar elves basically places one of them.
Let me flip around this guy. Oh, what a polite player. All right, so
Did he?
one of the players is saying, just let me know if glare is ever an issue, and I'll move the card for you. What a wonderful thing.
Yeah, it's like my opponent's like, I can't see your graveyard. I'm like, yeah, just ask me. I'll tell you what's in my graveyard.
So we
I
have
don't bother to.
we have Saucy Boy over here on the right.
So the right side is the Ponza list. Left side is going to be our elf player. Is that Street Fighter sleeves? Or am I seeing that? Am I seeing that right? Chung Li anime style?
You love to see it.
Yeah, it's like the Chung Li anime style. Definitely could put those next to the Narset and like the Japanese Narset if you don't think they're out of place. So when it comes to playmats, who do you think has the better playmat?
Oh, we love the stained glass Emrakul and stuff like that on the right.
Ah, man, I gotta be honest with you. I was also on that. I was like, please don't say Psychic Talk. Why does it say 1, 2, 3 on there? Oh, there we
I don't mean to interrupt, guys, but whoever has the lowest number goes first.
go. Lowest number of cards in hand after Mulligan.
It was the type of roll that they're doing. They were confused about it for a second.
Oh, were they doing a low roll?
No, they were doing like the roll for turn order on the actual like app itself, which it just picks like 1 or 2, and it's like if you got number 1, that means you're first. Number 2, that means you're second.
Oh, okay.
So we got talk. Oh no, we got what's it called? Marky. Marky's the other one.
How many mulligans is that? Is that now his second or third for Dasas?
He's mulling to 4.
Oof.
And I heard the same reaction from the other opponent going, multi-fort. That's
Here's my tip: don't multi-4.
that is a good tip.
You know, it's just like that one girl was like, just buy a house. It's just like, just don't mulligan. Draw better.
Hey man, whenever I go against someone and they just have the nut draw, I just admit like, hey, you're better at Magic than I am. There's nothing I can do about that.
I gotta quote Ronnie here: better lucky than good.
Yeah, that's
Ronnie
very
was
true.
the guy that defeated the epic German pile list yesterday.
Don't be
Did
salty.
with the legacy. I'm not salty. I just really wanted my high five. I was promised a high five if I won the invitational, and I didn't get my high five because I didn't win the invitational. That's the only reason I'm salty. Not about losing. It's just about me not getting the high five.
You know, there's always next month or the month after, whichever.
It's 2 months.
Well, I'm saying maybe you would play like Pioneer or something for next month.
Oh, I'm playing Pioneer.
Then you can get your high five for Pioneer.
Am I gonna get your high five?
I got a cast, so I will not be playing.
No, like, can I get you like to come in sometime later and be like, just give me a virtual webcam high five?
Sure. I would do a cam high five for you.
Yes. I'm quite certain I already know what I'm playing if I am invitational.
I always really love this mat, though. It's so nice looking.
It is. I think I was playing against him once in the past, and he was playing black red. I'm gonna call it 8 shadow, because that's basically what it was.
I don't like that name.
8 shadow?
Yeah, that just makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah, because it plays the Scourge and the Death Shadow.
Ah, that does make sense.
And the list is just oh, and this is just so awesome because I was playing Blood Moon at the time, so I played a shit ton of basics, and so he's like, yeah, I was like, okay, I'll start the game. Well, before you start, let me just review Leyline of Sanctity, and he was like, what? And I was like, yeah, I'm playing that, and
Amazing.
so he couldn't bolt me, and so his Scourge of the Skyclaves came down, I think like turn 11, because I never lost a single life point.
That isn't impressive.
Also, his thought just didn't work on me, so it was quite the dead draw for him there.
So you have an Arbor Elf come in.
I mean, that might be the start you're looking for. Sure, I think I'd actually rather have the Utopia Sprawl because it cycles at least. I'm referring to like when you start with a 4-card hand, because if you start with like a 7-card hand, it doesn't matter. But when you're starting at a 4-card hand, you kind of need the Utopia Sprawl.
That is very true.
Oof, yeah, this is good. This is good. Now you're restricting your opponent to red mana. I'll take back everything I said.
I mean, that's what happens sometimes, right?
Yeah, gotta concede. Is that a Dobby token?
That is a Dobby token. That's the best elf.
Is he actually an elf?
Yeah, Dobby's an elf.
Okay, this just shows how my expertise in everything Harry Potter.
If you
Oh
give,
God, no.
What a start for elves. This is great. This makes me happy.
I mean, when your opponent molds to 4, a start like that, I mean, there's always the chance, but I have my
Sweeper.
doubts.
Main deck sweeper. Anger of the Gods.
There's no main deck sweeper. He's not playing control.
I know. But just pretend. Oh my god, another Arbor Elf. Oh
I'm
no.
not trying to say he's dead. I'm
No.
just trying to say he's not living.
He's getting close to death. He's like knocking on the door right now.
Knocking on heaven's door.
Oh no, not here. This is definitely hell. And a realm walker.
No.
Oof.
Ah, I would have just loved to see him be like, I'll flip this card, flip this card, flip this card, tap all three of them for 3 green mana, flip this card, flip this card, flip this card, tap him. It's like, stop, please.
Such a cool card.
And then somehow he finds a way to top deck the Terminus and just puts all of them back on the bottom.
Also, the extended art foils, very nice looking.
Do you have a? Are you for or against foils?
I am for foils. I'm a former Yu-Gi-Oh player, so I love foils.
Okay.
I just don't like how they curl now.
That's my biggest issue I have with them.
I need to go break out an
Double-
iron just to make sure I can play with them.
Double sleeving usually helps with that, but I'm not sure if you really want to double sleeve your popper deck.
I just, I mean, I'll buy like foils like from like 10 years ago and they're fine. It's just any new foils suck.
Are you seeing this? This is
Look at all these
this is
taps.
when the Ponza deck is trying to combo off.
He's floating 6?
Like, what do you do? Glory Bringer? I think this is Glory.
Oh, Chandra.
Wait, no, Chandra, but you got 2 mana floating. Like, what?
He can plus and get 4 mana floating.
But what's?
And then play another Chandra. Plus
What are you
1.
trying to do?
He's adding 2 red.
No way.
He's got a Season Pyromancer.
Season, okay, season. Got to put the seasoning into this.
Draw
Oh, he's
2.
emptying his hand. Okay.
Well, he had nothing in hand
No
already.
elemental. Okay, what are we seeing now? He got 1 green floating. Or
Mhm.
yeah, I think double red for seasoned. See, this is where I have my issue with the whole thing. You could have had 1 Arbor Elf untapped.
Yeah, probably.
Because I don't think he's running Thalia main deck in the elf.
I mean, maybe he top decked another Arbor Elf and he's like, cool.
No, because the thing is, you could have untapped one of the stomping grounds with it later if you really need the
Yeah,
mana.
that's true.
At this point, it's just like you're trying to protect your Chandra.
I'm sorry, what did you say to me?
I'm gonna say Chandra. It was just funny to see her.
Thank you for that.
Okay. So as we can see, this is a ton of damage.
So I think he just counted 20 something, and
Wait,
then
is
he's
it
like,
20 damage, or is this just mana counting?
no,
I'm
he
not
was
sure.
counting damage, and then he's like, yeah, this is like 22 power, and then you can block these 2 things.
I know what your math is going to look like, because math is for attackers as well.
Look, I'm swinging with like 9 different elves. You have 2 blockers. No, 1 blocker. GG.
Oh, I think I know what happened. I think I know what happened with the Arbor Elf. He played the Stomping Ground, and then like tapped, and then he untapped it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, he did do that. Because he finished with 1 floating green, and then he lost it.
I'm not sure if he had him floating green, because he might have. I wasn't completely paying attention, because he might have actually just like played a tapped Stomping Ground. He didn't want to pay the 2 life.
Oh, wait, no. He was only able to float 5 mana in total. Because he had 3 lands and 2 Arbor Elves, so it untaps twice. So that's 5 floating. Plays Chandra, pluses 2,
Yeah,
and then that's 3
I
mana
know what
to
you're
play.
saying.
Yeah, so he
I know what
never
you're
had any extra floating. He just had exactly to cast Pyromancer.
Okay.
He floated
I take
5
back
to
everything
start.
I said.
Yeah, he floated 5 to start. Then plus Chandra to get 3 extra floating. He used the 1 green
I
he
don't
had
know.
floating, and then the 2 red from Chandra to cast the Season Pyromancer, and then he had no more mana. So he
I don't
had to
know
use all of
how
them.
I got. Yeah, I somehow counted up 6, but I might be. I don't know. I miscounted. let's see how the sideboarding might go. Because like I thought the sideboarding here was just gonna be awkward as hell. Because like, do you bring in Reclamation Sage? No, you don't, because there's no Blood Moons in that deck. Um, like I'm being serious. What do you want to like put in? Scoos? Like No, I wouldn't put in Scoos. No, no, no. Like, what do you want to do? Like, bring in bring in Plague Engineer and name what creature type is Elder Guard? Just name Beast? Nah, I'm joking.
I mean, yeah, I'm not
I
too
think
familiar with like. This is why I was streaming and not casting. I'm more of a Pioneer guy than I am a Modern guy. Like I keep up with the format, but it's just it seems like Elves is pretty in favor here. Looks like
Yeah, well, the thing is, I just feel like the list in general is not really suited against an elf. Oh, I see. Okay, so this deck plays 3 Abrades, so I definitely take out the pillage for Abrades. I feel like this is just a quite obvious one. You can put in the Flame Slash if you really wanted to, but it's like, what do you cut for it? And then also another one is like, I definitely would bring in the second Elder Gargoyle because I feel like that could just not win you the game, but win you the game. That's how I
probably.
see it.
I just think it's really interesting to see all these different tribal decks right now in this Invitational. Modern seems like a really fun place at the moment. It's amazing what happens when you ban Uro.
Yeah, it really is.
All right, now we were watching them go ahead and shuffle up. We're going to see what they're going to do. Now, we're going to take the time now while they are shuffling up to remind you guys that this was all made possible by the PlayAway MTG server. So you can go ahead and join via the link in the description and chat over on the stream. And you can come play Paper Magic and maybe other paper games in general over here at PlayAway. So we have to thank the server again for making this all possible. You can also catch myself and Alex, who is not here presently, at the Pioneer Perspective, one of the podcasts for PlayAway. That is all about Pioneer. We talk about it every single week, as well as we have a sister podcast called Pondering Pauper that features Diego and Kalikais. If you recognize Kalikais, it's because he is the premier Flickr player for Pauper. Has a bunch of videos online, and they stream regularly, and we're very happy to have them as part of the family as well. And of course, lastly, we'd like to thank everyone for watching and joining us today. This would not be made possible or be possible at all without you guys, the viewers. So thank you again, and of course, thank you to the players for showing up and giving us Paper Magic to enjoy and watch during these fun times that we have.
Is Dasa still sideboarding, or why is the deck box just?
I think he just wants it there for show.
I really don't know. I really want to see during the event a cat walk over a playmat.
Like I said before, it's colossification personified.
Okay, that was a good one. Really like.
Mm-hmm. Looks like they're getting underway. And here we go. So let's see what their turn 1 play is. And they're going to fetch right away. Down to 19, go and get a forest.
Maybe Utopia Sprawl that forest, because that's my assumption at this point. So
Maybe.
who do you think wins when it comes to basic lands? The snow-covered full arts or the Theros Beyond Death Pokemon?
I mean, I like the Theros ones, but I like them better for tracking mana. Like if you're doing a lot of floating and stuff, that's what I use those for. So there's Utopia Sprawl, like you said. So I lean.
Wait, where's the card draw? Wait, or am I having the wrong card? Oh, it's the wrong one I have in my. I am
Yeah.
so sorry.
No, you're fine. But you're also asking the wrong person because I mix and match all my basics. I don't make them uniform at all. Oh, I know.
I
Oh,
could
I
not
know.
play your decks. Like if you like handed me a deck and say play this for the tournament, like first go to the stand, like to some stand and just at least get the basics so it's like they're all matching. Like it doesn't matter what edition at this point, just get them matching.
Never. They're all different promos and different full arts, different foils.
Hey, I mean if it suits your style, I
Oh,
go
100%.
ahead, but I'm fourth edition islands all the way.
I do like the Bull Island quite a bit.
The Bolt Island was
No, bowl. Like it's a floating bowl in the sky.
oh the one where it's like leaking or the one where it's empty.
Yeah, where it's leaking.
Okay.
I can't quite see what that. So we see a burning catacombs comes down. Going to get a stomping ground. I can't quite see the name of the elf on the left. Can you tell me what that one is, Scratch?
Oh, that one is a Nettle Sentinel. Play an elf, I think, or whenever another creature comes into play, you untap the Nettle Sentinel. So it's like a really hardcore combo piece. What happens is like you just be able to just play another elf, untap it, play something, untap it, play something, untap it, and it's really hardcore. Just helps the comboing.
Found it. Utopia Sprawl naming red. And he's passing back to the elf. All right.
That's the problem with ramp. If you ramp too hard, after a certain point, don't even you don't have. You know what I'm saying? It's like a card disadvantage, so to speak.
Yeah.
The interesting thing about Nettle Sentinel is that it's 2/2 for 1 mana that combos off. It's like, what? Who designed this card?
Another Vertic Catacombs come down. So many fetches.
See, this is what Pioneer is not like. Thankfully, doesn't have. I'll shuffle. I'll shuffle. I'll shuffle.
Yeah.
I heard this. I think it was when I was watching some Canlander, which is Canadian Highlander, and they're like, yeah, the older the format, the more you're holding your deck in your hand.
That's very true. Ooh, Elvish Warmaster is such a cool card.
Yeah, I'm so glad it only triggers once a turn. If
Yeah,
that thing triggered multiple times,
it'd be pretty disgusting if it triggered multiple times. Like the Worthy Knight or like Hero of Precinct one, where it's every time. That'd be pretty gross.
yeah. I mean, also the fact that it gives you like a pump ability, so
Yeah,
to speak. You know,
+2/+2, and they gain Death Touch for 7 mana.
I mean, it's just like a late game inevitability in my opinion.
And we see a Braid come down hitting the Warmaster.
Yeah, you gotta hit the War Master, mate. That thing's just gonna pump out tokens. So what are we seeing? Okay,
Land
another
command.
land. So I feel like we're at 5 mana. So at
Just
this point, you
passing.
really don't want.
Just passing. He's got nothing
You
going on.
really don't want to draw more.
It's going so slow. I mean, is he holding something up? Like, I don't know, man. Like, it's just...
In my opinion, there's nothing to hold up because like the only thing you could like if he had a Glory Bringer, I would have played the Glory Bringer just to be honest because at this point you could just take out the Nettle Sentinel, which is quite not combo important, but you know what I'm saying like this the Nettle Sentinel is definitely very important to the deck. So if you could just you know
Yeah,
wipe
yeah.
it.
And he's abrading the Sentinel as well.
Yep,
Makes sense.
makes sense. Is that the one with the regenerate ability? I don't exactly. Let me quickly
Another
Like I told you,
braid.
sideboard in all 3 of
Oh
braids.
my goodness.
I feel like I made the correct call. Uh, so that must have been an Elvish Archdruid. It's quite the interesting card. Yeah, Azuri. If he can resolve an Azuri actual mana up, that's a nightmare to deal with. The only way to get rid of that at this point would be what's it called again?
CS season
Dismember.
primates are coming.
Yep. Did he play the bolt or did he discard the bolt? No, he had to play it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have 4 on. Like, he'd have used 4 mana turn.
It's another catacombs.
The interesting thing about Seasoned Pyromancer, it's not that just his ETB is good, it's also that technically his Lingering Souls. Three mana? That's gonna... Ay, 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 ay. But he's not pressure.
Ooh. Under pressure.
No pressure, baby.
So getting another stomping ground.
Yeah, it's an Elvish Archdruid. I mean, I gotta be honest, the Panza player this time has a lot better control of the game.
Yeah, I think so too.
Check the different editions. It's just a different edition on.
There you go. There he is.
Yep, it's gotta be the.
What's the one
Time?
drop next to it?
Yeah, that is. One second, I can tell you. That is the Heritage Druid. This is also this is the important part. Like, Nettle Sentinel and Heritage Druid, I'm not saying they're a combo piece, but they basically help each other to combo off for just
Oh, I see
insane
that.
amounts of. It's my favorite thing when uncommons from a which is $50.
Gross. Very gross.
Just got a message. Pauper starts in 10 minutes. If anyone watching wants to play Pauper, you got 10 more minutes to sign up.
Go see over your decks now. And that's a
Yeah,
stomping
please
ground coming
doubles.
in tapped.
Yeah. Also, please double sleeve your Pauper deck.
Here comes Ren and 6.
I think you gotta take out Heritage Druid because I think that's the only target. Yeah, Arc Druid is a 2/2. Wait, what?
He grabs his Wooded Foothills.
Okay, I did not get that play.
Maybe.
I mean, technically, it would have forced you to trade. Oh, you can't because the Elvish Arc Druid gives +1/+1 IM. I forget that one.
Yep. And Realm Walker comes in and he's gonna name goblins.
I thought it was vampires.
Oh yeah, but then you can play Sorens. That seems pretty cool.
Are you a huge Sorin fan?
Oh, I love Soren. Fantastic planeswalker.
Who's your favorite planeswalker?
Angrath.
Angry. Okay.
Very, very
I
easy.
can respect that choice.
I was sad we did not get Angrath in Kaldheim.
I feel like Alex is a huge fan of Nicol Bolas.
He is. That is his favorite. If you were to look at our Pioneer Perspective playmat, you can see Nicol Bolas being behind him, looking over his shoulder. Also, if you look at the Pioneer Perspective logo, he has a little mini baby Nicol Bolas chilling on his shoulder.
I saw that dragon there and I was like, what is that? And it's like, now you say baby. I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
It's baby Nicol Bolas.
here's the question: do we pronounce it dragon or dragon?
It's definitely dragon. Ooh, cocoa. That makes me happy. I love cocoa.
I like hot cocoa, but I'm not sure about this one. Is it the one hit?
Oh, it's got Archer Nettle Sentinel. Which, like
I
I
was
said,
hoping to.
pairs well with Heritage Druid.
I really was hoping to see the what's it called? I was hoping to see the shaman of the pack because I feel like that put up the pressure, but I'm not sure because like what pressure is the Ponza player doing? Like putting up? I doubt that there's any. Is that a second Coco? Because that's what I was assuming.
That would be fun. Ooh.
Never not had it. Untaps. Now he has 3 mana. Okay, well,
Another
don't
one.
don't forget to
Do
untap
another
the Nettle
one.
Sentinel.
Mm,
Whoa, whoa, whoa! The Nettle Sentinel untaps.
Hopefully he realizes that.
I mean, we're talking about some sweet, sweet mana. Oh, he's floating 1 green at this point. Okay, so this happens sometimes when players might get ahead of themselves. Get a trigger. Okay, please untap the Nettle Sentinel. Don't. Please untap. He could have had more
He
mana.
just said I'm forgetting to untap Nettle Sentinel, and he called himself a noob. So he remembered now.
I feel like he only untapped him because he saw another Nettle Sentinel. He's like, wait a second, I have a Nettle Sentinel.
Yeah.
What's he gonna name goblins this
This
time?
Realm Walker is doing work.
That's the thing about elves. Wait, what? Why did he tap it? Is he
He attacked.
Coco?
He attacked.
How? Because he had summoning sickness.
Not the first Realm Walker.
But that one was tapped for mana.
He played a second one. That's when he tapped for
Yeah,
mana.
that one. No, but like the first one had was a tap for mana, and the second one had some. Why? Because
Uh,
he was tapped out for some points where he's like got all the stuff tapped down for the net. I don't know.
well, he at least attacked with something. I'm not sure.
When your opponent has a second realm walker, it's like, do you really want to block it and just get one of your creatures destroyed?
Ooh, Cascade.
This is important. This is not what you want to hit. Neither that. I'm not sure if mag is at this point.
Yeah, it seems a little bit
You
eh.
know, the only good thing about that is you put 2 fetch lands on the bottom.
Oh yeah.
That just feels like straight up value. Like at this point, you do not want to crack a fetch. I don't care what the fetch land promises you as a reward. You just don't the fetch.
He has 10 elves right now.
This reminds me of when I was playing Legacy. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna storm off basically
And
and find
elves
Ember.
gets there.
Was that lethal? No, wait, no, no.
He scooped because he had 10 elves versus 4 blockers. So math.
Dang. I think I forgot who was predicting that in the chat. Now that must have been right, a right call to say that the Elves player has a huge advantage because I already felt
Mm.
that it was good, but I did not expect the matchup to swing such heavily in that favor in the Elves player's favor. S- Did he sideboard in Thoughtseize? I would have.
Let's go take a
I'm
look.
I'm not an Elves player. You know what? I'm not gonna say anything. asking to join.
Trying to get in.
See, that was the upside of going into having hangouts.
Yo, tacos, let me in. There we go.
I'm not sure talking into the chat helps you, but hey, you know what? He might be watching the stream. You just helped yourself.
Oh, I know he's watching the stream. I can see his name.
Wait, do you actually like see who's watching?
Yeah, you can see who's watching.
Okay,
You
this just shows
search
everyone
in chat.
I don't stream. Why is Goif? Oh, no, okay, sorry. The whole thing is up to. Okay.
All right. Which one's tacos? Which is on the right or left? I don't remember.
Tacos has got to be the. Just give me a second. I'll tell you who exactly tacos is. It's the hungry.
They're both on John.
I can. Oh wait. Oh, we're playing the John Muir match. Yes. I'll help you out with that. Tacos is the guy running.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Worst teammate ever.
Oh, no, tacos is on the right. And Evan's on the left.
Darn it. Let's try and find it. Tacos is the guy running the one dark compound. I love how Tarmogoyf is not considered the best anymore. Like ever since like we call it 2019 plus. It's like all the cards were like, oh yeah, this is gas from the past. It's like, oh yeah, that shit barely even exists.
Maybe it's for the best.
Would you rather have like non-rotating that's starting to like rotate like a power level perspective?
I mean, I don't know. I like having more powerful cards, and if you need to ban them, just ban them.
Not sure if I can completely agree with your view. As long as they ban the cards that need to be banned, I'm all for it.
Yeah. Push the envelope, figure it out, see if you want to like make a card powerful, and then when you're like, oh, this is too broken, unfortunately, we're gonna have to ban it. There you go. Call it a day.
Also, ban Uros earlier.
Yeah, Uro is just a really hard card to like say you want to ban, because like yes, it's obviously and ridiculously strong, right? Like it's an extremely powerful card, but it was never a card that was just trying to think like I can't say it wasn't necessarily format warping, but it wasn't like Oko level broken, where like it was so obviously just so broken and so bad for the game, where like yeah, you have to react. Where Uro is just like it promotes this type of meta that can become stale,
Yeah.
and you don't want that in your format. But it wasn't necessarily oppressive or just like horrible for Magic in that sense, you know. So like that's why I've always said like in Pioneer, for example, when we were having the discussion of like banning Uro, I always said like it's not oppressing the format. I wouldn't be upset if I saw it gone, but I'm not gonna clamor for its ban right now because I didn't feel like it needed to be banned. But don't get me wrong, I am so happy it's gone.
I feel like the Clothies might be something that could pull the win here.
Probably. I mean, you get the long game, right?
Yeah, that's definitely. I remember playing Pyromancer in Legacy, and I was like, yeah, I'll just sit behind all my elemental tokens, just that one there. Yeah, Clothies is. I'm not saying it's like an insane card, but I feel like it's such a nice way to have also just main deck yard hate that can somewhat just also just hate on burn.
Really difficult to deal with as well.
Yeah. Another tip for all the people who want to play Clothies. If you're in a format past actually, If you're in a format that you can play Clothies in, don't make her a creature. Do yourself the favor.
Yeah, I agree.
Made her a creature, got her Swords to Plowshare, and it felt
Bolting the Liana.
yeah, definitely. With Ren and 6 and Liliana being able to, I'm gonna say synergize because really hate saying it unless it's like an instant, like synergize together to be like, okay, I'll grab a land out of the graveyard, discard it with Liliana, you discard a fresh card. It's just the value.
Quick little update from Tacos in chat. It's saying this is currently game 2, and Tacos is up 1-0.
Okay. Guess we're having Taco Sunday. I mean, if I'm saying Jund them out, am I actually helping it?
No, you're just encouraging the problem.
I'm not.
It's like the Magic Esports controversy that happened a few days ago on Twitter, where they tweeted out why are Tron players the way they are. You can say the same thing. Why are Jund players the way they are?
I don't even think Jund is such a bad deck.
Oh, it's not. It's just like you know why Jund players are the way they are. They cannot
But
let
why
go.
would you say?
They cannot let go of the past.
Nostalgia for the win.
Jund is an incredibly fun deck though, so I can't blame them.
So when it comes to like, let's see, like how would you what would you say about like the way they are when it comes to say, control decks?
Clearly they weren't loved as a child.
Okay. What would you say about mono red?
They're not good at math.
Can't divide by 3. 21 is the optimal number for 3.
Oh yeah, easily. We all know that the combo players are the biggest brain ones out of all of them.
What do you think about combo control?
Ah, that's where you pretend to be smart.
Puts on the glasses, but there's no actual prescription lenses.
Yeah. Just so I let everyone know that I am saying this all in jest. Do not take me seriously, please.
I mean, I was not taking you serious because
Well, I feel like I have to
I'm
put
a
a disclaimer out.
yeah. I mean, that's a good it's always a good idea because I know I play a lot of control, and when I was like, eh. Ooh,
I just like
the
playing every
Liliana.
deck possible. Like I just have fun playing any kind of deck. That's why I own like literally like every Pioneer deck.
I mean, if you have the money for it. What?
This man's showing the hand just so he can convince him to scoop.
Nah, dude. Nah, no. We're playing it to the victory, right? No way.
Yep, there's the scoop.
No. No. What's this? Are you gonna like possibility? No, that's not possibility storm, right? No. Oh yeah. What do you think about Naya? Naya Prison in Pioneer?
Are you trying to tell me some like Solemnity 9 Lives thing?
No. It's Draneth Magistrate and Possibility Storm. I think it's a card.
Oh, that's weird.
I was playing against that a couple of days ago. It was like a counter spell.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I would rather play the 9 Lives lock than that. But like they're both bad.
9 lives lock is super easy for my control deck. I'm decking.
Yeah, it's just not. It's not very good.
Yeah, like I had 3 Chandras in a row, and I was like counter spell, counter spell, counter spell. many genres are you?
You're better off playing the Solemnity combo with the Moth from Ikoria and like Roxa.
Oh, because then you can't get a flying counter. That's
Yeah, so you just the Croxa infinitely sacks himself, comes back, sacks himself, comes back, and then pings for
oh,
3
I
every
get that
time.
one now. Okay.
Yeah.
Die but not fly.
Still a very very hard combo to get.
I mean, it's a 3-card combo, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I believe, funnily enough, even if it did get the counter, it would technically still die because it wasn't escaped.
Yeah, it would still die, but the thing is, it wouldn't come back because it comes back only when it doesn't have flying.
Yeah, you're
It's
right.
like persist without a counter.
Let's take a look and see any other tables that are still going around. Let's see what results happened. So we got Metro 1-2-1, Marky 1-2-0, which we saw that one. Enga 1-2-1, and this was the last one. Tacos 1-2-0. So we're getting ready to go to the next series.
So one of the Jund players is out. I mean, Jund has come back ever since Uro has left. I mean, like it's not like a comeback completely, but like the list I feel like is just overall because it just doesn't get 2-for-1 from Earl the whole time because Jund is trying to 2-for-1 its opponents.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's a lot better at this point. Like, what do you want to do? Thoughtseize or Earl into the group? There's one thing I have to say about Jund though. Plays my favorite Magic the Gathering card of all time. Scoos.
All right, all rounds
Not
have
my favorite. My
reported. Now let's go
favorite green
ahead and
card.
see if the list is updated.
Yeah, we got
It
losers
is.
round 2, but
Goblins versus Jund, Spirits versus Elves, Naya versus Humans. So, do you want to take a look at Naya versus Humans? Because then after that, we're going to be looking at someone waiting for this next one. Yeah, let's go take a let's look at the Naya versus Humans. That sounds interesting, right?
I mean, yeah, okay. We're gonna see one of them in the finals.
We will. This could be a preview of the finals.
Could be.
Because if whoever loses gets to sit there and wait for the last round of the losers round, and they get a bye essentially. So yeah, whoever wins in the upper bracket gets 2 buys, and then the loser in the upper bracket next gets a bye. So we could definitely see them running it right back.
It's not technically a bye.
I mean, it's basically a bye. You just sit there and chill.
That's the worst part about it.
You can go grab some lunch, grab a snack.
Yeah, but you're here to play Magic.
Yeah, but it's good to give yourself a break, give your brain a break. All right, so let's go ahead and bring it up.
So here's the thing, Naya versus Human. I'm super skeptical because I feel like with the resolved Batterskull and a Blood Moon type effect, you could really see the Humans deck struggling.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is, you first got to resolve Blood Moon effect, and then secondly, you gotta also get down the Batterskull. It's like, so our boy Anja on the right versus Metro on the left.
Yep.
They are going to be. Is Metro not having no showing?
waiting for him to put his camera on. He said he was working on something, or say be right back. So we're just waiting.
Who knows? Maybe you forgot Valentine's Day, and now 2 weeks later he's got to quick to the mail, send something.
Maybe.
I love to make absurd calls. There we go. There we go. Let's hope the phone doesn't fall.
That'd be fun to watch.
I think the only ones would be having fun is everyone but Metro. Can we get Anga flipped?
Yep.
Oh, there you go. This is the thing. Brad does his magic.
Gotta,
Bragic.
gotta do everything at once. It's fun. All right.
If there's one thing in this world I can't do, it's multitask. So I gotta hand it to you, Brad, for being able to multitask.
Why, thank you. I appreciate it. So, looking at this matchup, we have humans versus Naya midrange, which we haven't gotten to see the Naya midrange too much. What are your expectations for this matchup?
So as I said before, so I think Dolph Batter School plus also a Blood Moon type effect could easily lock out this game.
Mm-hmm.
On the other side, Humans is the deck known for disruption and aggression. It's the deck that is able to do both at the same time. I mean, it's like the multitasking dream when it comes to just being, "Okay, I'm just going to disrupt you at the same time, be like, yep, you have 2 more turns to live." So this is really, like I said, I'm not even sure if it's more important to get the Blood Moon down first or try to get the Batter Skull down first to get the life gain necessary to make it to the late game. But I definitely feel like a Batter Skull could easily just mop the floor. So this is quite the interesting matchup. Also, first of all, you actually have to get the Stoneforge Mystic. Oof. Is this the first or the second mulligan? Because it looks like the second mulligan, but I'm not sure. Also, I think the first mulligan of humans. I'm not completely sure of that. Yeah, Batter Skull is an absolute nightmare for a bunch of just like the aggressive decks. Because for anyone who doesn't know, you use Stoneforge Mystic to search up the equipment, because apparently Batter Skulls counts as an equipment, even though it's technically a creature.
Mm-hmm.
And then you use Stoneforge's ability to put it into play. It can't be countered, and it's just 2 mana.
Yeah. Maybe we
And
should
worst case
get
scenario,
this card print into Pioneer.
no. Like, do you want the control decks to run this? The mid-range decks?
I mean, I also want Jitte unbanned, so
In modern or in
in modern.
I mean, do you watch Nikachu?
Occasionally.
Okay, he did advocate for GTA to get unbanned because GTA feels like a joke card. I'm not sure. Definitely with the meta game also going away from a bunch of the low drops, I'm gonna call it. Might be. I'm not sure if it's just gonna make the stone decks better. It's like I don't know.
There is no wire.
Yeah, Noble Hierarch definitely helps the deck. So here's the thing: if he can drop a turn to
He
what's it
bolts
called
the
again?
Hierarch though.
Okay, no more turn 2. So I was gonna say if he drops the turn 2 Mantis Rider, this is easily. I'm not gonna say ride it to victory, but Mantis Rider can easily put it on enough pressure that it can't be stomped, and
Yeah.
yeah, but you gotta bolt the Druid, I guess.
There's another Cavern of Souls naming humans.
I want to see Deathrite Shaman take off and Pioneer.
Oh, there goes the camera. I did see Deathrite Shaman being played in a, and there's a meddling mage naming Magus of the Moon. That's cool.
Yeah, but because he only plays one sideboard Blood Moon, so you have to name the Magus.
Yeah. So I was gonna say, there is a deck in Pioneer. It's actually Rogues, so Dimir Rogues. It's running Deathrite Shaman.
The rogue lists.
Which makes sense because it gives your deck another 1-drop besides the flashy 1-drop that mills. And because you're milling them so much, you take advantage of your exactly. Yeah, you take advantage of your opponent's graveyard with Deathrite Shaman. So
Number 1 rule: don't get your Elixir of Immortality.
and as we saw a stomp come down hitting the meddling mage from Metro.
See, that's the problem about meddling mage. You sometimes have to actually name the card you actually don't want to see, because if you don't name rule spell, they'll just be like, I'll just remove.
Reflector Mage, okay, for no target.
That is not a good sign.
It is not.
But the problem is, I'm not even sure who it's not a good sign.
And Metro had to pass.
That's what I was suspecting. Like, if your opponent casts a naked
Lieutenant.
That's good. Attacking for 3. Make up for the nothing else. It's not the best draw.
Another
Most likely he's gonna
stomp,
cycle one of
hitting the lieutenant. You know, I think meddling mage would actually be okay in Pioneer.
It's gonna make the sweeper list a lot harder.
True. Oh, you got Doomscar now.
Which I still don't play.
It's so good.
I'm not sure about it.
I'm playing it in a wheels deck, so it makes it a lot better. And there's Magus the Moon.
Okay, in response, in my opinion, you have to. What?
And just swing it in.
I would have definitely cycled a Horizon Canopy.
Well, Metro's now down to 9.
Gotta find your Aether Vial. I feel like that was just a mistake.
And playing a Bone Crusher from Adventure. Passing turn after swinging in. So he has a blocker now. He can just eat and trade with this Reflector Mage. And he's going in anyway, so he's going to trade. So trade has been offered. He takes it. There's the trade.
Was bluffing mutagenic growth, which was.
I don't know why he went in, because he can just play another Bone Crusher now too if he wants to.
I didn't see it either, because at least this way you make your opponent start attacking with a Bone Crusher, and because you don't want you don't want him to you want to force him to attack with the Magus and then have.
Yeah, and there's Sword of Feast of Famine.
Like someone's feasting on someone's streams. See, this is why
and humans just immediately pass right back to him.
Should have cycled.
And there's an Arbor Elf coming in for Naya. And Feast of Famine to Magus. And coming in for 4. So
discard time.
Discards in unclaimed territory.
Oh no, a mountain.
And a Bloodbraid Elf. Okay, let's see what he hits. And it's a Seasoned Pyromancer.
Which artwork of Bloodbraid Elf is that?
Discarding a Bloodbraid Elf and Bone Crusher. and
Yeah,
he
like
went scoops it.
a blood moon is just absolutely unbearable. Like it's like miserable. It's like when your opponent resolves to fairy playing control.
Uh-huh.
So at that point you have to only like rely on an Aether Vial.
That definitely feels really bad.
I still am of the opinion that he should have cycled one of the Eisen Cat. You know what? They're only humans. They make mistakes. So which decks would you like to see in the finals?
Ooh, in the finals, that's an interesting question. Um, so like, I'm not really sure. Let me fix the this thing real quick though. We got a little bit of a incorrect cropping going on.
So I definitely, when it comes to like my assumption on how this is gonna, so I assume it's definitely there. It's gonna be sideboarding in two Dismember because I feel like that's just
Mm-hmm.
very important. I'm not sure if you actually prefer. I mean, definitely, yeah, definitely also the Ariok champion because I thought that if I remember correctly, they sideboarded that in last time. It was good. I feel like Reflector Mage is not much. By the time Reflector Mage gets okay, like to bounce a Blood Moon, the Blood Moon creature, the Magus of the Moon. At the same time, Reflector Mage is really terrible because it costs a white and a blue.
Yeah.
And at that time, I just Aether Vial out something better. So definitely put in the Ariok champions. And Skyclave actually in this time actually Skyclave is a little bit better, and here's my reason why. I think this deck, if I remember correctly, um, it was playing one sideboard Blood Moon. That is a lot harder to deal with.
Yeah. Now we did see in the first round when we watched Anga before, get down 2 Ariok champions, and that was just lights out for his opponent. So we could see something similar happen here.
At first I was like not siding it in, but then the reason I want to side it in, it has protection from red. Let's say he got his opponent down to like 8.
Mm-hmm.
The Ariok champion cannot be blocked. So after a certain point, you can just start swinging in for unblockable. I mean, technically, there's I think the Elder Gargaroth in the list of Metro. Yeah, he's running one Elder Gargaroth, which is technically the only creature other than the Arbor Elf, which you don't want to use an Arbor Elf because at that point, most likely it has a one counter on it from the Tenant. Stoneforge Mystic is also a blocking something that can block it. Funnily enough, because this deck actually runs equipment, this deck is better off against the Auriok package than the straight up Gruul list.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Definitely side in the Blood Moon because this deck is the deck your opponent's playing is just absolutely stone cold dead to Blood Moon.
I mean, we saw that happen with
Um,
Magus.
I'm looking at like what else. Cinder Vines. I love the Cinder Vines tech. I'm not saying bring it in. I'm just saying I love
Hey,
the
there's
tech.
the Aether Vial, so that's really good for them. And they got an elf.
Yep, let's see. Just looking at the sideboards to see how the
And
sideboarding
Noble
can go.
Hierarch.
This is very important.
Okay, they're Foothill and they're going to fetch. So they're going to shock something in.
It doesn't have to be because you can also just you get a Utopia Sprawl down on a forest. And a Utopia Sprawl in a forest is basically just as good um as a stomping ground. The only downside to it is technically you always have to commit 2 mana.
Yeah, that does make sense.
It's like playing Lotus Field, but you just want to play a 1 mana spell. It's like, nope.
Temple Garden comes in untapped.
Yeah, maybe he's looking at playing the Stoneforge. It could be a Utopia Sprawl. You always put Utopia Sprawl in the basic forest. That's the number 1 rule.
It is Utopia
Because
Sprawl.
yeah, because if you put a Blood Moon out, it changes the land type of your Temple Garden, your basics
And
into
there's
a
a Ren and 6,
uh,
killing the noble.
it changes its land type into a mountain, and Utopia Sprawl can only enchant a forest. Ren and 6 is such a powerhouse card, it had to be banned and insane.
Mantis Rider coming in attacking Metro, not Ren and 6.
What? I mean, technically you could let your opponent +1 once and then attack, but no, you have 2 turns actually. Because he minus, so he put Ren down to 2. No, 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 no. Okay. So yeah, if you have to attack it this turn now, it's like, why? What do you want to like flash in champion? If there wouldn't have flashed in champion, he would have put it in first with the 8th spell, because then you could get the counter on it with Mantis Rod. So he's not holding a champion up. Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
get this
I'm not
play.
sure of the line of thinking there.
Because you just, this is like giving your opponent like half a card. Because I mean, after a certain point, like lands aren't as important. Because like at the beginning, yeah, you want lands, and after a certain point, it's like, okay, 5 lands is enough. I can cast my spells. But it's like, why give your opponent the ability to fetch? That's like thinning his deck. So,
Ooh, what a hit. Blood
what?
Moon off of the Bloodbraid Elf.
What was the point of tapping the Temple card? Because you tap Utopia Sprawl, untap Utopia, tap the forest, untap the forest. It's 4 mana.
And he's still going in at him.
Hey, you know what? I think he might say he concedes the fact that opponent could have like a blood moon, which who does,
Yeah.
and it's much more efficient for him to actually like attack the player. That might be the reasoning, because like if you're confident like you can't, like if you kill the Ren and 6 and they just outvalue you, that you have, yeah, pillage, absolutely devastating. Um, and they outvalue you and you just accept the fact that it's like it's not gonna outvalue you, but you just need the clock. No, that's just lights out at this point.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Ouch. I would not like I would completely understand if the humans guy just scoops at this point, because I'm trying to think of his outs, but there's none that I know of. Not a human's master, but this just does not look good. Yeah, I think Metro's going to. Oh, is that a hard cast batter school? Damn. Well, I did say a Blood Moon
And
plus
that's
Batter
a
Skull
scoop.
equals win. I just didn't predict it to be such a blowout. I am gonna have to give it to Metro. He does play the really nice path.
Those are very nice. Those are, yeah, those are favorites.
The only gripe I have with it, the past 2 Exiles that I bought were like $2. That one's like 14. At least at the time I was checking, it was 14.
Well, real quick, before we transition to another table, we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break, and they'll be right back, and we'll be going to the next table. So stay tuned, guys.
Hungry. I was like, "Are you hungry?" 'Cause I really need some food, so I guess we're both gonna grab some sustenance and it's it's all good, mate. Yeah, sorry about having to go to the bathroom there, but I was like, I just wanted to ask if that was. Oh, but I just didn't want to be like, "Hey guys, I'm using the bathroom." Just like, you know, it says be right back there. Yeah, yeah. I'm not looking at the stream. I'm looking at like the live stream that you're putting like onto Discord. Yep, see you, mate.
All right. And we are back. Going to transition now to one of the other tables to get in on the action and take a look at what's going on around the rest of the tournament. So, first things first. And we are trying to get in right now.
Is the stream starting already?
We are back on, joining another table as we speak. Or, attempting to join another table.
You can never promise anything.
We're at the mercies of the people at the table.
See, this is why we should actually make the one table spotlight.
Yeah, but then you can't switch from table to table when that match finishes early.
That's good.
Uh-huh. So, try to get in. If we do not get let in here, we'll simply move on to another table.
So what would we be watching if in?
Let's try it, everyone.
Yep.
This is going to be the tacos matchup.
Ooh, some more Jund.
Looks like they're both facing the correct way. Oh, no, this one's not.
So there's no combo yet. But we have resolved Snoop. Oof, this is... I don't know what to say. That looks like... Is that a blood? No. Kolagon's command.
Yep. That
Yeah,
was
that's
the
a
K
good
command.
choice. Yeah, definitely.
Want to get rid of that Snoop.
No one's snooping around here.
Boo.
I'm not sure if I would have actually held back the Kolagon's command till the end of your opponent's draw step.
Maybe.
Like, what's the worst they could have done? Like, reveal the Kiki Jiki and try to make infinite tokens that die at the beginning of the end step, then...
Maybe it's just to be,
Like,
safer rather than sorry, just to avoid a potential misplay or something. Just get it done right away.
that's a good point. Just the sheer amount of tokens that can be made by your opponent. The late game Inquisition for nothing. Or my personal favorite. Late game Inquisition into two cryptic commands and just feel like I am losing.
That's the best.
Well, it's the best if you're holding the cryptics.
That's definitely true.
Like how much like in that one mountain that's all the way like to the left. I think in front of the black-red one. I forget which land that is. How red is that? Okay, so it's now time to start jump blocking. So is the goblin player at 9?
Another vial.
This is like the one thing like I like to watch Mikachu. He calls himself the master. He says the one thing about the one reason to play a tri vial instead of the quad vial
Mhm.
is that the quad okay the quad vial has the issue of sometimes drawing into like 2 to 3 vials, and with such a density of creatures needed to sometimes win games,
Mhm.
a second to third vial can just be backbreaking.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. I mean, that's a lot of value. Now, I'm not sure if that was the match
I'm not sure. It looks like they're
or
sideboarding. Maybe there's like sideboarding for game 3, or they're de-sideboarding. I don't
wait. I think I just heard someone say, "Okay, yeah, it's game 2." They're letting me know it's game 2.
know. So we got the one match done so much quicker. We're
Yeah,
drawing multiple Aether.
that's great. That's Oh man.
Like when it comes to like when you get to the late game, never Kolaghan's command unless you have. I mean, yes, there are some times where it's like direct play, but most of the times it's just not. So Brad, what is your opinion on Canland?
On what? I'm sorry.
Canlander, Canadian Highlander?
I do not participate.
Neither do I, but I like to sometimes watch the loading ready games they play. Do you know the format or?
Very vaguely, like I've just kind of like seen it from afar and just been like, yeah, I'm good. It's kind of like Oathbreaker. It's like the same thing for me. Just gotta.
I mean, I'd rather consider it more commander than Oathbreaker, but yeah, it's just a singleton at least one cards, and also instead of having a banned list, they have a point system where it's
Oh yeah, that's right. It's basically like the equivalent of for those of you that play fantasy football, it's like having an auction uh draft instead of a regular draft.
sure what you said.
Well, the auction draft, like instead of like you can normally just draft players and like just you build your team. If it's an auction draft, then players have value based on how they did the year before. So like if you're a really good player, then they're worth like 30,000 or whatever, and you have like an allotment of like $100,000 to spend on your team. So you can't just be stacked and have all the best players. Same thing applies to Highlander.
Drafts the best quarterback, has no or anything.
Remember, we don't draft quarterbacks in round 1. That's the number 1 rule of fantasy football.
Is that true?
You go for the one of the top receivers or the top running back. Usually the top receiver.
Okay. This shows you how experienced I am in your fantasy football.
It's it's fine. It's not the most fun thing in the world.
I prefer playing Magic.
Magic is very fun. Could you imagine if we had a fantasy Magic draft? You could draft like players. Ooh, that'd be kind of cool.
I would draft Shota. I think who
Yellow
would I
hat.
draft? I would definitely draft.
Yellow hat.
No, I would love to draft Shota. Love to draft Ivan Flach, and I would also like to have Gabe in the team.
I would probably draft Yellow hat.
That's Gabe.
Yeah. And what's his name? He's from South America.
Paulo Vitor Tamura Rosa.
Yes. And then I think Autumn Burchett's a safe pick.
I have not seen like too much of Autumn Burchett's plays, so like I haven't. So
They make a lot of like every play they make, every decision they make is with a purpose in mind. So like they're very anal about what they do. I mean, very particular about what they do, but it's a good thing. So it
yeah,
and
that's good to hear.
so and they love playing goblins in historic.
I'm just gonna be honest. I draft. I know Yellow Hat also plays a lot of control,
Mm-hmm.
but definitely
Oh,
I'm
so
just
it's
drafting all the
biased.
control players. I've got a control bias. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I just
I'm also
cannot
a huge fan
wait
of Schroeder.
for. Well, I mean, as cool as historic can be, and even though I have gripes with it, I would like to have more formats to be watchable in the digital age of Magic.
Yep.
So when we get,
MTGO is not watchable.
it is not. It's like even just watching streamers do it, you're like, oh my god.
I wonder how they even get more than just one view of their mod. She's like on a bot account.
I mean, Pioneer getting onto Arena is going to be so massive for the client, and especially the format itself.
I'm not sure if I'd actually want to play Arena because I'm not a huge fan of Arena.
I agree with like not being a fan of it in terms of like the economy and how you have to acquire your cards and things like that. I wish you could just flat out buy the cards or buy wild cards at least. Because they can't let you buy cards because they don't want you to have. They don't want there to be a secondary market of like value for cards, like there is an MTGO, but there already is an inherent value of common, uncommon, rare, and mythic.
Yep.
So you should just make those wild cards have an inherent value, so that way all rares are worth the same, all mythics are worth the same, and you can just buy the wild cards. That'd be nice. Now,
I'm
Scratch,
just a
if you were,
free-to-play player, so
yeah, it makes sense. If you were to make the economy for Arena, and you're gonna like say like this is how much wild cards cost, how much would you charge players, or would you want to see charged for players to buy wild cards outright, like per wild card?
I think the problem. Can I just like say the problem before we go and just my problem with that first is that makes opening booster packs useless. So
True.
it's like once you just destroy the booster packs, it's like why give booster packs value? And then like how much do you actually want to have? Do you want your your players because you want the whales to like splurge, but like why would the whales splurge if they can just buy the best cards and then be done? Like they get their I don't know like 50 mythics and then voila, they just buy whatever the fuck they want that's good.
I think
So it's like how much do you want to make it like? But do you want to make mythic wildcards more than $2 to the point where it's like you can't really purchase them unless you have a bunch load of money?
How about you do this? How about to retain the value of booster packs? You make that there's a guarantee wild card in every pack, so you have a chance of like buying a booster pack, which might be equal to the price of like a rare wild card, but you have a chance to pull a mythic wild card or something, or maybe less than a rare wild card. You would have to make the wild cards more expensive than the packs. The rares,
Well, you
stuff.
can make the common and the uncommon less. The
Of course,
rare
yeah.
and the
I'm saying
mythic.
rares and mythics at least. You have to make more expensive.
I'm not a huge fan of the system.
No,
But you see where
not.
where I'm.
Yeah, it's not a good system. It's very predatory.
Yeah. Also, if I'm spending like a couple of dollars on something, I also don't buy boosters anymore. The only reason I buy boosters is to draft.
But I think
But I feel like that's
you can still go after the whales by making it so wildcards are accessible. Because look at other free-to-play type of games like MOBAs, like League of Legends, Smite, Dota, even Call of Duty to an extent now, where you have the ability to just like you get the game by playing the game. You're able to do whatever, just buy what you want. But then that gives them more resources and more money to just go into like selling you cosmetics, and the whales just go after cosmetics. I feel like that the same thing can apply for Arena.
I have an idea. What if instead of like making it all that like stuff where it's like booster packs gave them like a bunch of wild cards? What if instead booster packs gave the ability to have like cosmetics for the cards?
Oh,
Like
that'd be
some
cool.
cards and then some cosmetics. So it's like the point where like the whales can still like splurge while you don't have to make wild cards. Like, if you make a one mythic wild card $2, like it doesn't sound like a lot, but like if you think about like if you need 10 mythics for the one deck you're wanting
That's
to
20
play,
bucks. Yeah.
yeah.
Though
So
in
that's why
comparison to paper, that mythic alone, one of them might be 20 bucks. So I'm looking at
But
you, Uro.
Wizards doesn't acknowledge the second.
Yeah, but they do when they announce a secret lair containing fetch lands. So
No. The reason it's so expensive is because of the case.
oh yeah, that super fancy plastic. Nice.
Yeah. And then there's a case for all the cards in there because you only got the case, and then there's like a case inside the case. We can put the cards, and that's why it's expensive. Okay, I think we kind of sidetracked from the game.
That's okay. We haven't seen
So
too
as we
much go on. A little back and forth. Some unearthed action from Lumbler, some Goyf action of Liliana from Jund, and we're seeing an
so this is the
edict
thing.
effect here come in.
Oh, okay, good. No, this is the. Are there both Lilianas?
Yeah,
Oh, I
there's the
could not
veil,
see
and
the
then there's
second
Last
one.
Hope on the other one.
No, the thing is, I was like, if the Snoop stays around, he could easily just untap combo next turn and just be like, "Yep, dead."
Even Taco's making a joke saying he's playing Liliana Tribal, so
When your sorcery speed, I was like, there was somebody trying to tell me that.
Ringleader really hoping to get something cool. Oh,
No
that's
way.
disgusting.
Hey, at least not drawing 3 lands in a row. I was talking to someone and they're like, yeah, I was playing. There's that guy playing, and
He just played 2 more vibes.
they name. That's what I said. When they named 2 more, like they named the colors
Yeah, he
of
skips
Jund, and
it.
they're like, yeah, I was playing against a control deck. And I'm like, Jund is a mid-range deck. Don't ever say Jund is. Oh no!
That's so sad.
Don't say Jund is a control deck. Like, how many planeswalkers does Jund play? The Ren, the Lil, the other Lil.
I think that's it. Just the 3.
So, are we gonna call Liliana of the Last Hope Little Lil?
They're both the same mana cost though.
But it's not as good as the chonky, almost $100. I'm not sure if she's still that expensive, but she used to be chonky and expensive.
Yeah.
And then Pioneer came, and then Last Hope was also quite expensive.
Last Hope kind of dipped back down though. I think it's like $20 now. It was at 45 when Pioneer was first announced. And I was like,
And you know
wow.
what the good thing about? There's one good thing about Sphinx's Revelation. Expensive.
What's that?
Sphinx's Revelation is like a couple of bucks a pop.
I
I'm
did
still surprised
just buy my playset a few days ago.
of Sphinx's Revelation.
Yep, just to have them, just in case.
Did I inspire you with
No, not at all.
awesomeness?
No, I have no interest in
Okay.
playing that list. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna own them just in case like I end up wanting to run like a one of or something like that in my control list.
Okay, so you're saying that my lists are just too.
I think you're very centered around Sphinx's Rev, and I don't want to be centered around Sphinx's Rev. But I'm also playing Narset Wheels, so
Yeah, I cut back down to the 3 Sphinx's Revs from the 4.
Let's go take a look at the other tables and see if everyone else has reported, if that was the last one, or if we got some more stuff going on. So we got 3 out of the 4 reported. And
I gotta be honest, I'm a huge fan of the what's it called, the Narset part of Veils, because I just feel like she's just such a fake card. I mean, she kind of hits on other cards, but it's like sometimes there's just decks where you're just like, I really enjoy just having the ability where it's like I'll stop you from drawing more than one card a turn, but at least you still have like a chance of playing instead of like Teferi Time Raveler where it's like I'll just make it's useless.
Oh wait, no, that was the last table. Apologize, I forgot that we lose people as the tournament goes on. People get knocked out. I forgot how a tournament worked for a second. So we're looking at upcoming in this bracket is going to be Tacos versus Marky. So Jun versus Elves. And then awaiting them will be Agra, which is going to be humans in the losers round. And then Metro on Naya is just chilling up there with his 2-round bye.
Yeah, Metro up here just, I don't know, do whatever you want to do.
The Naya mid-range deck is really interesting to me.
The Naya, I am not completely surprised. The only reason I am somewhat surprised by Naya is more the fact that you're playing Blood Moon and 3 colors in the same deck. I have run Jeskai Blood Moon, and I've done it for a long time, and Jeskai Blood Moon is fun to play. I'm just gonna be honest. A lot of people when they're like, oh, this is a Jeskai list, I don't have to worry about basics. And it's like, voila, 2 main deck Blood Moons, fight me. But that's the only thing that I was surprised about because that's all like the reason you're playing group. It's just the consistency of having only 2 colors easily. One of the colors is the Blood Moon color, so it's not that hard. It's like Blood Moon hits it. And then the other color is something you could easily fetch for with a basic and also just...
Oh, did you cut out, Scratch?
I don't know, I was just thinking about what I was going to say. It's like, you know, it's like, I was going to say, like, green is the color that of mana fixing, so I was like, what else is there to say that fixes its... Red is already the Blood Moon color, like, red is the perfect just color pair for just Blood Moon. The only thing I do have to say I'm not a fan of too many Megas at the moment. I feel like it'd be so much better for the list. Yes, Megas blocker. It's like, do you really want to block with this and give your opponent like his lands again?
I'm not gonna be surprised if Metro takes this whole thing down on Naya. I think Naya is a super sweet list. Even though like with the 3 color thing with the Blood Moon and stuff, I think it's really cool.
The thing is, you can easily play around a 3, the 3 color problem in a list. Like I said, I ran Jeskai, and it wasn't just Jeskai with like, you know, the problem is like once you try to play cryptic commands in a Jeskai list with Blood Moon, that's when you get problems. The thing is, he only needs 1 white pip at max. And Utopia Sprawl can generate the white pip, either fetching with a Windswept Heath for a basic plains can fetch up the white source. So it's like the deck doesn't really have issues getting to the white source.
Taco's saying some stuff in chat. Saying he's going to take down Metro twice. Well, Tacos, you still have 2 rounds to get through, so you have to beat elves and humans before you can go into Naya. So we'll see if you can back that up.
I'm going to say one thing about the Legacy Invitational last night. We had someone round and then took it from behind. So, you know, there's no reason to say that he won't make it.
That's true. But it'd be different if he was saying that, like, you know, as we're entering the finals, but he's saying it, you know, 3 rounds away from that possibility.
Hey, so here's the thing. I've learned about ambition. You need it to make it.
It feels like you're confusing ambition with cockiness.
I'm not sure if I'm confusing him or if I'm just trying to see it on the bright side of life.
I'm here to see if he can talk, or if he can walk the walk, you know.
One thing is for certain. He can talk the talk.
That has been incredibly apparent.
Now he's got to walk the walk.
I mean, look, he also did comment saying that OG Boomer Jund is gonna take it down. So we'll see if we can have Jund reign supreme. That would be beautiful for this first modern invitational since the bans for Jund to just come back in full force. Though in general, just seeing Naya versus Jund in the finals would be actually pretty cool. But again, the final four is Naya mid range, Jund, humans, and elves. This is pretty cool, right? Like this is not what you would have seen 2 months ago.
Yeah, I mean Earl kind of like ate away at the metagame. I feel like he's like, yeah, are you playing green splash blue? Are you playing blue splash green? So what it felt like with Earl in the metagame. And I'm just so glad that is not, because I was playing against some player, like this one guy who was playing Copycat. I don't have like an issue playing against Copycat, but the thing is like he only splashed green because Earl existed. As soon as Earl got banned, I saw the guy the next time he's like, I'm playing Jeskai. It's like, I wonder why. Yeah, no, but definitely, I'm really happy to see this. If Tacos does win it, we should celebrate him every Tuesday and just call it Tacos Tuesday.
That's already a thing. Stop that.
I know. I feel like Twitch. I haven't looked at chat, but I feel like chat might not like my puns as much as I like puns.
Don't worry, I'll be here to help support chat. They can't boo you, but I can.
Dang it!
I don't know. Like this is super exciting. Like the President's Day Massacre was one of the best things that happened to Magic in general, and you have so many people just get upset about like the amount of bans that exist in the formats and just in Magic as a whole. Of course, you have the memes of like, oh, there've been like almost 20 bans since 2017 and in Standard, and before that there were 2 bans, and it's like, okay, cool. Cards getting more powerful. And in the cast, we've made a lot of jokes of like, this card would have been absolutely insane in 2017, but right now it's just like moderately playable when you look at stuff like the card design now. But like I've said before, I want Wizards to push the envelope and test what they can do. Now, of course, they will go overboard sometimes, and they have with things like Uro, things like Oko, the obvious ones, Omnath as well. Even though Omnath has held in check a teeny bit more because of no longer having his best friend Uro in the format with him, being both modern and pioneer. But you have so much space for really interesting design. And I like to see that. And when you ban the cards to make a format better, like they did on President's Day, it's good. It's good. Like we're here in a spot where now I don't have a problem with Modern. I don't have a problem with Pioneer. I have a problem with Historic, but that's a different thing altogether. I feel like Jund Sacrifice is a bit too strong in Historic. And just saying like, okay, we're going to permanently get rid of Omnath and then ban Uro. It just doesn't do anything else. Now it looks like we're going into another table.
I'm going to have to.
No, I'm going insane. Right?
I'm going to have to. I'm not a huge fan of like pushing it to the limits, but I don't mind it as long as bans can come a little bit swiftly. Because like sometimes it felt like.
One moment, sorry. Tacos, if you can hear me, I believe they are waiting to be let in to the meeting, I've been told, the elsewhere. Yeah, I also do not see any notification. Nameless, can we make sure that we are there at the right table?
Let's hope that is.
Yeah, I don't see anything either. We're waiting on Marky over here. Yeah, this happens, but it's good to have these conversations while we're waiting. But yeah, I think having these bans and make the formats better is ultimately a good thing. Like regardless of the power level, and like I'm not complaining about Pioneer or anything. I want to see want to see a powerful stuff, interesting decks, and I'm happy to have the formats like they are. So we have a new link, it looks like. So let's go there.
Yeah. Thing is, like, I don't have an issue with bans because like usually the cards that get banned, people are like, I lost money on this. Like, you should have seen it come. I also I didn't predict the Teferi ban like 100%, but I was like, I have a feeling Teferi might get banned when Earl is leaving. And so I was like, let's get like I was like I had like a week ahead of time where I was just like, let's look at all the stuff I could place Teferi with because like I was wanting Teferi to be gone, and it's like, and as soon as they was like, oh yeah, Teferi's gone, everybody, all the other control players in Pioneer, I felt they were just like sad to lose their enchantment room. But I was like, yes, we've done it, boys. We've ascended. We've ascended the planeswalkers.
Yeah. So I just pinged them, see if they can get in. This should be the right link. Oh, there's a new link in the invitational chat. So we're hopping into the correct one. Now we're waiting to get let in. We don't want to see me. Okay, I'm asking to join.
What?
So now
What if we want to see you, Brad?
we need to get let in. Perfect. We did it.
There we go.
Whoops. That's the wrong one. I want. So now I'm waiting to see Tacos' camera. I do not see their camera yet. And I'm still waiting to get let in on my other account. So Mark, if you can hear me, whoever the owner of this call is can hear me, let me in on the other side. Awesome.
Awesome.
Perfect. Everything looks good. We are good to go.
We done it, boys.
Thank you for bearing with us, everybody.
We and actually Brad is the one.
All right, let's see how this goes.
So I'm not sure what I want, like who I want to say is favored in this matchup because Jund, yeah, they got some gas. Elves can have some explosive draws.
Or the play. Jund on the play against Elves. That feels really bad.
Yeah, you can technically, I'm gonna call it Bolt the Bird, and then untap and have mana open to either Ren 6 or have something. So I feel like this is definitely something. Or you could just untap and just play Ren and just destroy the bird that way. So I feel like this is not. I'm not saying it's a completely favored. Definitely in John's. The ball is definitely in. States.
Yeah, I mean we could see. So we've seen this happen before, right? We saw, Elves take on Jund earlier. Not necessarily this Jund, but it was the other player, and they won, I believe, because they just couldn't deal with it, right? They just had too much going on.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, that's the thing about the way Magic gives the one player the play and the other the draw. Sometimes just it might seem like, oh, it doesn't make that much of a difference, but sometimes it just beat like everything.
Yeah.
Your opponent basically starts off just one turn, is able to overload any kind of like spells that you think that you could be like resolving or playing. So it's just they're so much faster off. Always one land behind.
So Heritage Druid, War Master, Nettle, and what's that one on the very left?
That is the Elvish visionary campaign.
And they take the War
Arc Druid.
Master.
Arc Druid. It's the Arc Druid.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can take the War Master, I assume, right?
I think you can.
That's the one that overloads the board. I think
Mhm.
there's one drop there.
2 1-drops. There's Nettle and then the other one.
Yeah, okay, so here's the thing. If you have a Remnant, definitely take the War Master. Then no.
See,
Yeah.
this is what we're talking about, right?
My bad.
So like Jund has like all this removal and they have these ways to just eat apart the hand and like attack the board. But if Jund goes through all of, like we saw this with Jund against Spirits earlier. Jund is able to like pick apart and kill the stuff, but then they flooded and drew like lands and like a bunch of lands and had no action for themselves. And then Spirits kept drawing action, and you can't deal with all of it. So elves can be in the same position to do that.
Not just that, it's also the fact that the Spirits player had a land that was able to produce a token
Yes, that's
basically
true.
what seemed like every turn. So the thing is, even if the Spirit would have flooded out the same way the Jund player would have flooded out, he would have had more good stuff on the field than the Jund. Oh, I can see taking the Druid.
There goes War Master.
Can't get my elves down. Elvish Arc Druid. War Master is still in hand.
Yep, he just played it.
Oh yeah,
And
that's
he's
what you meant.
gonna
Like they played.
trigger a War Master, make a boy, make a little elf. It's a Dobby.
Like if you Pyroclasm.
So this is how Jund needs to win now. Jund wins by simply giving the other player a sock, and then he can't make Dobbies anymore. And he wins.
Did I just hear some Potter jokes?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
And Elves is
I did.
no longer has cards in hand. This is quite the board.
I mean, he's not playing Pyroclasm, but if he
There's
was, it'd be
Lily.
kind of funny. Yeah, you gotta do something. I mean, discard at this point when your opponent has no cards in hand is useless. I have zero doubts that the elf player will to empty out his hand by now. Oh, it's just gonna be a realm walk. Whoa, 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 whoa!
Riding
I feel
black.
like this
Oh,
could be a
is
misplay.
this Shaman? Yeah, Shaman with back coming down.
If it was realm walker, you always have to. So here's the thing: if it
All
was
right,
realm
John's
walker,
scooping
I
it
would
up.
have tapped.
Ooh. That's
I was gonna say if it was realm walker, tap the Nettles and something else, just so you can get the realm walker untap, get more mana, try to get the elves combo off.
Chat. Nice Lily nerd. Yeah, that's rough. That's a rough one for Jund.
But I feel like he did the right choice of taking the art.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, but
Because
that's the danger of what we were saying when like these tribal decks have to offer is like you pick apart their hand, you remove their stuff, but like when they just go off and they just dump everything onto the board, you can't kill all of them without a sweeper. So
it's not just that; it's also they are also running. They can go under whatever you. It's like Liliana is. Oh, it's a 1-for-1. But the problem is, you can't 1-for-1 them at that board state. They went under your. So you had 3 mana at that point. Your opponent has cast their entire hand. It's.
you know what he could have done the 3 mana? Yeah. Bantu's Last Reckoning.
At that point.
I
hate that card. Costs too much. Like it's like a 6 mana sweeper, so to speak.
Oh man.
am personally a huge fan of Cry of the Canary
Yeah, Cry the Carnage was fine. That would work too.
because it just
Unless he has multiple words
he
out, and then you cry because you're like, ah, they're all 1/1s per turn.
I'm just a huge hater. I remember playing.
I always laugh really hard when I'm looking at a list of like someone that 5-0'd and I see like Bondu's Last Reckoning in the sideboard, and I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe you're running that. Like, just the fact that you have to take your next turn off just sucks. But hey, in
I
that
mean,
situation
play it
right there
late.
for Jund, that actually would have worked out. It would have been fine.
Yeah, it would have been 1 damage off of the. Well, he couldn't even have played it. He didn't have enough.
Wait, does Bontu?
No,
Oh,
he could have played the Bantus. He
you know what would work though?
couldn't have played.
Bontu's Last
Yeah,
Reckoning would work
Pyroclasm.
in a Reclamation deck, wouldn't it? That'd be nice.
Yeah, because it gets.
It's your
Yeah,
next
but
upkeep.
like,
They
if you
don't
want
have
to
that.
play it in Pioneer.
Okay, you can't play it in Pioneer now because Reclamation is dead. Feels bad. Dude, I just play banned decks, I guess, because I was playing Reclamation for a little bit, for a while, and then it got banned, and I'm like,
Playing
yep, feels bad.
If MTG Goldfish has a deck at like what was it, like 15% of the.
The next 3 decks I just finished, about this last week. I finished 4-color Omnath. I finished Jund Citadel, and also what was it? Fires. So I'm like, just don't ban any of these decks, so I stop losing my decks.
That's the good thing about playing Sphinx's Revelation.
Yeah, you play a bad deck, you'll never get banned. Good for you.
I mean, if you wanna be like that. I mean, I have, if I'm not mistaken, like cause I haven't seen Epic post the new boards yet. At the current time, I think second place, towards now, with the Sphinx's Revelation deck each week.
Like, I don't think Sphinx is bad. It just always felt slow in Pioneer. But I mean, I think with the bans now, it's probably not too
I
slow.
was playing it before the bans.
I mean, yeah, before the bans, it was incredibly slow, dude.
Yeah, I was playing it before the bans and still.
So, welcome, Spooky Shori. Is that your name? Yeah, Spooky. Hi, Spooky. Says he's late to the party. We are late into the game right now. We're approaching game 2 of the losers round 3. So we have a player awaiting the end of the lower bracket, and we have a player awaiting the end of the finals. So winner of this match moves on to the finals for the lower bracket. Winner of that match moves on to the finals overall. So we have 2 more rounds after this, and potentially 3 with the opportunity of the lower bracket player facing off in the finals to win their first match, and they need to win 2 to knock off the person waiting in the first seed, which is Metro on Naya midrange.
My question is, can you really show up too late to the party?
Not if the party's still going on.
Yeah, I mean, it's still going. Wait, it's 3 a.m. and the party's still going on. I'm not late.
So Wenwurl's right off the bat. Nice.
If Tacos loses this game, can we just say the Tacos got devoured?
Bolt the elf. Do it.
Show me the bolt.
Or push.
Push it real good. I feel like this is quite the slow start.
Yep. Let's try to figure out what he wants
Wait,
to do.
you can turn
And
2
Fatal Push
Ren
the
is
elf.
also.
There it is. You're very welcome,
This
Spooky.
felt like a. Ooh,
There's a Goif.
3/4 Goif.
Oh man, I love the future sight.
Yeah, it's the only correct one.
That's the Narcomoebas I have.
I'm jealous.
And Nettle Sentinel comes down, and a Druid. And pass. So this is what you want. You want Bolt Push swinging.
Honestly, it doesn't matter as long, like you could also just Ren and 6 destroy
That too.
the druid.
But I'm thinking of like filling up your yard even more with your removal.
Because the thing is, you take the Tarmogoyfs, you make 90-degree angles. Um, I mean, I'm not sure if he's playing Ren at this point. It's like if he had a Ren, I'd definitely be of the opinion. Take the Ren, take out the Elf, 90-degree angles with your Goyf. Doesn't matter if you're taking life. I mean, if you're losing life, because your opponent is on a better, like you have a better clock than your opponent, because you're
Oh yeah.
obviously, dealing one more damage than the other. And you just can't let both creatures be out at the same time. I mean, Nettle Sentinel is not like it's not like in Legacy where it's like, okay, Nettle Sentinel easily start comboing off by turn 2. You got to at least till turn 3, so it's like, I don't care what he has, I really would advise him to just get rid of either Beyond's command, which feels really awkward, but you gotta do what you gotta do, you know what I'm saying?
Tacos is getting overwhelmed. He had the commentary up and he heard us. He just muted the stream because he's like, I know these lines of play. I need to get my land first, please. But yes, Tacos, that is our job. We're here to commentate the game and provide insight for the viewers to know what you could possibly be doing. So
I don't think he's hearing this anymore.
I know he's not hearing us anymore, but he can go back and watch the VOD.
Yeah, because I'm much more familiar with the Junt line of plays than the Elf line of plays. It's the same to like me for like it's the same for me as with
Hey,
Merfolk
there's Ren and
because
6 and Bolt. Hey, look at that. Look at that.
can I call myself with a predictor? 90-degree angles, just like I like him. I don't like those players that just barely tap. I only do that like if I end step tap out for Sphinx's Revelation and I know my opponent and I both know tapped out. I'm just like too lazy to tap all 14
Gage said in chat, call him a boomer. He called himself a boomer earlier, so it's okay.
Is the
And
Druid
the
Bolt?
edict on Lily. Yeah, this is where Jund is in complete control.
I'm not sure if it's complete control, but it's like, damn, you're screwed. You're toast.
I would dare say complete control. Like you have all the pressure, you have ways of just one for one of them over and over again. Realm Walker might help them out, and nothing on top.
Well, he had tapped out all 3.
Yeah,
Like, he tapped out all
he
3.
could have he hadn't played a land yet, so he could have like had a land in hand and then played based on like what was on top.
That's true.
It's all about that sequencing.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess if he wanted to play his land afterwards, he's not playing around days.
Well, yeah, because if he's holding onto a shock land, for example, then he's going to play Realm Walker first to see if there's a 1-drop on top. That way he can decide if he wants to shock in that land he has in hand.
Yep.
But obviously we see he'd had no land in hand regardless, so mute point. There's
Okay.
a Inquisition.
Oh, sick. This gets the
And
Goyf
double
up,
War
baby.
Master in hand.
I'm gonna take War Master, just personal pick. Oh, you can now plus Lily and take the second one. Oh,
And now
that's just
he can get rid of the
wacky.
second one now just by plussing. Yeah, that's great.
It doesn't matter what you have in hand. The War Master is better when there's a walker. Because he could draw land with another like elf on top.
So he's taking
Don't
up
let him
Ren, grabbing a fetch.
Yeah, that's a good sequence. Okay, that was not the best. Oh, there we go. I remember there being a.
And there's the discard on Lily.
As we can see, in both games, the elf player emptied his hand. but in one of them it looks a lot worse than the other.
That is very true.
So that's a good argument to like not attack with the Goif, even though like 99% of the time I'd say keep the.
Realm Walker is so good. That's what's keeping him in this game right now.
Yeah, like I said, you said complete control. I was like, I don't think so. Definitely Ren, get land, discard a land with Lily.
To be fair, I did say complete control before the Realm Walker hit the board.
And I wasn't predicting a Realm Walker, but I was like, I've seen these games where it's like, as a control player, it's like, oh yeah, 99%, and it's like, oh yeah, just top decks lands. The other player's like, oh yeah, just keep using my other stuff, and it's like, yep, 7 lands in a row is
Ooh, Dreadbore.
yeah,
That's
gotta take out
big.
the
Yeah, killing that Realm Walker
Walker.
is huge.
I'm still of a fan of the plussing, discarding. What
Ooh.
did he just? Oh, he went double minus.
Yeah.
Minus on
Cool
Linus, I
play.
guess.
Cool play. Taking up Lily, discarding whatever that was in his hand.
No, the Ren and 6 was the final card. That's why you played
No,
it
no,
out like
no. I'm
that.
saying
And also,
discarding. He discarded a Realm Walker from his opponent. That's what I'm talking about. The Elves player discard.
no. Also, another nice sequence is with your boy Ren in the graveyard.
He drew another Realm Walker.
It's not that impressive because you can downtick.
Yes. But it's. I still find it funny. He's gotten 3 in the top 18.
Yeah, it's quite interesting.
And going next one. We're going to game 3, boys.
Let's go.
So Elves being on the play now is pretty big, especially if they go turn. So if you're Jund here, do you mulligan fairly aggressively to find a bolt or a push to like counter like a turn 1 elf or something?
The problem is you kind of need the it's kind of an attrition based matchup. So you kind of want to like mulligan. Yeah, I wouldn't go lower than 6, unless the 6 land like it's like a 6 open like a hand of 6 where it's playable.
Yeah, I don't think
either 1 land or just 6 land.
Yeah, it's definitely not an aggressive mulligan decision in which you're like, oh, I need it so bad, or I'm gonna forfeit having lands or having a good hand overall. It's not like you're going against like trying to find a ley line against like Dredge, you know. So I'm just thinking like, do you keep? The question is, do you keep a semi or like okay opening 7 that doesn't have turn 1 removal, or do you mulligan it to try to find turn 1 removal?
This really depends on the amount of value you can create with 2 drops. Let's say it's only a Ren and 6, and you gotta like go from gut feeling. It's like how explosive do you pretend your opponent's hand's gonna be? It's not always that they're gonna have the
well, I mean, they've had 2 hands in a row, both games that would have been explosive. Had he not bolted or pushed that Llanowar Elves, he would have dumped his hand on turn 3.
Yeah, that's called being.
But he already did dump his hand in game 1. So we've seen Elves numerous times throughout this tournament be in positions to just have a turn 3 board state of like 6 Elves. And if you're Jund, I mean, do you? It's hard not to just assume the worst and like prepare for that, you know.
I completely understand, but if you mulligan down to let's 6, and they have a more reasonable start, and you just mull down to 6 just so you could, bolt the bird, and you don't really have too much of a good hand, and then they just realm walker value you. It's not a best feeling either. So you gotta you gotta accept the fact that they could just also just realm walker. So I feel like it's better to just try to see if there's a bolt. If there's not, accept your fate, and then, but definitely you can't keep a 7-lander. You can't keep anything above 5. 5 landers too much. Anything above, I'd say 3 to 4 lands, unkeepable. Anything below 2 lands is also unkeepable. And that's how you're gonna have to play it out.
Yeah. I don't know. I think a tad bit more aggressively in this scenario because this is the Invitational. If I'm Jund and I see an opening hand that just doesn't have the bolt for this turn one play that we just see come from elves right now, I ship it. I think I ship it.
I'm gonna have to kind of quote what Luis says. It's like Luis Scott Vargas always says it's.
There's the
I mean,
push.
he might just have yeah. So I
Look
mean,
at
he
that.
could just be like Luis Scott Vargas says it's like it's not a good idea to play differently in the finals than you usually play because then you can't predict exactly what's going on because you don't know
True.
exactly what you're doing. So I mean, I just gotta be honest. That's how I usually give you
No, I get
take
that.
the advice from Luis. Heritage Druid is not the problem. Actual problem is the Nettle Sentinel and the Heritage
There's
Druid.
an
Okay, this
Inquisition.
is
That's
good.
nice.
I mean,
Oh, you take the
you
Realm
could have
Walker, right?
you take the Realm Walker in this situation. There's
Yeah.
two lands. You're not really
And
not
and then
scary.
Druid you can take care of. Yeah,
I mean,
you take Realm Walker.
yeah, the other Druid helps you tap for a lot of mana, but a lot of elves to actually use the mana. And I mean, the +1/+1 is like, what's he gonna do? Like attack you for 4 damage turn? Take the Realm Walker. It's just more explosive and a lot scarier. There we
This
go.
looks
There's a
good for
tapped
Jund.
land.
Now they could always top deck
Yeah.
Realm Walker or top deck something to help go off. Elves is perfectly capable of that. But this if you're Jund, if you're Tacos right now, you're feeling kind of good. I mean, unless your hand is just garbage and you kept like the removal and that's it on your 7. But because he snap kept a 7 without even thinking about it, I have to think that it's a good hand. I have to trust his gut there.
Okay, so that was which this is like my worst. This is like my worst trait. Yeah, it's the Archdruid again. It's just like Merfolk. I know what the Merfolk does. I just can't.
Looter Scooter.
No, I'm just like I want to say Mistbinder, but then I Tidebinder, and it's like, oh wait, no,
Isn't
that's the one
Mistbinder's
that
the
taps.
ward?
Yeah, and then Tidebinder's the one that taps down a red card. I've only been playing a lot of like folk and historic to the point where I like start naming.
Oh, nice. You're
Really
playing Ixalan block constructed. Congrats.
Hey, I got the Mirror Regery in this.
I'm trying to think what Jun's considering here. Like maybe he has
So
a Ren in hand. Try to go Scoos, hold it up. Okay,
Scoos.
that's cool.
Yeah.
Hold up the green,
The
eat something.
And it's good because the Scoos can now profitably block the
Yeah.
Arc Druid, and the Heritage Druid is not by this.
Elf.
Okay, so you could. So here's the funny thing: you can tap your Arc Druid for 3 mana, or you can tap all 3 elves for 3 mana.
Scoos is good against creature decks. He was like, yep, eat it, eat it, eat
I
it.
like I like Scoos in almost. I'm not like almost every matchup. I feel like the reason I like Scoos is like it's got the life gain that you sometimes need against Burn. It can hate on Snapcaster Mage and can eat up the creatures and also like somewhat protect you against Dredge.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if your opponent has the nuts turn to Dredge, nothing you can do about it with Scoos, but anything else is just
Okay. Ooh, Bloodbraid. That's nice.
both no
Hey,
Scoos
it's a Ren
puts
and
on its
6.
legs.
Also nice.
No, it's not. Problem is you have +1 +1/+1 from the Archdruid.
That's true.
It looks better than it actually is. I think I'd plus because there's no reason not to. It's not like you have that play where it's like last time, oh, just minus and minus again. See, this is the point why you play the ones from modern mechanics because they just help you cycle so well.
See, this is where elves can start
Okay.
doing stuff. Ooh, War Master on
It's
top.
okay. This is where it's because like if they flip one thing from Realm Walk, okay, flip multiple things. Oh
Another
no.
one. And then make
Yeah,
a
they can tap
token.
all 3 for mana. I keep up the. I can see the War Master up. So that a 6. Yeah. I guess Jund has only more strategy. Don't lose. I mean, Cry of the Carnarium would actually wipe the board, except for
Well, you could actually, if you cried right now, if you had it, it would wipe the board, and then you can downtick on Ren.
yeah. Because the thing is, well, it's like a non-bow with scoos, but it's like you gotta take a hit. Because
Yeah.
the funny thing is, like minus
Well,
some of
you
them
could still eat
die.
something with scoos and like stay alive.
No, because it get
Oh
exiled.
yeah, they actually. You're right.
Thing is, you can play Cry. Like the creatures don't die at instant. What happens is like first the Lord has to die, and then all the creatures stop getting the +1/+1, and then they start dying. It's like playing against Merfolk. It's kind of and yeah, and then you just yeah you have to down tick on the Ren, but he's not playing Cry. At least I don't think of him playing as a Cry in the list.
Anga is saying Witch's Vengeance is the real tech.
Witch's Vengeance is a. I'm not sure if modern is so tribal filled to the point where I'd say, hell yeah, it's Witch's Vengeance, my dudes.
Oops, that is an A, not an E.
Darn it. Got all the deck lists open that are not relevant.
Okay, so
How do you
popping it on 3.
how do you like your tacos? Spicy. Uh, Maelstrom Pulse, maybe like one of the outs. It's not a good one, but it is one. Is it though? Is it? Charm.
Okay, so they're be able to do a bit more now. I mean, getting rid of those Realm Walkers is pretty big, and the Lords.
I'd say Walker first, Lord second.
Well, yeah, but So no Realm Walker on board now for Elves is gives Jund life again.
Well, it just makes him just helps him, have an easier time trying to seal.
Yeah, and he can swing in, try to kill Ren, because now
Oh,
his dorks are vulnerable to Ren's minus.
I was trying to look at.
So I think he kills Ren here.
Yeah, you always kill Ren.
Scoos
I was
will
looking at.
eat something. I think you swing with all the dorks. Yeah, your 4/1 drops you swing in with, right? You don't want to swing in with a War Master because Scoos just eats it, no problem. So you swing a token. Only those two at Ren and 6.
Yeah, that makes so much sense. You can activate War Master, tap 3 elves, activate War Master, Death
Oh,
Touch.
I see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, you're right. Huh. So either way, I think no matter what, he's activating, right? Because it either kills Ren and 6, or he trades Scoos and kills Ren and 6 still.
You can trade for the. I think I'd always trade for the token.
Okay, so he's going to trade the Bloodbraid here.
Yeah, but I think I'd always trade for the non-token.
Yeah, he's trading with Llanowar right now. That's what he's blocking
Okay.
first, letting the token go through. He's trying to see if he wants to block with the Scoos because he knows he's accepting a trade here. He's just trying to see. We don't know what's in his
block
hand.
Scoot.
So just Bloodbraid.
Yeah.
All right, he's gonna pump and then Ren is down.
This is kind of weird. Okay, tap 3, tap 4. Yep, that's good.
Okay, there's a land for turn. So now he can start growing his Scoos a lot more. There are stuff there to eat if he doesn't have too much else going on.
Scoos is only good right now if you can get rid of the War Master. That shit is just gonna overpower you when it comes to
And there's the bolt on the War Master.
yeah, that's
there you go.
Yeah, okay, now Scoos is actually really good because now it's like, oh, elf is just one more life gain. And
Yeah.
the elves without a lord just attack for 1 damage a turn. It's not
Ooh, in
really
Last
anything
Hope, that's good.
You gotta take care of one of the heritage root. Keep the
Yeah.
token. The token is not relevant.
Oh, he's killing the token. Huh.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. He's playing to the out of Maelstrom pool.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's cool.
There's no okay. So the thing is, like, there's no reason to actually commit to because either way there's gonna be 2 of them.
Another Realm Walker.
So no, I think that's I forgot what that card is again. No, that was
Oh, it's the one that makes a token. What's it called?
an ETB's token.
Yeah.
It's an elf.
Thank you so much for that. Wonderful insight.
Dwinen's Elite, I think, is the one. It's a 2/2 and it ETBs makes a token.
Yes, that is correct. And kills the token again.
Like it's a different artwork. Like it's a different artwork though, right?
Yeah, it's this one right here. Pulling up right now. It's the Magic Origins art.
Thanks, mate.
And there's a veil. Yeah, this is so now this match has been really interesting because it's swung back and forth of like who has the advantage like 3 times now.
Mm-hmm. The Veil of Bummer.
Eating 2 more things with Scoos.
Man, my favorite move was that one time starting to like destroy his own creatures just to grow the Scoos, and it's Arcbound Scavenger.
You could.
I forgot what it was play, but it was the winning play of the match, and I was like, God.
So he's actually close to ulting Lily.
Oof. Can we get an Emrakul down so we can have like some actual game?
Which, for those of you who don't know, the Lily emblem is you get an emblem at the beginning of your end step. Create X 2/2 black zombie creature tokens, or X is 2 plus the number of zombies you control.
Who's got more green mana? Oh, this is just okay. You can't. Okay, so they're just gonna start fighting over which creature to eat.
Ooh, fatal push.
Okay, so now here's the
a
thing.
lot
Elves
of
players got
growing.
to start eating as many creatures as they can, because the thing is, you just don't want your opponent to have more resources in the bin. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to think of that promo, Scoots.
This scavenging is just doing work.
Yeah, uh, I'm talking about this the promo one, you know, from what's that promo? Not a fan. I'm not sure. I know Patrick Dickman was playing that one, but I don't know.
Swinging it for 7's pretty nice.
90-degree angles. That's how I like my games to be. It's got to be like the final turn or like one away. There's no way you can actually make something. Oh, okay, yeah, this
And
is gonna
there's
be
the
the
scoop.
scoop. There's yeah, because the emblem's just gonna seal the deal.
Yeah.
Like before I even attack, I would just emblem.
That was a good match.
That was a good match. Like I
So
said, definitely
awaiting
always keep as many as
awaiting tacos right now is gonna be humans. Now I
hummus versus.
believe. What do you think about Jun versus humans? What's your initial reaction there?
Uh, I haven't seen like the Jund side. Like I'm not too familiar with the Jund matchup. The thing is, I can very easily imagine just humans being like, okay, play this. Like the Kitesail Freebooter just being like an absolute nightmare because
Oh
like
yeah.
Kitesail Freebooter is like, okay, I either like Kitesail Freebooter can also always just take the removal of the spell that you actually need to kill the Kitesail Freebooter itself. So it's like a lightning rod for lightning rods. It's like a really weird card that really can just mess you up. And I feel like this just becomes like a nightmare to face against. And the Jund player is not as fast as the human. Like the human's deck can easily it's just like, okay, turn one, Noble Hierarch, follow it up on turn two with just a bunch of other stuff. It's just like ugh, just barfs on the table like an affinity deck. But yeah, but the thing is, I'm not sure how well the Jund deck is just set up to be like, okay, yeah, play all the creatures you want. I got more removal spells than you have creatures.
All right, we are awaiting Ango to come in at this table.
I'm a I kind of would like to see Staticaster be like, yeah, I'll flash in Staticaster, tap it with your trigger of the your boy entering the battlefield for Thalia's Lieutenant, just be like, I'll wipe out the field. Like to see
Yeah.
that happen sometime in the future.
This is shaped up to be a really interesting invitational. Like I said,
Hey,
just
I'm just gonna be
having
honest.
having Jund here makes me happy. I love a good Jund deck.
As we can see, the Jund deck is inching its way doing the walk.
Inching its way.
I mean, he's not really running through it like a mono red aggro.
Yeah, I mean, look, whether he's crawling on his stomach or he's, flying through the matchups, this is great looking. And that's what just Jund does, or any mid-range deck does, is they just kind of like, you have so many lines of play, right? And you just kind of get through it as you can, kill what you can, and looks like we have Anga saying they've asked to join. Who is in charge of the call right now?
My question is, do you kill as fast as possible, or do you kill the only like the big threats? Because I'm not a huge I'm not a huge expert when it comes to mid range. I only know the decks that are slower than mid range.
So if Marky leaves, does it not transfer
Oh,
whomever?
like Meats has this really weird system. It's like you are forever the owner.
Yeah, that's kind of awkward.
Yeah, it's really awkward because like I've left my because I have two accounts. I use one for MTG, the MTG stuff, and um and I was like I started the meet with my other like my MTG account, and I accidentally like because it's automatically like on my personal account goes in, and it's like yeah you have to request permission from myself,
Silly.
even though even though I'm not even in the meeting with the other account.
Yeah, it looks like we have to transfer over to another room. Let's do it. Yeah, new
Let's get the
table.
Roomba action.
New table. Has someone made the new table yet, or are we waiting the new table to be made?
We're not making the table is making itself. What's that? I can't read it. Come on,
Looks like
mate.
it's him. It's him as a token. Yeah, that's him.
Ah, it's cool. You know, I kind of be happy if they stopped printing Teferis.
All right, looks like we're looking to. Hold on, where is the correct table? Am I blind?
So, Brad, which deck do you want to see win the tournament now?
Oh, Jund, 100%.
Even though he is so ambitious.
Yeah, that's fine. I
Are
think
we
I think both
agreeing on
players are
an
thinking that Nameless is making the table. Boys, I think it's up to you guys to make the table at this point. A little miscommunication.
Yeah.
Yeah, some miscommunication going on.
Nameless doesn't do that stuff. Nameless does a lot for you guys. He's just not that helpful. Nah, Nameless is a great guy. The only other admin I have as much contact to, oh, actually, other than Risen and Nameless, is actually the non-admin Alex.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, Alex and I live in the same time zone.
Where it be? I just don't know if they're going to be putting it in invitational chat or. Oh, it must be this one. I see. All right. Let me in.
Oh, did I start a talk when I said I don't want them to print any more Teferis? And they're like, nah, dude, no more Teferis.
I
Then
did
another one's like, yeah,
hear you
more
say that.
N21 Teferi, less more of the Spark. I'm just gonna be honest. I play a decent amount of control. Like here and there, I'll play a match or two of control. Don't like Teferi. Stop printing Teferis. Thanks.
All right, let's put you on the left, put you on the right, rename.
So Anger is
Properties.
on.
It's
I love how he's
humans.
like using hummus. Yep.
Humans versus Jund.
You want to call it humans or hummus?
Why would I call it hummus?
because it's nutritious garbage. But
I can roll. I can still roll. No, I can still roll, guys. I'm rolling right now. Tell him to roll. Tell him to roll.
I dare you.
Yes. There you go. All right. See, this is the all-star of this matchup. Ready? Ready? It's going to be this card right here. This is going to dominate.
No joke. I kind of have my suspicions that that is going to be. Here's why. You can't. You have to have revolt on your fatal push.
I mean, there's Bolt, though.
Put one counter on it. It gets out of bolt range.
True.
It's got haste. It can destroy Liliana's. It can tear you a new. You know, it also always feels really shitty discarding another Liliana, like with your original Lily.
There's a Vial on turn 1. That's nice.
All right, yeah. I think that's quite viable. Turn 1 Thoughtseize?
Inquisition.
Inquisition. I think I'd take the meddling mage just so you keep using your
It depends what he has in hand. There's a Lieutenant Mage, 2 mages, Reflector Mage and Meddling Mage, and then 2 lands. And it's the Meddling Mage.
yeah, it's what I would have done. Love how it's just he plays on his own laptop. That's his.
Hey, if it works, man.
Hey, what gets you to the invitational gets you to the invitational.
And Dolly's Lieutenant coming down.
I feel like that's an ever so slightly misplay, I guess.
I think he's just trying to be mana efficient, I guess. He's focusing
Oh,
on
because
that.
he could have played the cavern and not paid a life.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
I doubt that this 1 point of life could make the difference between us, but you don't, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to risk it for the biscuit when it comes to the invitational. Yeah, okay, yeah, I can see that play. I'm not sure if I like it, but it's definitely a possibility.
Yeah.
My assumption was to just barf it out, turn 3, get the I think I would have gone reverse order. I would have gone Lieutenant into Reflector. And this is because then you can have two creatures with power 2. Because well, I think he might be fearing the Goyf. Because this is the thing. If a Goyf comes down, Reflector Mage, bounce Goyf, gives you effectively 2 turns of. No. Yeah, he can't play next turn either. So it's like it gives you like 2 turns of getting past Goyf. And you need the tempo swing. The problem is
this
this
matchup
line
is about
here.
that a lot. As we see Lily
I
come
was
down.
gonna say this. Yeah. I was gonna say this is gonna leave him viable, like weak against Ren and 6, but I mean, who needs Ren when Liliana does the job better?
True.
I was gonna say this looks like a champion. Thalia put a counter. Okay, that's good. I'm not sure if Champion of the Parish gets to be the best one drop of all time.
Clearly, that's the Raven Inspector.
I have no clue what you're talking.
Why are you trolling me?
I'm not trolling you. I'm just having fun.
See another Lily going to the bin.
Like I said, I really hate discarding Liliana too. I know this from the standard Liliana that's for. I'm not sure who would say has a better position at this point. Because the human deck can easily play with 3 lands.
That's true. And
You
we've
got
seen
the
John
Viola
just
3
pick
land.
apart, decks that seemingly can fill the board up. There's a Ren coming down.
Oh yeah, the Ren is gonna tear apart the Thalia.
Yep.
Funnily enough,
Thalia going down.
Reflector Mage can only bounce a creature that your opponent controls.
Yeah.
But if the creature your opponent controls is something that you own, you can't play it your next turn. So as we can see, they both know that we're playing around Tarmogoyf. We're gonna have to take the Dreadbore, unless it's like another village. It's like a planeswalker underneath the Dread.
Yeah, he's taking the Dreadbore. By the way, I did just get my my Dreadbores from the Rock Hard, Party Harder, or whatever, Shred Harder, whatever art, which is this one. Oh, it's so pretty. It's so nice.
Oh, is that the is that an
It's a secret lair.
I assume is that oh, that's a secret layer?
Yeah, I ordered 2 of them and I just got these in the mail recently. They're great.
That is not bad.
Yeah. It's like metal inspired, like posters.
What?
Essentially was the idea.
I don't see it. I don't know where you got that information from. Yeah, no. Like I said, if you bounce your own creature that an opponent controls with Meddling Mage, you're not.
Here's the Assassin's Trophy one, by the way.
Okay, that one's actually nice.
Yeah. They also had
I don't
Agonizer
have
Remorse.
the money for it. Oh, that's cool. I want to see that one. I don't have the money for the secret layer stuff.
Whoops, not Agonizer Remorse. What was it? Anguish of Making. I'm sorry.
Ah, it's all good.
I can't type.
So, the thing is, wait, Liliana's dead. Okay, I was gonna say if Liliana was still there, you were gonna be forced to vial in at instant speed Reflector Mage. But the thing is, the reason the Reflector Mage is not being like said or is only because of fucking Tarmogoyf.
Yeah.
Anguished Unmaking. Oh, that's now I remember which one that was.
And what's the other one? It's the Gruul removal spell.
Abrupt Decay.
No, Gruul, not Golgari.
Gruul, sorry.
It's a 4-mana removal spell.
What's it do again?
I think it's just destroy target thing. Tacos was saying earlier that his opponent's playmat has him intimidated.
I feel like he's just got the keyboard. Okay, I feel
Reflector
like
Mage.
Okay. Wait, there's double Goyf. What's the point? One more hummus, and then you make the champion bigger than the Goyfs.
which is nice.
Not just nice, necessary. Because he's playing K command. Funnily enough, he could go ahead, use K command, destroy the Kitesail freebooter, take out the vial, because that's how I would do it. Then you would get your Dreadbore back. You could use the Dreadbore to take out the champion. Basically, nuke to have the last couple of turns. Roll the Goif by 1, because Artifact has not yet hit the graveyard. Yeah, I feel like this could easily. Oh, also, there's no instant so far in the graveyard. Yeah, I feel like instant could definitely be a thing that really if the Goyas become a 6/7, I'm not saying it's hard to win, like it's hard to win against, but it's really damn hard to actually win against that.
So he's at 13, going down to 11 for the Thoughtseize. Just the planes.
Out of all of the Throne of Eldraine ones, I really much fan of that plane. Oh, yeah, and I feel like all of the Throne of Eldraine mountains are terrible.
The one thing about this
So it's
matchup, though, is, or any matchup featuring Jund, is it's has the tendency to not be a quick match, because we are still in game
funnily
1.
enough, this is like the actual funny part. If you would have had a second Reflector Mage, you could have bounced the Goyf. Then he couldn't have played both Goyfs like next turn because of the clause on Reflector Mage, all cards with the same name.
Yeah.
And then you just basically could have attacked with the champion, either forced. No, yeah, you definitely would have forced a chump block with the um on the Bloodbraid Elf, either this or next turn. But now with the Goyf being able to battlefield again this turn, you're gonna have to sacrifice Meddling Mage, unless he makes you discard. Sorry, he
You
makes
mean
you
Reflector
discard.
Mage?
I was gonna say when he sacrifice, but it's the discard option. Oh, no effect yet has happened. Oh no. Oh no. Tarmogoyf is bigger by 1 now.
Yep. It's a big Goyf.
It's even scarier when there are 2 of them. I'm not sure if plussing was the correct thing in my opinion, but I'm also not the Jund player, so the thing is the Goyf would have died when it attacked. You know what? Yeah, it's got 6 toughness. It would have died when it attacks. But I mean, technically, it could have been a good trade because it forces your opponent's champion of the parish to die. And champion is. See, this is the thing. The phantasmal image is.
Just for 1, there you go. I will never forgive Wizards for pushing Tarmogoyf up to a mythic
Hey, they don't look at the secondary market.
Oh, you know they do.
I know. I like to make fun of it though. I think I'd minus on, yep, minus target phantasmal image, minus the Liliana, make him sacrifice the Raptor Mage because there's no other creature you can sacrifice.
Yeah.
I mean, you could also just do the chonky boy thing. Is there a removal spell hitting? Abrupt decay on the. Now you get minus start like make him sacrifice. Oh, okay, he wants to play it like that. Okay. So Anga is definitely not in the driver's seat here.
There's a trade.
Is there anything?
No, it was empty-handed.
Hellbent.
There's the edict. Oof.
The game's not over yet.
And there's the scoop going to game 2.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not surprised.
that looked pretty good for Jund. Picking apart their hands. Because, like, look, humans is not quite as explosive as, like, spirits or elves, especially elves.
It's not the fact that they're only explosive, it's just the fact that you can this somewhat of an explosive deck with a disruptive deck playing Thalia.
Mm-hmm.
And this just allows basically make Jund play like 1 to 2 turns slower than they like to. This could easily I'm not saying this could win you the game, but this could push you towards victory.
Yeah, I agree.
Because if humans only had creatures that didn't have disruption, bad deck.
I am very glad that I no longer have the setup that I used to for my casting, because I used to have to stand for casting invitationals.
I do standing when I play my tournaments.
Yeah, but it wasn't
So
fun to stand for 6 hours in a row.
I mean, I think I stood for most of the invitational yesterday. That's how I usually do it.
Can't do that. Cannot do that.
Well,
I stand
that's
all
how I
day at
like to
work as
play
is.
as a teacher.
Yeah.
As the student, I could say you sit more than you stand.
That is true. Well, actually, you haven't been at my school. The kids
This is
like
the no
to
school.
wander around a lot. Get up for no reason. So
Wait, just students just get up and leave class or what?
not leaving class, like they'll try to, but they'll just like get up and like walk to someone else's desk, cross the room in the middle of like a lecture, and you're like, bro, what are you doing? I needed to tell this
Pull
person
out,
something. No, you don't.
Brad pulls out the shotgun. I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm not gonna shoot any children. Let's not do that.
I,
That's
I didn't
already
think you
that's
were.
already too much of a problem in my country anyway.
It is.
But looking at this, I
I
mean,
used to.
do you see any particular sideboarding options available for either player
Oh
that's
yeah,
going to put anything in favor for anyone? Like, do you think Jun
forgot to
has the favorite
I
in
forgot to do
this?
this one. Gotta pull in the deck list. So humans, definitely putting the Auriok champion. It's got protection from black and red, which is basically all the removal suite. The only way you can get rid of an Auriok champion as resolved is an edict effect. Um, Also Mirran Crusader is another thing I'd put in. Is Dice Lightning Bolt, so it's not as good as, in my opinion, the quad Auriok champion. But I mean, there's definitely like some protective creatures they can easily bring to just be like, yep, I will fuck you over. Let's see. Because they're bringing in stuff that is very hard to deal with. I take in the fatal, not the engineered explosive. Um, yeah, the engineered explosive is definitely coming. Say, let's see about the list because I'm looking at stuff. I'm not sure if Dark Confidant is where you want to be at. Sideboard out the Dark Confidant, so you could definitely go in and put more Fatal Push in. Uh, yeah, so maybe you could like cut one of the. I'd say cut one of the expensive Liliana, bring in one cheaper Liliana,
Mm-hmm.
side in the two Fatal Push, taking out Dark Confidant, and maybe one of the not one of the Inquisitions, and also side in the Explosive instead of. What was I going to take out for that? Because there's that one card where I was like, you're not really. Oh yeah, I think I already said Dark Confidant. Okay, I'm gonna have to take that back because like I want to take out Dark Confidant against humans. Great card, not against humans.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So I definitely split up the Lilianas. You really do because also it's not just that Liliana. Like you don't need the full four of them, in my opinion. It's also the fact that Meddling Mage really disrupts that shit. I mean, you have enough of a removal suite to like, but if you could play around Meddling Mage, there's no to him. This is why it's just like when you know you're playing Dredge and your opponent is playing Surgical Extraction. What you start doing is instead of like shaving like the Dredge creatures that you think are the weakest, you start shaving all Dredge creatures. So when as soon as they Surgical Extraction, it's like, oh, three of them.
Yeah, as we see a Thalia come down for humans, which is definitely really good in this matchup.
Yeah, Thalia on turn 2 can be a nightmare because the thing is, I like from a control player's perspective because the Jund deck can sometimes play a little bit of the control game. Um, if you don't have a spell snare for Thalia and you're on one lane and they're already at two, it's a nightmare because you got to untap, bolt the Thalia, or push the Thalia, get rid of the Thalia, and you feel like you just wasted your turn two, and a removal spell is gone. And so it's like Thalia is just an absolute beating.
It is a good card. I have definitely wanted it in Pioneer, just to
I'm
give
not sure if I
white
want
some
to.
kind of identity.
I'm not sure if I want it. It's like in Pioneer because I definitely would like a creature. Like maybe you could like have a Thalia without first strike.
I mean, I don't know if the first strike makes or breaks it in Pioneer.
I'm not sure if
And
Thalia
there's the
is
2 mana Fatal
too
Push.
good for.
Maybe if Pioneer had access to like one more instant speed, 1 mana removal, but not like Bolt or Path, like something else.
I would like to see some kind of like, because
Ooh, Swords to
yes, we have
Plowshare might be fine.
Swords to Plowshare is the best removal when there's a reason why Path to Exile is considered the worst Swords to Plowshares. So, like, if there's anything, I'd most likely just put in Path, but I feel like Path shouldn't Pioneer. The thing is, what I kind of like dislike a lot is Pioneer has, in my opinion, some like blue white. Like when I'm playing blue white, like my best removal spell is Seal Away, a 2 mana enchantment. Like to see something like if Thalia gets printed in like on and the creature decks get some love, which I don't have an issue for. Kind of like to see like a 1 mana removal spell.
Yeah, what if it's like a I don't know.
And rapid hybridization does not count as a removal opinion.
And there's Champion coming in.
So how do you think Winota might be shaping up since the post-Earl banning?
Oh, Winota I thought was an underrated deck pre-ban, so I think it's really good. But yeah, Winota's such a cool deck.
Funnily enough, I read an article about Sphinx Revelation was seeing play in the card that pushed it out of the format, the Jace.
So Liliana coming down, killing the Parish is pretty nice.
Yeah. And the thing about Liliana now, definitely make sure Night Sail Freebooter is just nope, can't do shit. That's the powerful thing about the Liliana. Liliana Last Hope. She
Yeah.
has just this protection removal hit, and it's just I'm not saying it's insane, but it's quite incredible.
All right, there's a Thalia coming in.
It's quite the sequence you gotta make it. First the Vial, then the Thalia. Keep that 1 mana untapped. Represent your non-existent path to exile. If I'm not mistaken, the human player should be out of cards in hand at this point.
I think you're right. And Kozilek's Inquisition comes in. So
Okay,
there's a
it's 2 cards in
Lieutenant
hand.
and a Dismember.
Definitely take the Lieutenant.
Yeah.
The worst thing that could happen to you is like you play a Bloodbraid Elf. The Bloodbraid Elf gets a Tarmogoyf. The Tarmogoyf gets dismembered, but it's like, well, who cares? The Bloodbraid Elf is still there to provide a
Yeah, I agree.
does run Treetop Village in the Jund list. Yeah, this is one funny thing. No, no, it's not funny. One interesting. I thought it's Raging Ravine. Okay. It's sometimes like a mix between like try to play Treetop or Raging Ravine. So I think it's up to the player which one they prefer as the land of their choice. Some prefer the Raging Treetop Village due to its mana efficiency, while it's the Raging Ravine provides the red and green mana. So they've got their ups and downs. The thing about the what's it called? Uh, I forgot what I was gonna say. So okay, I feel like that's a waste because you could have easily just plussed her, made the elite, the Kitesail freebooter be a -1/1, and then with the +1/+1 counter still just be nothing, and then use the yeah. I don't get that play. I could see the point of like taking the dismember, but it's like, why that? Lil Bloodbraid. So are you gonna use the Liliana to Edict? Try to get a board state and then just go for an ultimate with Liliana, the last hope, because that's just a win con in itself.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like we saw that against elves last round.
I'm not sure if they actually ulted or if they just before the ult. I know it all too well when you're about to get the good stuff going on the control deck and you have everything good, you got all locked down, and they're just like, okay, yeah, before you can do all that fancy stuff, I'm just gonna scoop. Liliana,
And here comes
funnily enough,
Liliana the Veil.
targets
Look at that. It's Liliana Tron.
Liliana, funnily enough, she can +1 on up to one target creature, so you're not even forced into getting a ability.
Yeah, which is great.
Interesting enough, the way planeswalkers were originally designed to work, similar to how the sagas well, I'm not sure if we all love them, how we know the sagas to work. Oh, this is interesting. This is why you held it back, yeah. Yeah, take the veil, I get that. Sokoif is now a 6/7 creature, land, artifact, instant, and sorcery. And see, this is why the lieutenant is important, because
There's a
at this
Bloodbird
point,
Elf.
lightning bolt is not the out that you need. I mean, yes, it's not. Oh wait, lightning bolt is an out because you lightning bolt and then +1 with the.
So it bolts the Mantis Rider and then +1s Liliana on it. So that's gets rid of it. It's nice.
I mean, at this point, you can't protect your Liliana um, Mantis Rider because just Mantis Rider just has to fly.
Yeah,
Mariner. But Liliana's at 7.
it is at 7, so she can ult next turn.
Untap ult. I mean, like, is there anything the hummus deck can do to? I mean,
Attacks with
at this point,
trades of the Bloodbraid Elf. Yeah, you ult Liliana.
I mean, the Bloodbraid Elf also found you lightning, so it's like you're not losing anything from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's nothing holding you back. I mean, your opponent is not main decking Summary Dismissal, so I mean, sideboarding Summary Dismissal in this match. Yeah, pull the trigger, win the game. Also, you're not playing against Burn, where it's like, yeah, the zombies might be slower than draw step. Oof. So you gotta pay the extra mana
Another
to
bolt.
counter the counter.
There's the ult.
Yes, yes, yes. I was waiting on the ult the whole time. So it looks like the walk has been walked. I'd like to. What's going on?
And Jund gets it. Jund
Did Jund
taking on Naya midrange in the finals.
Yep, he's been walking the walk.
Oof.
In no way, shape, or form were his comments cocky. Insane. The reverse sweep. Just gotta do what Ronnie did last night. Can we like take a 5-minute break before the finals? Because I gotta quickly do something.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Thanks.
Wait. You have the chance to you're going, so you have to win 2 to go up. You gotta win 2 matches. They only have to win 1. Yep. All right, while we get the last table set up, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break and we'll be back for the finals. See you in a few minutes.
Okay, I'm back. Phew. Try giving him. Hello. When Brad now bun. Did you just make a man bun? That's all good. Sorry, I just had to quickly get some stuff done. I was just trying to hype up the finals. That's the only reason. It's all good. I think might actually be one of the most interesting matches we can see tonight.
All right, we are back and we are showing the finals between Metro and Tacos. Tacos on Jund, Metro on Naya midrange. Now, Scratch, did you expect this?
I mean, I didn't really expect Naya range to take it like all the way down in bracket. I am honest about that. Um, I just felt like it was like going too aggressive on the because I feel like Panza is like its best at it. It's like if it's just gruel, have the consistency, don't lose your own mana base. Going on to like a Naya, I was like I wasn't expecting that to actually work, but apparently Metro shows how it's gonna work.
Yeah.
Jund, I wasn't sure with all the I mean I wasn't really sure how to like make like I would think of Jund versus all the tribal decks. But I mean Jund shows what Jund does best, and that's just Jund him out. So yeah, I'm not sure what I like of the double playmat play here. This kind of like the cards are just gonna have like a slide incline.
Oh, he's still picking his playmat.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like
Just
he's
go
just
Blood
trying to
Braid.
like, oh yeah,
Blood Braid. Blood Braid.
mean, I kind of like Liliana
Actually, you know
as
what?
well.
No, Liliana makes more sense because Liliana has carried him throughout this entire tournament. Both Lilies have
I mean,
carried
Liliana is
him.
kind of like this drop. Yeah, yeah. No, don't you? Okay, that's good. That's good. I was
Yeah,
like, I thought he
yeah,
was about to
Liliana
take
makes
off the
sense.
Liliana. Yeah, tacos, we're here. We're here to help you out. Also, don't worry about it. We are also here to make you know what plays you should be making without actually being good with your deck. Can I get a
we, we
thumbs up
we
if you approve?
we did have that when I was casting Pioneer, the last Invitational with Alex, and we were talking about like the sideboard, like in between like rounds, or whatever. Or like it was the pre-match like analysis. We're talking about like what to potentially side in and things like that, and like what players could do. And one of the guys who was actually that match we were getting ready to watch just types in chat, "Hey, thanks for the advice," and it was beautiful.
I mean, yeah, sometimes it's good to hear players with the idea to side in, compare it to your ideas, listen to their reasoning to why and then do some comparisons, do some contrasting. And this is the art about sideboarding. It's like it's trying to make your post board look as efficient as to beating the deck in front of you as possible. That's why it's like I feel like it's easy to say I'll sideboard this in and side this out,
Yeah.
but it's like to get the perfect cards to side in, the perfect amounts. Maybe it's like, yeah, you have 4 Ariak champions in the sideboard, but maybe it's the most efficiently just to play 3 because the list, has this and this. Who knows? Because I'm not, I don't know these decks very well.
We already rolled,
Um,
guys. It was tacos on one. Tacos got one. I got two. Timothy got three when we rolled the first time. But if you want to re-roll, we can.
that's exactly why I think sideboarding is not as done. And I feel like if you're listening to someone else tell you it'd be a good idea, think about it, compare it to what you know about your deck,
Yeah.
and then try to make some games work. I feel like this is the whole like out of all of the lists that I've seen play, when I looked at the sideboards, I was like, this is the juiciest amount of sideboarding I feel like that can happen. So I'm super excited.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be a great matchup. Like this is just amazing. Like okay, we talk about tacos because we've watched him the last like 3 rounds, and he's done great running the losers bracket. But we have to give credit to Metro, who just
Yeah,
essentially from
crushed it.
the games we did see, the ones we peeked in at, dominated his matchups. It didn't even look like he was really in trouble that much. So he's undefeated for a reason. He's in the winners bracket for a reason, or the upper bracket for a reason. And this should be a great matchup. It's just all about like, hey, what do you think the impact of Blood Moon or Blood Moon type effects are in this matchup against Jund?
I was wanting to get to that. So I always Jund plays red, and any deck that plays red is not as easily hit by Blood Moon. Like let's say if you're playing Sultai. I
Uh
mean
huh.
that's an obvious one, but I was talking like I wasn't talking like I was listening to like some Jund players talk about how much they hate because it just annihilates their decks. It's not a guaranteed loss playing against Blood Moon, but Blood Moon can easily shut a Jund deck out because they play so many non-basics. They have so many cards. It's like double black in their pips. It's green black in the pip, and the red aspect of Jund is very weak in comparison to the I'm gonna call it the rock shell. The
Mm-hmm.
black green part.
Yeah.
And so that's why Blood Moon is not a guaranteed loss, but it's a really hard beating. But because he's not playing like actual Blood Moons, he's actually playing the Megs of the Moon. I feel like this is a completely different matchup because there's just so much removal to be thrown at him. I just don't feel like it's that one size fits stuff.
Yeah. You're right. It's not nearly as impactful as it would be against a deck not running red. But I mean, looking at a lot of the cards that are so powerful in Jund, I think it's still a really big hit because you
It
can't cast your
is,
Goyfs, your Lilianas. You can't cast your
it's a
Ren and
good
Six.
that's a good point, but the thing is it just dies to removal. Like you could float a black, let it resolve, fatal push, done. I mean, if you
Well,
have the revolt
that's if
active,
it's
because
the Magus. But
but
if
the
after
the
Cyborg,
main
if he
deck
gets
only
actual
runs.
Blood Moon in.
Yeah, it's one Blood Moon though. I feel like, I mean, yes, I like to play the one ofs. I really, but like to be honest, you can't completely like trust your opponent is always gonna have the Blood Moon. Yes, you got Abrupt Decay. You can float a green. You can float a black, and then Abrupt Decay their Blood Moon. But I feel like this deck still has so many outs since it's not for three deck Blood Moon. Just instead they're running Magus of the Moon. Like there's just such a huge difference when they're not actually enchant. Because if they can get under you with a Lily, make you edict away your Magus of the Moon. I feel like this matchup is completely dominated by the choice of not running Blood Moons, just in my opinion.
There's Blood Moon.
Or was it the one main deck Blood Moon and one side? I'm just gonna be honest, I don't have the list memorized.
Well, the lists are available for both of us. They're there.
It's one sideboard. I thought there was only one, but there's one main deck. Okay, I'm gonna take this back. I'm gonna take back some of what I said. Like, what are we looking at? Like Beast Within? He's not running Beast Within. Man, that was a card that used to be run back, back in the day when Tarmogoyf was actually a valuable.
Though we do see a basic forest on the field though, so
Yeah.
that helps.
If you're playing against Ponza and you need Ponza, you're just gonna start basics. So this is the reason why fetch lands are so good. Why you can't make. That's why also the Verdant Catacombs is the most powerful of the black green fetch lands that you have because it can just fetch for the green. So swamp or forest, and it's just perfect because you don't need to search for a basic mountain. Blood Moon does the basic mountains for you. You just need the swamp and the forest.
Yeah, of course.
I wasn't thinking about putting in the engineered explosive, but I was just thinking, yeah, you really should put in engineered explosives because you could just preemptively put down an engineered explosive and be like, yep, 3 counters on that shit. Find me an answer. Here's the thing about the Ponza list. The Ponza list can easily also put up a clock.
Yeah, that is definitely true.
So we
Ooh, interesting.
set.
So he's K commanding his own Scoos to make the giant fizzle here for Stomp. So it's going to go to the grave, and he's choosing to have Metro discard as well.
I guess if you don't see the Scoos when you get the Bone Crusher Giant, because I feel like the Bone Crusher Giant has a much more impact with his bot. Yep, that's a good, not a bad play.
Yeah. Here's Bloodbraid Elf Cascade into Liliana of the Veil. Nice.
See, this is what the Bloodbraid Elf is supposed to do. Find you a card that you can't cast because Blood Moon's out there blocking mana base.
Yeah, exactly. That's great. And Covenant gets discarded. Goodbye, Bob.
I don't like that.
And
I feel like
Arbor
Bob
Elf
is the one
goes.
to draw you there.
Does he have a basic swamp on play?
He has one.
Yeah, I do see it. So he could have played it. So Mags the Moon.
Magus of the Moon is gonna most likely the Edict.
Yeah. Another Bloodbraid. That's
Jesus
another
Christ.
Lily.
See, this is why you activate
He should
Lily
have
before.
Edict first for the Bloodbraid, just in case.
This is really yeah. See that because with the second Liliana would have either edict first. Cause like, what do you want to do? Like, you can keep you can definitely keep the second one and make the koi bigger. Definitely reason to eat first.
Yeah.
Problem is, it's also the question is like he
Getting
plays
up
this
to
deck a lot
6.
more than I do. Does he? I think one of the goys, not goys, the
And he bolts Lily.
must have.
See, that's where if he edict first and then went into the Lily, his Lily would not have gotten bolted. I mean, hindsight, but that's why the
Here's the thing.
sequencing is so important. Ooh, Elder
But here's the
Gargroth.
thing. Usually, don't flip twice blood braid until also be into the Jund deck to maybe sometimes know exactly what card discarding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that edict effect would have been really nice right about now. And he gets
You
rid of the
could easily
Glorybringer.
bolt it her out of it.
Now, does he want to attack with Gargroth to get a trigger, though? Because he can double block with his elves.
Yeah, but making him lose all of his board presence,
So he attacks. What does he choose for the
I would
trigger?
personally either gain
And he's drawing a card here.
cycle.
There's the double block.
That's definitely a 3-for-1.
Feast and famine.
This is gonna make the whole game a lot harder. What's that card again? It's just so quick of a discard, I couldn't see it.
The Inquisition of Kozilek. Or Kozilek's Inquisition.
No, not the it's Inquisition of. I'm looking at the card that was discarded. Is that? Oh, it's a Stoneforge Mystic. It's a Pro Edition. Okay. Funnily enough, if I remember correctly, the promo Stoneforge was sometimes cheaper than actual Stone. It was just like, okay.
Oh, he drew. It's a lot of say go. Oh my goodness. Metros just keeps passing. There's a Goyf. Metro's F5. He's facing lethal right now with this Goyf.
Got a question from this.
And he lost to his own Blood Moon. Wow. All right. John takes game
Metro
1.
discard off the K command? Do you remember what he discarded off the K command?
I believe it was a Yeah, actually I don't remember.
He killed. It's gonna because Nameless is just asking. What Nameless?
Because he killed his own Skoos.
Okay, so chat. So he killed the Scoo so he could get the Bone Crusher couldn't resolve.
Yep.
Then he also made him discard, if I remember correctly. There was another. No, it wasn't the Magus. Wasn't that? What did he make him discard again?
I don't remember what he discarded.
But it was like a really weird and messed up 2-for-1. It was interesting. Maybe I should be checking Twitch chat a little bit more often.
Well, they're not really saying what they discarded.
No, the Stoneforge discard was at the end due to the Inquisition of Kozilek.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna be honest, I did not really get it.
Hi, Salty.
I do remember that Metro did discard off of the K command.
Yeah,
But
he definitely did because I remember seeing someone go to the yard. I just don't remember what it was. It might have just been a land, to be honest.
like I said, like,
I
this is the
think it
interesting.
was a basic. I think it was like a basic mountain, like one of the snow
I
covereds.
mean, it could have been because I feel like there after a certain point you don't need that much.
Gage is saying it was an elf that was discarded, a Bloodbraid.
Yeah, definitely. This is quite the interesting. Also, like I said, I I used to think that Blood Moon would not be such a card that beats up on this, but I'm also gonna be honest. He got quite lucky with the Bloodbraid Elf flips.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, a little unlucky with the sequencing of that Lily. That would have just been more and more in
Yeah,
his favor. But
yeah. Who knows? Because the thing is, like I said, like maybe like he was like counting on flipping a fatal push or flipping a lightning bolt, and it was like thinking, okay, before I overcommit my edict, and then have a fatal push that I don't want to cast, I'd rather just flip it and
mhm.
doubt that I have a second level, because that's what I assume is happening. Because you don't make that kind of sequencing, don't play the deck with like a decent amount of consistency. Because I'm gonna be honest, like when I talked to Alex about playing blue-white control, and I play 4 main deck Thassa's intervention, he's like, yeah, he sees it as a counter spell. This thing is 90% of the time, because I think I play the deck to quite a decent amount of efficiency, because I win more games than I lose with it. I'm not going 3-0 that much.
What do you treat it like
Don't
as
think
like
I've
a
gone.
dig?
Not a dig, I treat it as a divination.
Okay.
And it's most of the times it's more effective to like let their spells resolve and just divination, and then just have an answer to the spell later, because it just 2-for-1s your opponent. It's like, okay, I'll just draw 2 cards, or like I'll look at the top 3, take 2, and put one on. Even that is just better than countering it, because it's just many times where it's just like, oh, do that, and it's like, oh, 2 lands on top, 2 lands and 1 spell on top, take 1 land, 1 spell, and the spell, and then put the other on bottom. And I usually go off better than with that than actually countering the spell. So that's why I feel like Thassa's intervention is. I mean, I can definitely see Alex's point of playing it as a counterspell. If you play it as a counterspell, you kind of like letting yourself trade 1-for-1, or a Sphinx Revelation deck really needs to go 2-for-1 a lot, because you need to play your lands, get the creatures, and then cast a big revelation.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Also, Alex is not a huge fan of them playing. He's like, how many Search for Skenta do you play? One.
I mean, I would only
It
probably
was, it
play
was quite.
one, too, to be honest.
Ah, I was thinking about trying out the second one,
I don't think you do
and
more than
I'm
two. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, you have access to Narset, which is just, Skanta, Sunken
I,
Ruin on a body. So,
I don't play Narset in that list.
well, you should.
No, the thing is, the list plays so much at instant speed. The only reason you're okay with playing the contest because it's 2-drop sometimes. I'll rather not play the Dovin's Veto, because my turn 2, if you're on the play against, let's say, mono green planeswalkers, and it's like you can play the turn 2. Only time that you can't do it if you expect your opponent to have a double Burning Tree Emissary hand, but I don't expect my opponent to have a double Burning Tree open hand, with into Nixo and stuff like that. So it's like you can always play the turn 2 uh, Search for Escanta without a. Whilst if you play the Narset, it's easily that you tap out for Narset, and they're like, oh yeah, I'll resolve this Vivian, I'll resolve this Nissa, and you're like, well, Dovin's Veto would have been nice.
Hindsight is always 2020.
This is why I personally don't run Narset anymore.
Well, there's no blue in this matchup, so don't gotta worry about that. Now, do you think Metro second guesses himself in bringing in that extra sideboard Blood Moon because of how it played against him
Uh,
that game?
no. You definitely bring it in. There's no reason not to bring it in. So yeah, I forgot to say this now. So when it came to sideboarding, I was looking into it. So I personally, if I was playing against him, you put in the Cinder Vines. It's kind of weird because your opponent doesn't play too many enchantments and artifacts and stuff, but your opponent plays a lot of non-creature spells because so the Cinder Vines easily just start like whacking your opponent for damage.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds weird, but that's how I personally like to see it. Also, it's a very good idea to, like I said, bring in the one Blood Moon. This makes you go to I think a 5 moon deck. Oh, no, yeah, it's 3 megas in them, so it's a 5 moon. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Um, the Sword of Fire and Ice is, I'm gonna say, cute. I don't like the Sword of Fire and Ice. I'm gonna be honest. I'd rather put the Chandra Awakened Inferno in there and just after a certain point be like, hey, if you didn't put enough pressure on me, I'll just, you know, because this deck can easily go to the 6 mana, play the Chandra, show me what you got. Cards you can easily take out. One Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt is not your, because Tarmogoyf can easily outgrow the Lightning Bolt. Sword of Fire and Ice is, like I said, I kind of don't like it too much. Feast and Famine, at least it's like it gets, like it takes care of the green and of the black, so it's, the protection is good enough. Uh, I keep in the two Clothies. Just a great card because you just want to outgrind your opponent sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Because the deck's it's gonna be a grind fest. That's what's gonna.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Um, I feel like I'm having difficulties making cuts for the Cinder Vines. So, I mean, Cinder Vines most likely is just gonna deal 5 damage. I'm not sure if
Thoughtseize
five
comes
damage
down.
is worth. Okay, okay.
Path,
I think
Glory
I should
Bringer, Bolt, and the equipment you
path.
tutored up.
That's gonna be the Batter Skull.
Yeah. What are you taking here?
Uh, Batter Skull seems like a great threat, but also Glorybringer is not a bad threat. So it's your choice on like depending on if you have Planeswalkers in your hand. If you don't have Planeswalkers, I mean, I think I'd take the Batter Skull. Yeah, because the reason I'd say that is because you need one more land to actually make. You could path your own Stoneforge Mystic. It sounds really weird, but like make the land drop. Go ahead, be my guest, because you kind of want to get the Glorybringer down at this point, because it's Glorybringer can't get like the only just removal spells that can hit your Glorybringer is basically a Lily Edict, and I think that's basically it, or a Little Liliana and a Lightning Bolt.
Yeah.
So we are kind of looking at a.
Discard the K command to hand size. Oof.
Okay, so this is. I
Not looking good for
assume he
Jund.
kept. So this is what it looks like. So he kept the one lander. Try to.
He kept a two lander, and one of the other lands was the what's it called? It's in the grave right now.
A fetch land?
No.
Baron Moore.
Yes.
What did he cycle Baron Moore when he had no? Ah, that's no. Mm-mm. No. I play Baron Moore and Popper, but like you don't do that. Yeah, definitely. You don't. I mean, there was no reason to exalt. Just stating the obvious.
Yeah, of course.
Like, if I was playing like a Bant Stoneblade, Jeskai Stoneblade, like be like, hey, Little Teferi, bounce Stoneforge, play Stoneforge, tutor up again. But
That's always
we
fun.
don't have that cute stuff. Yeah, we don't have that cute stuff out here.
Looks like the land comes in too late here. I think we're gonna have to go to game 3.
It's not guaranteed. I feel like his biggest... No, technically he cycled into the... So he wouldn't have drawn the land either way.
So Ren to get a land back. So
So what's gonna have to happen if Metro gets a Blood Moon? It's lights out. There's guaranteed no way he can, get
yeah,
back from this.
yeah.
Um,
Path and or no,
that's a
bolt.
lightning bolt.
Bolt.
That's from the Mountain Go secret layer.
It's a good one.
I prefer my Christopher Rush lightning bolts. I got my
It was
revised edition lightning.
this version, it looks like.
I'm not sure if it looked more blue, unless I'm mistaken. No, that's not the one. What's the other one?
There's this one.
No, so I think you actually did get the correct one.
This one's my favorite.
This one just seems like a Rick and Morty kind of. If you can go to the revised edition,
Revised.
that's not revised.
Yeah, I know. I clicked on the wrong one. It's hard to see him when you click on the all prints. Because
That's
I
all
can't. I don't know the revised mana symbol. Or
There's no
set
mana.
symbol.
It's called white. It's white border, and it says deal 3 damage to one target. That's it. Down there.
You're disgusting.
That's the one I play. Do you not like white bordered?
Only on my Llanowar elves.
I'm gonna be honest. I like those. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of having a white border. But damn, I love that lightning. Such a good card.
So, it's possible that we might see Metro just take it home right now, without going into the extras, or
Or
we see another match.
yep. So what was this again? Not battle something. What's the edition called? I'm trying to think. It was now. I don't know. It's not called 6th edition. That's the sad part. Do you know which what the edition is called
For what?
for the files that you have up there?
It is. It says Battle Royale box set.
Battle Royale box set. That's the one. I got my counter spells Battle Royale box set. I was like, this looks like 6th edition, and it's like, nope, it's not called 6th edition. Is that a Bob?
That looks like a Bob to me.
Ah, yes. I love it. Love it.
Well, Bob is dead.
I mean, it's not uncommon for Bob to take the Bob route.
We love that he's playing all 4 arts of the secret lair for Metro. That's the best play.
Well, if you bought it, you didn't. There was no way to choose like all the same work, so you had to.
Well, that's why you
had to
buy 4 of them. Scratch.
How much money do you have to buy?
I mean, maybe you got 4 different decks that you want to run Bolton.
I have one playset. I told you that he should bring in the Chandra.
There you go.
So, kind of feel like I predicted. But I feel like this seems quite scary.
Name was coming in chat saying he went in and with 3 other people to buy the Zeroers, and they traded around to get the arts that they all wanted. That's kind of cool.
I mean, that makes sense. I mean, that does make sense, but it's like
See, I'm greedy. I'm going to buy all 4, and I'm gonna have 4 sets. Like I
just gonna be
bought
honest.
4. There's Stomp face. Cool.
Like
Cake.
Stomp.
Taco's saying he's gonna cake command himself out of the game. But yeah, I bought this Kaldheim Showcase 2 with Croxa. I bought 4 of those because I needed that playset. Needed it.
I'm not sure if I'm just gonna let you do what you want.
I already have my
mean,
4
if there
Croxa,
was-
but now I can play Croxa in Jund and Rakdos Pyromancer.
You know, the thing is, if there was like a secret layer Sphinx's revelation, that's like the only one I actually might consider.
There's Inquisition. There's a Corbringer chilling. Nice. Path
I mean,
goes
there's the
bye-bye.
only choice. It's a good sequence to make always to Inquisition before the, because technically your opponent could discard discard the card that you could get with the Inquisition, and then afterwards when you try to get them with the Inquisition, then reveal a card that it can't be Inquisitioned. I doubt it makes a difference, but you know, it sequences in such a way it's more guaranteed to get like 2 cards from your hand.
For update for the
Also, it's always
viewers, the life total is 16 tacos, 17 metro. 16 tacos, 17 metro.
I mean, at this point, both decks are doing nothing.
Such as the mid-range mirror.
This is the mid-range
The
mirror.
mid-range mirror is either trading resources back and forth over and over and over again and having this great just, battle, or it's like, okay, land go, land go, land go.
Top deck, yes.
This is the battle of the Bloodbraid Elves.
Oh no.
Another Lily.
Did the Liliana ultimate?
I
Shit.
don't believe so.
I think she ultimated. Because then he separated his lands into 2 piles. And then you take out the white sources. Yep, that makes sense.
Gross.
What do you think is gross?
The ult.
I feel like the ultimate is not that impressive in comparison to some other stuff we see today.
Oh yeah, still good though.
It's I personally feel like a lot better is it like like the Teferi ult suite, or to have the what's his face. I personally even prefer the Johnny Vengeance ultimate. It's a one-sided Armageddon.
So K command on upkeep, face for 2 and discard.
Discard. Yep.
One of my favorite
Keep
plays
the
of K
train.
command. Discarding a Bloodbraid Elf.
I assume it must have been end of draw step, or was it up?
Cycling the land.
Now you gotta find Ren in 6 and
There's the Renin 6. LOL. Lol.
I'm not sure if you want to cycle. Yeah, you can't. Just discard it.
Do it.
Okay, I feel
Do
like
it.
no, that was a missequence. You first. I'm not sure how many
Stoneforge
cards he has.
Mystic coming down, searching for something.
Because I think it must. Like it would have been a lot better if you would have just. I'm not sure how many cards he has in hand. If he has 0, discarded and bear more than cycle. So it looks like we're going to be equipping Stoneforge Mystic next turn.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Feast and Famine. I feel like you got Edict at this point.
Spooky says not getting Skull there seems sketch to them.
I can
Well,
understand that. Also, the sort of gives protection.
well, it doesn't matter now because, she dead. And a good point brought up that it was turn 1 Thoughtseize, the skull better, remember?
Yeah, the Battle Skull was taken away.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was happened. That already happened. I was like, but it was that game what? Game 2 or is that game 3? I wasn't sure.
That's what happens when you watch these mid-range battles. You just don't remember what game you're in.
I know we're in game 3. That's not the point. The problem. I'm not sure if it was.
So that Pithing Needle? That the Secret Lair Pithing Needle?
Yeah, it's a Secret Lair Pith.
That's the best one.
I'm not gonna. Stomp. I am quite certain that the Pithing Needle named the sword. No reason to get fancy and name some fetch land, some like the Seasoned Pyromancer or stuff like that. Oh, I think 7 or 8 is the red and 6. That one. That could maybe take down this game.
Coming in with 3 with a Bloodbraid Elf.
I mean,
Metro's
there's
now
no
at
real
7.
reason not to. Wait, What did she name?
K command a response to the equip.
Okay, so you
Okay,
so
pyromancer
season
down.
pyromancer. I think is it 2/2? Not sure exactly again. Let's look that up. It's
And
2/2.
then
Yeah. So
destroying the artifact. Yeah, that
then
seems
what
good.
did he name with pithing?
Trying to remember what he named. Ren gets purged.
Yeah, that makes sense. Gotta purge it because it's just a cycle baron. Get it back. Cycle. Get it back. So it's interesting enough. Modern is not a graveyard ordered matters format. So it's even though judges might hate that, but technically it's not forced
Another
to play
Ren
anything.
comes down.
At this point, might. Yeah, okay. I'm not the Jund player, so I'll let him. Needs or deems to be necessary.
Taco's at 11. Metro is at 4.
Why isn't he playing the Bone Crusher from Exile? Because nothing's stopping him. Can't pithing needle that.
Okay, Pyro's down.
I mean, Pyromancer dying is not instant, like, oh yeah, you're down. Because the thing is, Pyromancer from the graveyard is just lingering souls. So we're talking about a card that gets value even when it's dead. That's quite the insane one.
Yeah. Fulminator's nice.
Why would you side in Fulminator? I mean, technically, you get like the Utopia sprawl. Did you feel like your removal spells weren't good enough?
Maybe.
This is quite interesting one. So, cycling Baron more because I feel like Tacos is easily gonna take over this game. Because at this point, okay, so I see now why he's not done anything yet. So the thing is, you had instant speed active season.
Bolts the Fulminator Mage.
You gotta sacrifice it in response.
He is.
I take the land with
White mana.
it's non-basic land. Yeah, take anything that is that. I mean, the Stoneforge Mystic at this point is it's a basic plane, so you can't take it. So
Yeah. So,
just take the Stomping Ground, I guess. Can
yep.
we at least
It's the
take
only thing
the
you can have.
Stomping Ground bad artwork? Well, okay, the one's untapped. That makes sense. I mean, I guess it's not like the hollowed fountain. It's like the old RTR. So I can live with this one.
Hmm. Another fulminator mage.
I was
Wow.
about to say, you know, lightning is not.
And
Might-
Pyro's back.
There we go. The 2 elementals on tap. Draw. Tap 2. That's
Stoneforge Mystic.
Stoneforge. There's only one more target. Wait a minute, that means he actually kept in the Sword of Fire. Nice, okay. I thought it was too cute. He thought it was just good enough. So at this point,
Oh, he has a Batter Skull in there.
oh, so I was right. The Batter Skull was not, yeah, it was not, that was the other game when he was, when,
Is there only one in the 75?
it's one, yeah.
Hmm.
Unless there's one in the sideboard, but you never run more than one act. It's so rarely ever destroyed to the point where it's like the sideboard slots for more and stuff. Yeah. It's a one of. You don't have the you don't have the slots. I'm not saying Batter Skull is an insane. It does tend to close up matches quite easily. The worst part is like if you kill the creature. I mean, I'm not sure if the pithing. Yeah. So you kill the token. I've seen someone attach a Batter Skull to a Tarmogoyf. I was like, yep, that's how we do it. I think they were playing Abzan Stoneblade. Yeah, Abzan Stoneblade. But they weren't running Siege Rhinos.
Last Hope coming in.
Yeah, Last Hope can now start taking out mental tokens.
Yeah, which is pretty nice.
So next turn,
He could also ping the other
unless
1/1 with Ren and 6, unless he's already uptick this turn.
I think he can still take it down.
Yep, he's taking it down.
Okay.
There goes your other elemental.
What card is he named with Bithing?
I mean, I'm not sure what he would name. There's only one Ren and 6 in the deck and one Chandra.
I would. Okay, but the Chandra was taken like milled or like.
No. That's big 6 mana. There's a Torch of Defiance in the deck.
Are you fearing the Torture Defiance?
It doesn't matter.
Okay,
He
I think
scooped anyway, so
going to the second
we
set
are
of
going
3.
to the next set of match. It's gonna be great.
Let's see. So if he wins, do we still get to call him cocky or ambitious?
I mean, you can be cocky and still back it up, though, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, new match. We go to pre-board, so it's a new match.
New match, new. So let me ask Twitch. Any of you guys watch loading right? I think we almost got 30 people yesterday. I think like Legacy had like 20 something between 20 and 30 players. So it's it's like playing. It's,
Man, that one of Dark Confidant for tacos is just funny to me.
I'm not sure if I like the one. I'm a huge one-of guy. I'm not sure. It's not like you'd have enough card drawn to a deck where it's like, I can quite reasonably say, course of the way I play this deck, I can draw it. Because, you know, like, if you have Elixir of Immortality, Sphinx Revolution, you just put a one of Shark Type are eventually bound to sometime. I'm not sure about the Dark Confidant. I'm so sad I missed out on Popper today. Next weekend. Quite funny, my first time ever for a tournament, I was like, I'm just gonna make this Grixis control deck. Didn't even know what I was doing. 2-1 in that weekend.
Well, this is 3 invitationals in a row where we're going to the full set in the finals. Pioneer Invitational I cast with Alex. It was Jeskai Fires. It was Super Friends versus Sultai Delirium. That went to the second match. Then there was a Legacy yesterday. Went to the second match. And here we are in Modern today. Second match. Amazing.
Yep. Legacy did not go well for the the winner brackets. Ronnie did lose his first round, but it went dream crushing from the loser bracket. Made it to the finals, crushed the dream. Called it a night. And that's the thing about double elimination. Just because you got mana screwed, so you got, something happened, you're not out. Do
Oh,
you
my
think
bad, guys.
Do you think Liliana, the last hope, style points for?
All right. Starting on the play is going to be Metro. Naya midrange on the play. Winning the die roll.
Okay, so let's see. I do have to say I didn't think about boarding in the full miniature mages, but hey, sometimes you can learn from the experts of the list. Because I've said that multiple times now. Sometimes you don't think of stuff until you see others do it, and then try it out and see if it works. And yeah, as also as Tacos stated in the Twitch chat, Fulminator Mage does give you a beatdown plan, which can be helpful against these kind of lists. We get to see Stoneforge Mystic, I mean, saying it resolved is not not funny in any way because we're not playing against control. But I do have to say, does the I wonder if the batter skull is gonna get Thoughtseize. I mean, Tacos plays a lot more Inquisitions than Thoughtseizes, so it's not guaranteed to be able to get a hit, but who knows? I think we're gonna be looking at a instant speed. That's a Thoughtseize, right? I feel like
Alright.
there's actually no reason to not take the batter skull at this point with a Thoughtseize. It's just the most powerful of the cards. Gains your opponent the life that he like
Yeah.
to actually.
Well, let's remember. This is game 1. Batter
Yeah, but
Skull.
the thing, yeah,
Oh, Batter Skull has not been taken this time. Or has it? Am I blind?
it got taken. It got
Okay.
taken.
I see
The
the
thing
quote of
is,
this in the bin.
it was Thoughtseize followed up by Inquisition.
Ah, I gotcha.
So
I gotcha.
the thing is, you kind of do have to take the batter skull because it's not like a control deck where you could be like, okay, I can take my time. It doesn't matter if it's turn 50, I can still win.
Yeah.
Jund is the kind of deck if your opponent has like, okay, it's really hard for Jund without like demolishing you and just beating you down aggressively to actually get back from that position. So I feel like you have to take the batter skull because, I mean, everyone knows batter skull was going to come down next turn. I mean, if the Stoneforge Mystic's not going to put an equipment into play, why not? 90-degree angle, go boom. It's always important to keep in mind. I mean, I sometimes forget that as the control player because you barely attack with your creatures to sometimes turn my creatures sideways. It's very funny. So it's double moon. So now the thing is, each mountain has the ability only of a mountain. I feel like Ponza would be an absolute nightmare to play against when you're playing a Lotus controlled. I don't know. Technically, play the Lotus field through the Bloods, like the Magus of them, and then tap 2 lands, destroy the Magus, then
There's a Blood
have
Braid.
then have.
And Pyro.
So I see. I assume we're gonna discard the. Oh, okay, so in response to the trigger, I assume you're. Yeah, Seasoned Pyromancer gains so much value from the point that you have to discard first, and then draw the 2 cards. Damn. So Liliana Tribal was not mistaken.
You think we're going to see a winner right now, or you think it's going to go to game 3?
I honestly don't know. I kind of hope it does get done a little bit quicker because I kind of want to go to bed. No, I honestly don't know because Metro, I think, took it down game 2 last set. Yeah, lost game 1, took down game 2, lost game 3. And he took down game 1 this time, so if he is able to take down a game 2 again, I mean, this might actually be just like one of those games where it's like it depends on who's on the play.
That's
I
fair.
I find it one to be those sad games where it's like, oh yeah, I rolled the dice. But yeah, there's some games where it's like, oh yeah, were you on the play? Yeah, then you win the game. Here's the trophy.
I mean, we're not going to complain about getting a trophy, though, right?
I mean, the dice rolling trophy.
A win's a win.
You'll be like one of those cowboys kicking some like dirt in someone's face. It's like, I won the fight. A win's a win.
But why a cowboy?
I just wanted to, I'd rather have that than be a pirate
Why would it be either of the two?
because I wanted to have it seem fun, unrealistic.
Hmm.
Because if I told you that you were a pirate or a cowboy, I assume it'd be unrealistic, and that way I don't hurt you personally.
Interesting. Interesting take.
Because here's the thing, like if you let's say if you told someone they were terrible, they take it more personally. That's how I at least see it. Man, season pilots are just the card advantage engine in.
Well, look,
If I remember,
we have already gone over what's going to be sided in. We know what's going to be played. And we know how this
culminating.
game is going to turn out. It's a mid-range fest. It's either back and forth, trading resources, flipping advantages over and over and over again, or it's just both players saying land go. And there's really no in between. I do think that
What was that? Like, did you see the card?
yeah, they're
I
trying
mean,
to figure it out right now. I'm listening.
well, the thing is, at this point, can't you just shuffle that back in? Because the thing is, if you like, you could know that you'd had that planes in your deck, either way from looking at your. I mean, hoping that you know what's in your deck. What do you think about the idea of you're on the draw, siding out
Saying a what?
when you're on the draw, like siding out of.
I guess it depends on the deck and the matchup.
That's a good point. Because I've seen some control players who are like, yeah, no, I'll go there and I'll just side out a little. What? No way.
We see both players mowing down.
Yeah. They're taking their sweet time.
All right, keep for Metro. Is Taco's going to keep his 6? And he's mulling the 5. And he made the dreaded mistake of looking at the top card before he shuffles and seeing that it was the exact card that he wanted if he wanted to keep that 6.
Hey, we all look, or most of us do.
The number 1 rule is when you mulligan, do not look at the top card.
Always look at the top card.
No.
Or you can be like a meditation expert. Never look at the top. Let nature flow through you.
I mean, it's just like I've said before, hindsight's 2020. Why beat yourself up over something like that? If the mulligan is correct, it's correct. You don't know what the top card is.
That's a good point.
All looking at the top card does is make you second guess that mulligan more so the next time around you get something that's questionable. Because you're like, what if on top is like this card that I need? And then you just keep bad mulligans and then you just draw into just, no lands or whatever. If you're keeping a 1-lander, for example.
Oh, never keep the 1-lander. Well, at least as a control player, it's like the number 1 rule of like a control deck is never keep. It doesn't even matter how many cantrips I see. I like to keep.
This is what we love about the older formats. A lot of shuffling.
Yeah. That's the thing. That's what the older formats are known for.
Here's another fetch.
Sometimes it's just a lot nicer to everyone sitting down to be like, can I shortcut these? They're like, yes. It's like, thank you. Or like how I
And we
sometimes
see a Ren and 6 coming down. The 1 of Ren and 6. Pretty cool.
If there's no reason to fetch at the end of your opponent's turn, and you could just do it during your turn and then shuffle during their turn, I'd like to do that. Just saves time.
Another uptick for Ren.
Ren and 6. I love how it's like every time they print a new planeswalker, they're like, oh yeah, you have to name a new type in the rule system.
I mean, we should be seeing Ren and 6 come back actually in Innistrad if the Japanese leaks are correct, and as we see a Kothis come down.
No, I'm saying more like because like there's a subtype to each planeswalker.
Oh no, I know. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I just made that.
But I mean, yeah, they just get an intern to do it. No big deal.
Innistrad. I'm not sure.
Ooh,
yet.
this can be
the
a big cascade. And Goif.
Is the vampire set and the werewolf set the same? They're 2 different sets.
It's a double set, so it's 2 sets.
I don't know what I like about. I don't know if I like that.
Super tiny Goif. That's a feels bad with the Clothis on board.
Yeah. The thing is, I'm not sure if with a tiny like not a tiny with a double set of Innistrad coming.
Stomp coming in, killing the Goif.
Aye. That's a really feels bad mode. I think Metro might be taking it down. Like, I don't like to
Well, this is
Yeah.
only game 1.
do game 2.
Oh, you're right. Game 2. I'm sorry. Tired.
What time is it over there?
I mean, it's only going on 6 o'clock for me. You're going on midnight.
Yep. Like, the worst part is when you actually play, it's like midnight and you're still playing in the tournament.
And again, look, we got to give credit to Metro. He's done phenomenally throughout this entire tournament.
It's
And
done
again,
very
he won out in the winner's bracket or the upper bracket for a reason. He sat there waiting for people to come to him for a reason. And he's played great. Not to
said, I
take
really
anything away
enjoyed
from
just
Tacos, though. Tacos ran the table in the lower bracket. He's not
Yeah.
out of it yet, no matter how grim it looks. But
Grim Tutor
commendable effort from both players.
gets an A for effort. I definitely attack the Ren.
And Bolt on the Blood Braid saying no to that Ren attack.
It's not looking good.
Okay, here comes an Inquisition. So Bone Crusher, Path, and a Feast and Famine. I guess the. Ugh.
I'm not sure. Like the Bone Crusher and the sword seem just as bad.
Yeah,
I think
he
I take
takes the
sword.
Famine here.
Yeah, because the thing is the
And
sword does
then-
more damage over time.
And there's a Bolt on Ren and 6, so at least gets that out of there.
That's good because you needed to take care of the Ren and 6. Gets too much value because I mean Ren and 6 can just value. Yeah, the lightning bolt there is not bad. I wonder if that lightning bolt there is original or if it's not. Because if it is, it looks like like a beta or unlimited lightning bolt, which unlimited lightning bolts can be quite expensive.
As Bone Crusher comes onto the battlefield.
The worst part is the Clothies is just draining his opponent down.
Yeah.
Like,
This is a
Clo-
very good
like
card here.
staring down on Clothies and not being able to do anything, it's just. At least you were able to take care of the second Bone Crusher Giant, because that was just gonna put so much pressure on you. What just got exiled? Was it Tarmogoyf?
Another fetch line coming down from Metro.
Hmm. Yeah. Fetch lands really help to thin the deck out when it comes to the later game. That's like, I think I read an article once where it's talking about like how fetch lands just make mana bases so much better. Because in the early game you have a lot more.
Oof, here comes Big Chandra. So having Big Chandra staring you down with Clothis, both
Yeah,
hitting you
it's
every turn.
maximum 3 turns.
Yeah.
The
Always
worst part about
appreciate a player
Chandra is
having emblems on hand.
it's uncounterable. It's so good.
And coming in for 5.
I'm surprised. I think this is like his final turn because like there's no way other than one extra turn that you actually survive that whole. What life is tacos?
Bolt on Chandra.
You gotta get creative sometimes. With the Clothies, I think she drained away already at 6 life. Attacked for a couple of damage. It's like Metros must be like 7, 8.
He's at 8 right now. He
Wow,
goes
I
down
feel
to
like
6.
I did some great predictions here.
And a Glorybringer. And
Yeah, that's game.
that's lethal.
That's lethal.
And there it is. Metro takes it down.
Metro, my boy. Should we get him in for a quick interview?
I think we should. We go ahead and ping him real quick and make sure he can come in. And we can...
Yeah, let's see how that. Man, that was like at the end there. Like usually, like as soon as you're starting to like throw, unless it's like like Jace the Mind Sculptor where it's like I brainstorm and in response you bolt it. If it's not one of those moments, it's like uh burn spells on your opponent's planeswalkers never good. Do. Can we get like the winning deck list up? If or is that not?
Yeah, real quick. One sec.
If you're playing modern, you should be playing. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not sure if it's modern. There's one thing to say though. This is what somebody ran effectively into the modern Invitational. I mean, with the banning happened so close to the Invitational, I'm not sure. Like, it must have been another deck before the banning, but hey, this is what's got some results post banning.
Yeah. As I pull up the winning deck list for all the viewers to see.
Okay, yeah, Metro's just asking where to go.
You should be able to see invitational voice chat.
Yeah, I'm just quickly. Can we like item, I guess? I'd have to have him in my friends list. Nope. Yeah. Okay, I don't think he's. Okay. Hi. Let me see if I can get him in here. Let's see, can I invite him? Yeah, I don't think he can see it.
Should be able to.
There we go. Got him. We got him in, boys.
Hi, Metro.
Yeah, what's up?
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Man.
So, let's talk about first thing, your deck choice. What made you pick this deck going into this tournament?
Well, I've been playing this deck pretty much since the start of quarantine. I just love Ponza decks. I mean, I love the idea of Ponza deck. I've never actually tried a Ponza deck. I've been meaning to pick up the deck for.
Did you play it when Earl was still legal, or did you pick it up once Earl was gone?
Ooh, sorry. I just got some major feedback. Okay, could you repeat what you were saying?
Did you play the list when Earl was still legal, or did you only like start fully
Oh
playing
yeah,
it.
no, I've been playing this deck through the Uro meta. It actually has a favorable Uro matchup. It was one of its best matchups was the Uro piles.
Okay.
Interesting.
It's just
Not every
like
deck says that.
because like the moons were just fantastic, and then like the Colossuses and stuff eating Uros, and then I used to have way more graveyard hate post board, but I cut that after Uro.
Well, that makes sense. When it comes to like looking at the other deck lists, I mean, obviously you saw them after you already made your list and submitted it. But were you caught off guard by what you saw on the field? I mean, we did see what 4 tribal decks, so that was definitely interesting.
Yeah, I was expecting Jund and I was expecting Control and Heliod. I got one of those correct. My deck has a good Jund matchup and a good Control matchup. It actually has a pretty trashy Heliod matchup, but I was just like, just dodge that.
Well, you definitely dodged it.
Yeah, so that was pretty good. I was definitely not expecting all the tribal stuff, and honestly, like my sideboard's just trash against the sideboards. I mean, against the tribal stuff. I was kind of scared going in, looking at everyone's deck lists.
Yeah. Well, when it comes down to like when you saw the deck list and what we saw you play, we saw, I believe, the majority of your matches. We might have missed a couple of them, or actually just one. We never really felt like watching you play that you were really behind. Even in this Jund matchup, you did lose the first match, but they were pretty back and forth. And then you seemingly just took over for match 2. And you can name that to some, unfortunate draws for Jund and things like that, of course. But overall,
I mean, yeah, he multiplied.
yes. But overall, we saw you just kind of blow through your competition. Did you feel like the deck was that good, or did you feel like you had a little bit of like, you were favored in a lot of matchups, or you just feel like you got like a little bit of the luck and variance with as well as your own skill in your play?
Oh, definitely. I mean, against the humans, I just like nut drew them. Although I still have a favorite humans matchup, but I just completely nut drew them, as you guys saw. It didn't even matter. But like just like Moon plus a million removal spells was just like super good against humans, anyways.
Oh yeah, we saw Moon just seemingly dominate a few of your matchups, and even the one like with Jund, we're like, well, Moon is still like it's really good, but they have some cards they can cast, but the fact that they could still cascade.
Oh no, Moon is super good against Jund.
But except for game 1, we did see it hurt you a little bit.
I mean, yeah, that my deck is pretty greedy. I'll say that.
Mm-hmm. But
like,
I mean, the 4 Utopia sprawl helps.
The 3-color Moon deck.
Yeah.
What?
The 4 Utopia sprawl helps kind of fix that a little bit.
I mean, going into a lot of games, it's just you just gotta kind of assess yourself. It's just you either want to turn 2 Moon them or turn 2 Stoneforge Mystic them, and it's just super matchup dependent. And a lot of games you are cutting yourself off of white, and you just have to accept that.
Yeah. Well,
also, one question is, you play you played a bunch of just the Magus, almost no Blood Moons. Is there a reason to like not play the enchantment? Because I mean, it's just more resilient threats.
Yeah, because Magus of the Moon can be equipped.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, running the Stoneforge package makes sense to have more creatures equipped to it. Yeah, makes sense. Do you feel that that's a worthy enough trade-off for the hard to remove enchantment version of Blood Moon?
I mean, honestly, against like the Uro piles, Magus is actually just better than Blood Moon in a lot of cases because they just force a negation your Blood Moons.
Yeah.
So, like, Magus definitely has legs where Blood Moon doesn't in a lot of matchups.
Of course. Well, at the end of the day, you won, and you looked pretty good doing it throughout all your matches. So, first and foremost, congratulations, Metro. You did great. I think the deck looked really awesome. Is this your deck moving forward for Modern, or do you have your eye on anything else?
I mean, I always like to switch around and brew around. I've been brewing up a Varlaw's Jund Shadow deck, and I've been having a lot of fun with that thing.
Yeah.
But at heart, I'm a Taxes player. I've been playing that deck forever.
Well, hopefully we see you play some Taxes next Modern Invitational. I'd love to see that take it down.
Oh no, Taxes is so bad in our meta. I actually brought it last invitation. I just got curb stomped.
That's unfortunate. But the floor is yours, Metro. Before we let you go, you're free to plug whatever you got. Any of your own little things you got going on. Let the viewers know.
I mean, I guess I don't really have anything to plug. Maybe I should be. Maybe I should be getting in on the plug-in game. I don't know. I don't have a Twitter or anything, so I guess I just vibe.
Well, we appreciate you vibing with us. We appreciate you coming in and taking down the Modern Invitational. Congratulations again.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
All right. And that is going to do it for us this week, or this month, I should say, guys. Now, before we get going, Scratch, your turn. You have anything you want to plug? Anything you want to say, recommend? What you got going on?
I just want to, for the meme, say, No, my mom's not watching. I just really wanted to do it for them. No, I've got nothing to say. It's just a fun time on the server here. I love doing the casting, helping out. Also had fun in the event yesterday. If anyone is just watching and thinking about actually coming to the PlayAway server, I'd say it's definitely something I'd recommend. Nice. So, yeah, that's all I could say.
Of course. And like you just said, this was all made possible thanks to the PlayAway server, so you can join the link in the description to play some Paper Magic. As well as we do have some podcasts. We have the Pioneer Perspective. If you want to listen to some Pioneer topic, that features myself and Alex. That is released every single week, as well as our sister podcast, Pondering Popper, which is featured with Diego and Kalikais. But outside of that, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for coming in. This would not be possible without you guys, first and foremost, the viewers and the players. So again, thanks to Metro. And, Metro, say bye for us.
Hey, bye, y'all. Peace out.